You fool! Warren is dead. The Wonderfully Weird World of Allison V. Harding. 10 stories by an overlooked author of weird tales. Night must not come. Head Defense Warden Charles Higgins of Sector 6 looked up as 2 of his subordinates came into the OCD office. One of them, a middle-aged woman, white helmet covering grey hair, plumped down into a chair near Higgins's desk. Her companion, a short, swarthy man, stood leaning against the wall.
"How long to go, Chief?"
The woman spoke. Higgins glanced at a card on his desk. "We'll get the sirens at 8:15. The 3 lapsed into silence. In a few minutes, other wardens entered the office. Higgins spoke to some, nodded to others. He had reason to be proud of his district and his wardens. They were well organized for tonight's job. In less than a quarter of an hour, New Dixon, large eastern metropolis, would have its first citywide blackout. For the first time, all the millions of diversified lights would go out. All activity would cease. There would be complete darkness. Higgins looked around the room appraisingly. His 2 deputies, the housewife, Mrs. Carey, the stocky corner grocer, Mr. Adreco, were, like the others, plain citizens banded together in a common cause. He was proud of them all, he thought, as he silently went through the roll call. All were present, but his first deputy, Professor James Everett, of New Dixon College. The head defense warden frowned a bit to himself. Everett had been worrying him lately. To be sure, the professor had been one of the first to join up and had always proven himself an enthusiastic volunteer. But recently, he had skipped a few meetings. And only yesterday, when Higgins had mentioned the blackout scheduled for tonight, Everett had seemed very perturbed at the news. Oh well, these professors of sociology were unpredictable. Everett would be all right. Higgins's train of thought was brought back to the immediate as he heard his name called imperatively from the hall. All eyes were on the door as Professor Everett hurried in. His face was feverish, and his small frame beneath his rumpled suit seemed to quiver with excitement as he headed for Higgins. He leaned over the desk for a moment to catch his breath. "Professor, why haven't you your equipment?" Higgins started to remonstrate, noting the other's dress. "Man, you know we've got this drill coming up in a few minutes." Everett had caught his breath somewhat now. Ignoring the question, he clutched the chief's arm. "Listen, Mr. Higgins, that's what I've got to tell you. The drill, we've got to stop it. Do you understand me? We can't have the blackout." So saying, Everett collapsed into a chair. For a moment, nobody spoke. Higgins noted that the other wardens in the room showed the same astonishment and bewilderment that he felt. Charles Higgins rose to the occasion. He came around his desk, smiling, and laid his hand on Everett's shoulder. "I know how it is. We're all keyed up. I'll confess I am. But once we get on the job, that'll all disappear. Now you get your equipment, Professor, and we'll go over the assignments once more. I want our district to be 100%. Come on, man, we haven't got much time." Everett shuddered, and then visibly took hold of himself. He straightened in his chair and then spoke, making an effort to keep his voice level. "Higgins, I've stumbled on something. There isn't time to explain, but we've got to call off tonight's blackout." "Impossible," the chief snapped. "If you're feeling ill, we'll get along without you. I'll get one of the others to take your post." "It isn't that. I'm all right. It's just that I know we're making a terrible mistake. We've got to call this thing off until some kind of investigation can be made. There's something Something I don't understand." The other wardens were staring incredulously. Higgins could see they didn't know quite how to take the actions of the usually dignified, reserved professor. The sector head was as puzzled himself. "In heaven's name, Professor, what do you mean? What kind of investigation? And of what?" Everett spoke now with an effort. "An investigation of the forces that I'm convinced will be loosed on this city if we put all the lights out tonight." Mrs. Carey smiled and spoke accusingly.
Now, Professor, don't tell us you're afraid of the dark.
It was a relief to hear the answering chuckles from the others. Higgins turned again to Everett. "Now listen, Professor Everett. You've got to hear me," Everett broke in. "Let me finish. Ever since the birth of time, ever since the birth of man, fires were kept at night. Complete darkness was never allowed by any tribe in any age. Areas where cities grew up are particularly susceptible to these forces. Always a little light was kept somewhere, and as time passed and the cities developed, always through the darkness there would be lights. Of course, it was natural in a city to have light. Don't you see, though, that this was more than a coincidence? For lights and movement are the only protection against forces of darkness, and we're going to defy this. For the first time in the ages since man has lived on this earth, tonight there will suddenly be no lights. No lights at all. No street lights, no midnight pinpricks of illumination on top of skyscrapers. Just blackness." In his business, as well as in this volunteer capacity, Higgins was essentially a practical man of action. His first interest was in calculating the effect this scene was going to have on his wardens and their part in tonight's drill. He put his arm around Everett's shoulders. "Come on, you'd better go back up to your apartment." Everett brushed the arm away. He then pulled out of his pocket a red leather-faced book, placed it on the desk. "See this?" He opened the ancient book. Higgins bent over to read the almost illegible title, Kendall's Theories of Tribal Folklore. Everett's hand shook as he thumbed to a section in the middle of the book. Some of the leaves were held together with transparent tape, and the entire volume looked about to fall apart. Everett stabbed his finger at a passage on one yellow page. Higgins bent lower, straining his eyes to read where the professor indicated. "It must be concluded that areas where early tribal gatherings took place were thought to be evil, particularly after sundown. Many persons were needed in these areas where no man dare lie down alone and sleep unguarded through the night. Always someone needed to tend the fires that stood between those gathered in these locations and the strange powers of darkness. It is logical to presume that these forces, inherent in darkness and responsible for the instinctive fear that humans have always held for the dark, will always be a potential threat to mankind. In the future, let no one ignorant of these traditions forget the essential duty to keep light always somewhere in the darkness. For man has a stake in this eternal struggle between light and dark. The stake is his very existence." As Higgins read to himself, the slow, rising note of a siren growled out of the night into the little room. Instantly, the wardens went into action. Adreco grabbed the lever to turn off the street lamp in the front. Everett, realizing perhaps that he was too late in his warning message, pulled himself together and reached for his helmet. Higgins noted with relief that he seemed determined to go through with his duty. The chief warden issued last instructions, reached for his own helmet, and followed Everett into the street. Once outside the building, the wardens deployed to their posts. Higgins noted with satisfaction the way apartment and dwelling lights were snapping out within a few seconds of the first warning. But he noticed that Everett, whose post was down at the corner, seemed reluctant to move away from the streetlight. The professor was scared. That was obvious. In a few minutes, the surrounding buildings were completely dark. Higgins frowned down at the dial of his watch. In a few more minutes, the second note of the siren should sound the red warning. This would mean all lights out, traffic would stop, and pedestrians would have to seek shelter. Everett was still near him. "Come on, Professor. Get down to the corner," he ordered. Everett hung back. "Listen, Higgins. Just one thing. Let's leave this light on here in the street." "You're crazy." "I know my instructions. Now get down to your post and see this thing through." "You're setting a hell of an example, Everett. I thought you'd be a man to fulfill your responsibilities to the fullest. Instead of that, I find you've cooked up some cock-and-bull story about what will happen if we turn all the lights out." Without a further word, Everett turned and trudged off down the street. Higgins pulled at his chin reflectively. It was puzzling. A man like Professor Everett. His thoughts were pulled back to the job at hand by the sudden, rising crescendo of the sirens again. Immediately, Adreco moved to the streetlight and put it out. Another warden, Ed Harley, down on the avenue, motioned some pedestrians into a shelter with a brief flash of his torch. Gradually, the noise of the huge city slackened and stopped. One by one, the last remaining lights winked out. The darkness of the first warning period now became an impenetrable blackness. Higgins himself felt a sudden feeling of depression. Here he was in the heart of a city of millions, and yet he might as well be alone on a desert isle, or the millions around him might as well have died. He shook himself of this mood. By God, he was letting that crazy professor affect him. He must make the rounds of his post now. Higgins realized, with a sudden feeling of surprise, that his other wardens had seemingly dissolved into the blackness. Even Adreco, nearest him, was invisible. Higgins started cautiously along the street. He almost ran into the lamp-post. "Joe," he called. "Joe Adreco, where are you?" There wasn't a sound. Adreco was probably back near the building wall. Higgins moved on. 3 dwellings down, he knew each post by heart, was Mrs. Carey. She should be in front of the apartment there. Higgins groped his way, not wanting to use his light. Suddenly, after several more steps, he realized that he must have walked by the house where she should have been. Higgins began to walk more rapidly. The sound of his footsteps echoed dully from side to side of the street. At last, he nearly tripped over the corner in the dark. Everett's post. Where was Everett? Higgins groped his way for a few yards either way and found nobody. An eerie thought came to him. His wardens had disappeared. In fact, everybody had disappeared. He was alone. For a moment, he tried to grasp the situation, and then cold sweat began to mat his forehead. How could this be? Ed Harley, the wisecracking member of his corps, surely he was at his post. Higgins stumbled on a bit further, and felt for the railing that ran around an old brownstone house off the corner. He knew every inch of this neighborhood, yet in the blackness it seemed strangely alien. His feet dragged over the uneven concrete pavement as he stumbled forward. He would allow himself one brief snap of his flashlight. After all, he could chance that. He turned his light toward where the row of brownstone buildings should be, and snapped the switch shortly. The triggered beam of light darted out for a few short feet, and then was diffused and lost in layers and layers of blackness. He couldn't see any row of houses. He couldn't see anything. Higgins was a logical man, though. Of course, a fog must have come up. Ed must be here somewhere in this murk. "Ed!" Higgins kept his voice down. "Ed, where are you?" The sound of his own voice beat back at him as though the wet, oppressive curtain of night were a sounding board. "I'll be damned," Higgins spoke to himself, and straightened his shoulders. He was not the kind of man to be panicked by things that, temporarily at least, were, peculiar. but he wondered at the coldness that he felt in his arms and legs, and the dampness of his forehead and hands. After all, where were his wardens? In sector tests before this, they had always stuck to their posts. It was incredible that all of them should be off post at the same time. It was impossible. His mind flashed back to Professor Everett and his warning before the test. What had the old fool meant with his ancient book of folklore? All this time Higgins had been stumbling forward, and suddenly his outstretched hand came in contact with a rail he had been seeking. He gripped its dripping wet roundness and hung on. He realized why he hadn't been able to see anything. This was a heavy, dripping fog, thick almost like some strange gas. Higgins tried to shrug away the depression that oozed over him with the same stealth as the fog. He must get along back to post. With carefully rationed pricks of light from his torch, he found his way up the street. And again he met no one where 4 of his wardens should have been. He finally gained the entrance to sector headquarters, and stumbled in the doorway and down the hall to the blacked-out door of their office. He went in, closing the door behind him. He was irritated at the way his hand shook as he reached out to turn on the small desk light. As the light flicked on, Higgins felt a new surge of confidence. Even so, he staggered as he headed over toward the basin in the corner. He stared at himself incredulously in the mirror over the basin. His face was a dead white, his eyes dilated. Good Lord, what had happened to him out there in the darkness? Joe Adreco turned the streetlight off in the same precise way he handled the scales in his grocery store. He had practiced this many times before, and there was nothing to it. As he completed this job, he moved back from the lamppost somewhat and into the area assigned to him in front of a row of tenements. He marveled at the sudden slowing down of the tempo of the city. And finally, the utter silence. He looked up the street to his left, where Head Warden Charles Higgins should be. Adreco was amazed at the impenetrable blackness. Of course, there was no moon tonight, and it was a bit cloudy, but this fog that seemed to begin to swirl around him was a new wrinkle. It hadn't seemed thick a few minutes ago. Adreco shrugged and kept his sharp eyes peeled for any movement or light. The silence and blackness were oppressive. Once he called out, "Mr. Higgins! Chief, are you there?" There wasn't any answering sound. It was as though Adreco was completely alone, on guard in a cemetery. It was funny. There was something kinda scary about all this, thought Adreco. And the old professor was to blame, shooting his head off before the drill the way he had. All of a sudden, Adreco got a funny feeling. It was as though somebody had him by the throat. It was hard to breathe. Adreco shook himself angrily. What was this? He wasn't getting scared. Still, this fog was fierce, like breathing water. Adreco moved down the street to the next post where Mrs. Carey was supposed to be. Their posts bordered. Mrs. Carey would have something bright to say, she of warm face and motherly nature. Adreco beamed his torch ahead and, through the swirling mist, picked out the spot where Mrs. Carey was posted. He gaped. Mrs. Carey off her post? That was unthinkable. But she wasn't to be seen. Adreco called, "Mrs. Carey! Hey!" His voice sounded little and futile. Adreco felt scared. By God, he was alone. Where were those others? Where was the sector chief and Mrs. Carey? Joe gripped his light and huddled down into his overcoat. The fog moved around him and settled down like a damp cloak. Joe wished he was home, upstairs over his store, where there was warmth and brightness again. Mrs. Carey had the row of buildings at the near end of the block. With satisfaction, she noted the lights all out inside. Down the street, She could barely discern Higgins and a Draco standing near the streetlight. As the second siren sounded, she saw a Draco go to the light and turn it off, and then she could see no more. The figures of a Draco and Higgins snapped from view like images on a movie screen suddenly gone blank. As she waited, Mrs. Carey pulled her collar up to protect her throat from the extreme dampness. Funny, she hadn't noticed the fog earlier in the evening. Pretty soon, Higgins would come by, inspecting the posts. She'd be glad to see anybody. It was so lonely. Even that crackpot Everett. What had he meant with all that funny talk earlier? Time passed, and still no Higgins. Mrs. Carey wondered if he had missed her as he walked by in the Stygian blackness. That seemed impossible. Still, she thought she'd walk down toward the street lamp to see if a Draco had seen him. It was then she realized the density of the air and blackness. She inched forward, until finally she bumped her shoulder into the streetlight.
"Joe!"
she called.
"Oh, Joe!"
That was strange. A Draco off his post, too. Mrs. Carey shrugged and resumed her cautious walk up the street. No Higgins either. Very strange. Only her old aunt believed in disappearing acts. She must have missed a Draco and Higgins in the dark. She wished this drill was over. And was it her imagination? Or was the air getting heavier, pounding down on her head like pressured steam? Mrs. Carey put her fingers to her ears and grimaced. That professor and his stories would have them all believing in bogey tales. Professor Everett went off down the street with Higgins's last words stinging him. Yet he had tried to do his best. He had tried to warn them. He gripped more tightly at the old leather-faced book he was holding, Kendall's Theories of Tribal Folklore. It was a fascinating work based on the entire history of tribal customs in this country. Indians, Dutch, French, English. Fascinating, that is, until Everett had stumbled on those fateful paragraphs tucked away in the middle of the volume and had done some thinking. But how could he make the others believe him? As he reached his post at the corner, he turned and looked back down the street. He could see a shadow in the darkness that must be Mrs. Carey. Beyond, he could see the faint light in the distance. The two figures beneath were Higgins and a Draco. Then Everett heard the second siren signal, and the faraway dot of light from the street lamp flicked out. Despite himself, Everett began to shake in the thick, chill air. From nowhere, a fog seemed to build up around him. Good Lord, it was black. He beamed his light briefly at the ground. The concrete walk beneath him looked yellow and evil. He wondered when this damn thing would be over. And Higgins should be coming by soon, shouldn't he? Everett inched back to the front of the corner building. He placed his back against the round iron railing that ran its width. The fog was getting worse. The air was so laden with a reeking humidity that it was hard to breathe. Everett felt an indescribable loneliness. It was hopeless to fight any longer. He froze where he stood, his fingers stiffening on his torch, straightening, the torch dropping with a faraway thud to the sidewalk. He opened his mouth to cry out, but he couldn't. He wheezed with the effort to get air. His other hand went rigid. The old book slipped from his fingers, and then the fog swept down over him, covering him up with layers and layers of suffocating black dampness. On the all-clear, Higgins got up from his desk again. By now he had pulled himself together. He was annoyed at himself and at the results of the whole evening. He went out the door to the front of the building. There was a Draco turning on the streetlight. "Where were you, Joe?" Higgins cracked rather irritably. "Never budged but once, Chief, except to mosey down to Mrs. Carey's post. Guess I missed her in the murk, though." For up the street, coming toward them, was the redoubtable Mrs. Carey. Higgins sniffed the air. Strange. but the fog seemed to have disappeared as quickly as it had come. Just then, two figures rounded the corner. One was Warden Harley. The other was a patrolman. Harley called something that Higgins couldn't quite catch. "What?" Higgins answered. Harley came up, puffing and blowing. "It's Everett." Higgins repeated, "What?" "He's dead." Harley waved down to the corner. The patrolman nodded, eyes on a notebook in which he was writing. Higgins half ran down to the corner. The streets were still virtually empty. A first aid helper was standing by Everett. The professor was lying on his back right under the railing. "He's dead, all right," observed the first aider. Higgins dispatched a messenger for a doctor. In a few minutes, a physician from the block showed up. Examination revealed that Everett had apparently died from a heart attack. The blackout test had been too much for him. It was a sober little group of wardens that trooped into the headquarters of Sector 6. The news of Everett's death had come to each of them as a shock, for despite his eccentricities, the professor had always been an amiable and hard worker in their group. Suddenly, Higgins thought of something. He questioned Harley closely. No, nothing had been found near Everett. Higgins waited until the wardens had left the office and then called police headquarters. No book had been found among the professor's effects. The following day, Higgins obtained permission to go through Professor Everett's room up at New Dixon College. Everett had been a bachelor, and his small room overlooking the quadrangle was Spartan in appearance. But nowhere was there a sign of Kendall's theories of tribal folklore. On a hunch, Higgins went to the school library. The librarian showed interest immediately on mention of Everett's name, and, after offering some words of sympathy and admiration for the professor, went to his records. Yes, Everett had borrowed Kendall's theories, and the book had not been returned. Only the fact that Professor Everett had been a staff college member enabled the college to lend out this book, as it was a rare relic, and so far as known, there was only one copy in print. The librarian shook his head at the news Higgins offered that no trace of the book had been found. But nobody ever read the book except Professor Everett, he consoled himself and Higgins. None of the students had reason to call for it, and the professor was the only member of the staff to use it. Of course, a rare book like that, it's most unfortunate. What do you suppose could have happened? The librarian shook his head. Being as diligent and painstaking in his volunteer defense work as he was in his own business, Charles Higgins soon caught the eye of those public officials always on the lookout for men of ability who are willing to serve a good cause. Within a fortnight of the city-wide test, Higgins had been named as assistant director of the whole eastern area. He brought to his new job a stern efficiency, an uncomfortably clear remembrance of the first complete blackout of a large city, and certain definite convictions. It was he, for instance, who initiated a more liberal ruling on lighting in the great cities. With official approval, he ordained that certain traffic and guide lights were to stay on, and, mindful of the numerous inexplicable accidents among wardens in the first complete blackout, these volunteers should henceforth be allowed a freer use of their hand torches. To his new job, and just possibly influencing his decision, although he would have been the last to admit this, Higgins also brought a vivid memory of a page in an old book that had vanished in the darkness, a page warning those in cities ever to keep guardian lights through the night. House of Hate. Ambrose Timothy was seemingly a man of meekness, who seldom found the courage to satisfy even that sort of curiosity that is neither feminine nor morbid, but natural. Take the house next door, for instance. Its fenced-in secretiveness, its very appearance and influence on the surrounding countryside, and especially on Mr. Timothy's adjoining bungalow, were enough to make a peace-loving man become quite inquisitive. But none of this seemed to bother Mr. Timothy, as he limped around, puttering in his neat beds of larkspur, roses, snapdragons, and zinnias. Timothy confided to the real estate agent that he had worked long and hard for retirement and a modest sum of money. Now these were his, with all the peacefulness their attainment implied. His bungalow was as newly his as his garden beds. There was no use making trouble over the habits, however eccentric, of next-door neighbors. Besides, what could he complain about? Of the way they treated the little golden-haired boy, or the noises at night? He couldn't tell a local magistrate that he just didn't like that woman in black or her coarse male companion. Anyway, they were probably people of influence and power. Timothy reflected that he would keep up the grounds better if they were his, but perhaps they were not fond of flowers and a nice lawn. This last as though Mr. Timothy could not conceive of anybody being so indifferent. All this, of course, was before he found the red diary, half buried in the soft earth of his flower bed. 3 months ago, when Timothy had come here, he recalled that the enterprising young real estate lady had steered him away from the side of his prospective property that bordered the strange Paquin house, its forbidding aloofness protected by a high iron fence. Ambrose Timothy, fresh from the city, admitted that he was infatuated with the bungalow and the surrounding flower beds, and had only a casual look beyond the 1 acre and 1/2 that comprised his heaven. "Oh, them," the young real estate agent had explained airily in answer to his question about the neighbors. "Just the Paquin house. They keep to themselves. A woman and a young boy who is not very well, and some sort of companion, I think. I don't believe they'll bother you. The woman is a chemist. Her husband was a famous doctor, we hear. He died long before they came here. They have to keep pretty close watch on the young boy, but," she added hastily, "that's why the fence. You won't be annoyed." Mr. Timothy remarked absently that the Paquin house looked something like a huge dragon, waiting to devour something or somebody. After which remark, the young real estate girl laughed and tactfully led him away to the flower beds again, remarking, "Oh, Mr. Timothy, you're amusing. Now, is everything all right?" And Ambrose Timothy, after commenting that forget-me-nots would look nice outside the porch, signed up. His first run-in with the Paquin household came one warm afternoon, when he was startled by a sudden eruption of earth near a bush on his side of the iron fence that circumferenced the next-door grounds. "Ah," said Mr. Timothy, dropping his trowel. Then before his eyes a hand appeared, then an arm, and finally a sharp head and face. "My word," said Mr. Timothy, hurrying forward toward the sunny-haired boy who had virtually erupted in his front yard. Shaking himself like a cocker-spaniel just from a water chase, the boy raised his finger to his lips and shook his head significantly. "Yes, by all means," murmured Mr. Timothy. That was very interesting, the way you came through there, young man." The boy was blond, with dark shadows under intelligent eyes. His body was thin and small-boned. He was, Mr. Timothy calculated, about 16 years of age. This must be the young man from next door, the young man who was not so well. Timothy's eyes narrowed as he noticed the angry red and purple bruises on the slim forearms. The boy came near to Timothy and stood looking at him, his sharp, peaked features appealing. "Well, well," said Timothy, "I guess we are neighbors, young man." The boy continued to eye him appraisingly. Timothy said hastily, "Well, now, don't be afraid of me, young man." Then, "Here, what are you doing?" The boy had gone over to one of the flower beds and was sketching something with a pointed stick he had picked up. Timothy came over and looked down at the words rudely marked in the soft earth. Pencil, paper. Mr. Timothy leaned over and looked again. The boy looked back toward the house with a look of apprehension and furtiveness that impressed Mr. Timothy. It was obvious the lad was a mute. "All right, youngster. I don't know what the game is, but I'll get you what you want." Timothy trundled into his bungalow and came out with a pad and the stub of a pencil. These the boy took and began to write feverishly. When he had finished, he handed the note to Mr. Timothy. Timothy accepted the piece of paper much in the manner of a man receiving a young child's first poem. He looked at the note, and his eyes sharpened as he read, "Get writing book and pencils, please. I am dumb. Must have right away. Stick them in hole under garden fence." But, Ambrose Timothy stuttered as the boy, still carrying the pencil and pad obtained for him by Timothy, was scuttling away. Before Timothy could find any words, the boy had burrowed under the fence and was busily engaged on the other side, smoothing over the ground. As Timothy watched, the young boy barely finished this and turned toward the house, with the pad and pencil now concealed behind his back, when a tall woman swept around the corner of the old house and spied him. There you are, Martin. Up to your old tricks, eh?" The woman came closer as the boy slunk along like a dog anticipating a beating. Evidently, she hadn't spotted Timothy peering through the iron-grilled fence. The woman stopped. Martin stopped too, his hands behind his back. "Martin!" the woman screeched. "Martin! What is it you have behind your back?" The boy's only answer was a hopeless shrug. As the woman advanced on him, the boy edged away. Then the woman called at the top of her voice, "Rippick! Hey, Rippick, here!" There was a harsh male answering call, and then from the house came a man who at first look appeared to be a servant. He had on clothes that appeared too small for him. His arms crept down from the sleeves of his coat and hung, almost self-consciously, down by his knees. His chest and shoulders were immense. "Yeah?" Mr. Timothy heard him answer. Certainly this was not at all the way country estate servants should reply to their mistresses. "Rippick, the boy here has something behind his back. He's up to his old tricks, Rippick." "Yeah," was the laconic answer. Timothy edged nearer the fence as the two elders closed in on the young boy. Finally the man, with a quick jump, grabbed the boy and forced his arm into sight with a cruel wrench. The pad and pencil came to view. It seemed a pretty brutal way to treat a sick boy, Timothy reflected as he watched, edging further forward until his face was nearly pressed against the railing separating the two properties. But it was no more than he would expect from these two. "Paper and a pencil you got, eh?" said Rippick in his longest speech to date. Then, with an effortless cuff, he sent the boy reeling to the ground. The woman had the pencil and pad after scrutinizing them, and was stuffing them into her dress when she noticed Timothy watching on the other side of the fence. She said something in a low voice to the man, and he turned like a cat to also stare at their spectator. Somewhat embarrassedly, Ambrose Timothy pulled himself to his feet and stood there grinning sheepishly. He cleared his throat. "Hello," he said. The woman came over toward him, her face sharp and questioning. "I'm Mrs. Paquin. You live next door now?" "Yes, ma'am." Timothy bowed. "I guess you gave Martin the paper and pencil." It was a statement rather than a question. "Yes, ma'am, I did. I'm sorry if that was wrong." The woman looked back to where the boy was now picking himself off the ground from Rippick's blow. The barrel-chested man was standing over the lad with one huge hand clutching the boy's slender arm. She turned back to Timothy and smiled in a manner meant to be reassuring and neighborly. "Well, you see, Timothy. Mr. Timothy, the boy's not very well. In fact, I'm sorry to say he is, well, you know," and she tapped her head significantly. Timothy nodded gravely. "I'm sorry," he said simply. "They don't like him to have certain things. excites him to write, so we have to keep all sorts of writing materials away from him on their orders." Timothy nodded again. "So please don't ever let him have anything of that nature again. Although I am sure he will beseech you with his eyes, and Martin has beseeching eyes." The woman turned with a smile on her face. The boy, still held by Rippick, was standing there, just looking at them. She called, "Bring Martin over here, Rippick." The man responded, and led the lad over to the fence. "The young lad was born speechless. I adopted him," the woman explained. "This man is Rippick. He helps me." She said the last almost as an afterthought. Timothy nodded acknowledgment. "So then, Mr. Timothy, never put anything through the fence for the boy again." Ah, so she didn't know the youngster had found a way of burrowing under the fence. Well, he certainly wouldn't tell on the poor young fellow. That would probably call for another cuff from Rippick. The woman surveyed Timothy closely, and then said again, "Remember, nothing through the fence, eh?" She smiled, as though sealing the pact. All the while they had been talking, the boy's eyes had never once left Timothy's face. Never once, and as the woman herself had said, Martin had such beseeching eyes. Trying to get the conversation on a pleasanter subject, Timothy launched out enthusiastically. "You know, Mrs. Paquin, you've got splendid grounds for flowers. I should think you'd want to experiment a bit with them." "Flowers? Experiment with flowers?" She threw back her head and laughed and laughed. "Well, I meant," said Timothy lamely, "that it's such fun to create things. I know I'm just here from the city, and I find that it is really splendid to get out into a garden and putter around. I should think you'd want to in your place." He pointed proudly at his own neat beds. Then, amazed at his own boldness, Timothy stopped. "We keep busy," said Mrs. Paquin after a look at his garden, and, bowing stiffly, she turned away, an amused smile on her face. As the three walked away from the fence, Timothy noticed that on one occasion they looked back, and he could hear Rippick's voice contemptuously say something about flowers. That had been Timothy's first and only run-in with the people next door. Remembering the boy's beseeching look, though, he had, on that same day when he went to town for provisions, bought a red-bound diary and placed it with a bunch of lead pencils in the hole under the fence. And the following morning, when he had looked, the diary and pencils were gone. For a time he feared that Mrs. Paquin or the coarse Rippick had found them, but a few days later the boy had appeared and had waved a hand in appreciation. It was several weeks later that Timothy had been gardening and had come on the red-bound diary. Evidently, it had been thrown over the fence. It was the same one he had put under the rail for the boy. It was half buried in the soft earth of his garden, and now there was writing in it. Timothy had opened up the book and had begun to read. Finally, he retired inside the house, and his fingers drummed nervously as he reread the words scribbled there. It was plain, as he had suspected, that the boy was a virtual prisoner in the house, and that horrible things were about to happen, or were happening. Timothy's eyes glinted. Now was the time for action. He would go next door. It was the only thing to do. It was late afternoon as Timothy went out on the road and pushed the bell button on the huge old-fashioned gate that guarded the frontage of the property. He rang several times, and then when there was no answer, he shouldered at the grill. It was open, and Timothy slowly went in and walked hesitantly toward the house. He reached the front door and let out a loud halloo. There was no answering sound. Despite the warm air, a chill struck Timothy as he raised the great brass knocker. Finally, in answer to his pounding, Mrs. Paquin came to the door. She was, as always when he had seen her, dressed in severe black. She looked distraught, her face a tableau of evil. She stood for a moment regarding him. "Well?" "Mrs. Paquin, there's something wrong I'm afraid I've done," Timothy blurted out. It's about the young fellow, Martin." Mrs. Paquin stepped aside and said, "You'd better come in. I can't wait out here with you." As Timothy followed her into the dark old house, he noticed for the first time that over the darkness of her dress she wore what looked like a tourniquet on her arm. He followed her down a stone stairway into a cavernous cellar. As soon as she reached this room, she sank down on a pallet in the corner and said again, "What is it, Mr. Timothy? What about Martin?" Ambrose Timothy noticed that Rippick was in the corner too, grinning wolfishly at him. His powerful forearm was bare, and just over the elbow was the black band of a tourniquet, twisted tight. The room smelled strangely from must and chemicals, and the wood-burning fireplace back of Rippick. Mrs. Paquin noticed Timothy's eyes and spoke up. "We've had a little accident. We do some of our work in this cellar, and it's infested with spiders, some of them of a poisonous nature. You're not familiar with medical methods of treating spider bites. Ah, well, of course not. However, we have adequate equipment here, I think." Rippick grinned wolfishly from the corner in which he sat. "How's the flowers?" A thin trickle of saliva ran from the corner of the man's mouth. Timothy answered, "Doing nicely, thank you." Then he turned back to Mrs. Paquin, who was filling a hypodermic needle. "Maybe I should not have come just now. You people are ill." Mrs. Paquin shook her head and looked up at him. "No, Mr. Timothy. If it's about Martin, I want to hear what you have to say." Ambrose Timothy went on. "Some time ago I got a diary for the boy. I know after you told me what you did that I shouldn't have done so, but, well, I did. He wanted one, so—" Fear came into Mrs. Paquin's eyes at that. She shook her head. Rippick made an angry noise in the corner. "What's become of it?" rapped Mrs. Paquin. "I don't know," Timothy lied. "We found no diary here," the woman in black snarled, with a look at Rippick, who nodded back. "Well then, what does it matter?" The boy evidently misplaced it, and Timothy spread his hands. "You cursed fool, you—" Rippick got laboriously to his feet. Timothy noted that the man's face bore signs of some deep physiological upheaval. Despite this, the heavy man came forward menacingly. Timothy started backward. But Mrs. Paquin was still mistress of the situation and her house. "Stop, Rippick! Go back, idiot!" Then she turned to Timothy. "Of course it doesn't matter, Mr. Timothy. Martin is utterly mad. He can't write." Mrs. Paquin bowed to Timothy. He could see that she too was in a perturbed state of mind and body, for, as he went up the stairs from the basement laboratory, he heard her begin to laugh, crazy, idiotic laughter that Rippick joined in. Timothy went up the stairway 2 at a time, and then outside into the light again, feeling like a reprieved man. He moved hastily to the gate and through it, and then around to his own place. Ambrose Timothy did not sleep well that night. There was a lot to think about, and then there were noises from the house next door, noises of bumping and thumping, cries and yells, and unholy bursts of laughter. Mrs. Paquin was up, as was Rippick, for on several occasions when the noise drove him to the windows of the bungalow, he could see them standing silhouetted against the bare windows of the old house next door. From the distance, they looked as though they were fighting or dancing insanely. Once he thought he heard Martin's voice raised in terror, but he might have been mistaken. As soon as it was light, Timothy went over to the fence and peered through. There was nothing to be seen. Everything was as quiet as if the house were unoccupied. It was that afternoon that a grocer's delivery truck stopped outside, and a boy went in. Timothy watched as he walked to the gate and rang the bell. Then he walked up to the house. He disappeared within and reappeared a few minutes later, running. Timothy yelled, "What's up there?" The boy redoubled his speed at the voice, looking startled and sideways. "Something's awful wrong in there, mister. I don't know just what, but something terrible is the matter. I'm getting the sheriff." And with a smashing of gears and a burst of speed, the vehicle went roaring down the road as fast as the terrified delivery boy could make it go. Timothy watched until the car disappeared down the desolate highway. He thought of the diary and dropped it back of his pillow. He puttered around absently in his garden until the delivery truck, leading a large official car, drew up to the Paquin house a few minutes later. Out jumped the grocer boy, all importance now, and a large, florid-faced man. They disappeared up the path to the house. The delivery boy came out a few minutes later and spotted Timothy. "Hey, mister, the sheriff wants to talk to you." Timothy walked over obediently. The sheriff was standing at the foot of the stairs looking up, and in his hand was a long-barreled revolver. He turned as Timothy stood inside the front door. "Delivery boy said you were next-door neighbor. Wanted to know what you made of all this. We've got a couple of completely mad people upstairs. I can't even go near 'em. I'll have to call the county home and get some of those boys to come over." "I don't know much, Sheriff," Timothy said, shaking his head. As his eyes grew accustomed to the light, he noticed bloodstains on the floor on all sides and going up the stairs. It was these unmistakable red smears everywhere that must have startled the delivery boy, Timothy surmised. The sheriff hummed and then went to the phone. He called the county home. Timothy looked furtively around while he was calling. The question was, where was the young boy? The delivery boy stared fascinatedly at the bloodstains. So suddenly that the three jumped came a burst of sudden noise from upstairs, a screech of voices so outre and terrible in quality that it sounded like the laughter of demons in some horrible, feverish nightmare. The sheriff, who now introduced himself as Ethan Hodgins, mopped his face. "Don't like it, but I guess I'll have to go upstairs again. Crazy people is more trouble than they're worth, I've always said. Well, let's go." The delivery boy looked eager but uncertain. Timothy hesitated. "You mean you want us to come up with you?" "Just a bit of the way," Hodgins urged. His smile was forced. "If they start throwing things, you can back me up." Timothy started up the stairs behind the sheriff, with the young delivery boy last. They went up slowly, and with each step, it sounded to Timothy as if they were approaching the mad convolutions of another world. The sheriff had tiptoed to the landing now, and was nearing a door that stood at the end of a hall. He paused outside for a second, and then gently turned the knob, allowing the door to swing silently open, allowing a view of what was within. The delivery boy had pushed ahead of Hodgins now, and was just behind the sheriff when the door slid open. The three looked in. Timothy, with his image of the two clearly in his mind, was the one most shocked. The two creatures in the room were surely not human. They were pawing and playing over certain objects in the center of the room. They themselves were disheveled, their clothes torn and ragged. Mrs. Paquin's black dress was hanging in strips from her, and Rippick was as ragged. As the three watched, Mrs. Paquin lashed out at Rippick with something, and the curses and screams started again. He retaliated with a yell of anger and hit heavily at the woman. Just at the moment Sheriff Hodgins stepped into the room with his long-barreled gun pointed, Timothy made out the identity of those objects. They were, God forbid, the dismembered parts of a human body. The golden hair on one round glob of matter that lay on the floor like an out-of-shape soccer ball was too much for the delivery boy at Timothy's side. His knees gave way beneath him. It was not hard to get rid of his bungalow. It was so nice and cozy, and Timothy had worked so hard on the flower gardens. And so Timothy moved away with all his belongings and the red-bound diary. The diary was very precious. Timothy, although not a curious or inquisitive man, used to read it overnights. It was interesting, as anything written by an idiot would be, and Ambrose Timothy would smile sadly at this thought, for the author had certainly not been an idiot. Not that he didn't remember it almost by heart now. It started out with this entry. I know now that the Black Lady means to kill me. I don't know how or when. At least I don't know for sure. I am able to write because a man has moved in next door who has been kind enough to me to get this book and some pencils. I had a hole under the fence into his property, and the lady and Rippick haven't found it yet. The next entry read, I think that I am going to be used the way they used animals. Something goes on in the cellar that they have never let me see. I have known since they brought me here from the school that they were interested in some form of science, but I never have been sure just what type. I've seen books around on the glands. I think they experiment with glands. And I have heard them whispering and laughing about me. I think the man next door is my only chance. I tried to escape several times long ago, but I can't get far. I am always returned here, and Rippick beats me. It is true I cannot speak, but I was educated well at the school. I am not crazy, as they tell everybody. I suppose all of this is silly, that I am counting so much on this neighbour. He is a little fellow with a limp and a funny wrinkled face like a mask, and seems only interested in his gardening. The first day I burrowed through into his grounds he looked so startled, but he finally gave me a pad and some pencils. Rippick and Mrs. Paquin caught me as I got back in the grounds, and Rippick hit me and took the stuff away. Then the lady took me over to the wall and make me stand in front of this man who does so much gardening. He said his name was Ambrose Timothy. I have found out something very interesting. The lady took me downstairs today and told me that I was to have a part in a very wonderful experiment. She said it was so important that she hoped I realized that whether I lost my life or not, it didn't matter. She laughed then and said that she was telling me this because she knew I couldn't talk and tattle on them. Then she said that her husband had been a very famous doctor who had been perfecting a spectacular glandular substance that would revolutionize medicine. He realized he had discovered the true secret of insanity caused by glandular imbalance. That's just what she said. But he was such an old dote, she said, that he hadn't had the sense to realize what could be done with such a medicine. Rippick, this creature who cuffs me around, had also been a chemist. I'll bet he wasn't much good. But he and Mrs. Paquin had got along very well. She had approached her husband and said that she and Rippick wanted to buy him out, that they had great ideas for the medicine. Mrs. Paquin has told me that they found out a good deal about the doctor's formula, but not quite enough. They would be everlastingly rich if they could find the missing link, though. There was an argument, and Rippick had nearly killed Dr. Paquin trying to get certain facts out of him. They put acid on his face and legs. Then they seated him in an old car. She smiles as she tells me this, and let it roll off a bridge. That was the end of Dr. Paquin, she says. Nobody ever found out, and she got his money. And she keeps repeating that after all I don't matter, because I can never tell anybody what I know. And that is true. They keep all writing materials away from me. I know that Rippick wanted to beat up that man next door who was kind enough to give me the writing materials, but I've been able to get this, and that is what counts. Another entry. A strange thing happened today. I know that Rippick and Mrs. Paquin are about to try their latest gland experiment on me, but I was out in the garden near the fence when this man, Timothy, came over to me. He said something to me. I don't quite understand, but I took what he gave me. It was a bottle. It was all very strange, but I think he means to help me. It was easy to get hold of one of the empty hypodermic syringes, fill it, and hide it. Then, when Mrs. Paquin was sleeping one time, I stole over to her and plunged the needle deep into the muscle of her arm. I ran as she woke up. There was just enough in the bottle for me to fill the syringe again. I just finished when Rippick came running in answer to her calls. I was able to jab the needle into his arm and push down the plunger before he cuffed me to the floor. Rippick and Mrs. Paquin whispered to each other and then went downstairs after cuffing me again. They screamed at me to tell them what I had in the syringe, but I wagged my head absently. Then they locked me up. At the first chance, I am going to throw this out the window, over the wall, into Mr. Timothy's place. He will find it, and will read what I have written. Rippick and Mrs. Paquin are slowly going mad. They have put tourniquets on their arms, and they cut and probe their own flesh. I have written because I hope somebody will find this. I know they are going to kill me, but I know now that they will go insane, worse than death. I did what Mr. Timothy said." It was fascinating to read this, thought the man called Ambrose Timothy, as he lay on the bed and fondled the book. Timothy sighed. Finally, he limped to the corner and burned the diary carefully, as he had a paper with minute figures and equations on it. Back in bed, he turned his wrinkled, scarred face to the wall. It was too bad about the boy, but then his own accident long ago had been too bad. And for the first time in 9 years, Dr. Paquin slept peacefully. The Marmot. Such a harmless-looking tiny creature, but animals possess strange abilities beyond our ken. I have never admired my brother. Edward Alice was a vain, selfish blusterer. He had no use for hard work, for ethics, and not much use for me. After a small family inheritance was divided between us, I didn't see much of him. I invested my share in a small business, while Edward preferred to jog off for some exotic alien soil. Good riddance. Still, he was my brother, and when I got that agonized telegram, "Jim, come quick, need you, desperate," I reacted the way any man would, I guess. I hadn't seen Edward for quite some time, and the tone of the wire from my usually confident, self-sufficient kin puzzled and upset me. The address was in a city not more than a few hours distant, and I was able to get there by the evening of that same day. I remember the shock of surprise that hit me when I saw Edward. True, it had been 2.5 years since I'd laid eyes on him, but a normal man shouldn't change as much as Edward had. He greeted me almost hysterically. "My God, I'm glad you're here, Jim." His palm was moist with sweat as we shook hands. "Well, Edward, what's this all about? You look done in." I noted that his rooms were comfortable, in an apartment of good taste. Without speaking, he motioned me absently to a chair. I sat down and looked up at my brother pacing in front of me. His small pig eyes that I had disliked in the old days, their furtiveness always a signal of some devilment, were dilated with fear now. I kept quiet, waiting for him to break the silence. His quick, nervous little movement stopped all of a sudden, and he stood in front of me. "Jim, the doctors tell me I'm, well, mad. They tell me I'm insane. They want me to go away somewhere to be treated." I controlled my surprise, and he made no comment. Edward went on. "But it's outrageous." "It's not as simple as all that. I wish I could make you believe me." "Start at the beginning," I suggested. "You and your affairs are strange to me after all this time." Edward forced himself into a chair at my side. He had lost weight, I noted, and his once round, pouting face had thinned unbelievably. "Look, Jim, I want you to go to see Dr. Jeffries. He's the man who's taking care of me. Oh, I've been to a lot of others, but he's supposed to be tops. You and I haven't always gotten along, but you know I'm not crazy. You know that's absurd." "I don't understand," I started. Edward hurried on. "You see, I do have a kind of an affliction, but it's a physical thing. It isn't mental. I know it isn't. I know it isn't." I cleared my throat. "What this boils down to, Ed, is that you want me to go to Dr. Jeffries and vouch for your sanity. Isn't that a little silly? I mean, what weight would my opinions have? I haven't laid eyes on you for, well, what's it been? 30 months? Edward got up and came over to me. He gripped my arm in a nervous spasm. "Jim, at least go with me. Go with me to Dr. Jeffries tomorrow morning. We've never asked much of each other. This you've got to do for me." I nodded wearily. "All right, Ed. Can you put me up here for the night?" He smiled and patted me. Sure. I'm so glad you're staying." I bedded down in the spare room next to Edward's room. I had brought some order blanks along and decided to study them after I got into bed. My business was still young, and I had a consuming interest in it. I guess my concentration on these personal matters was so great that the noises from the next room grew into full-throated cries before I heard them. Without waiting to slipper my feet, I padded across the cold floor to the door leading into the adjoining room. It was unlocked, and I burst into my brother's room. He was on top of his bed, doubled over in agony. A strange, horrible whistling cry came from him. I reached him in a split second. "For God's sake, Ed, what's wrong?" I thought fleetingly of an acute appendicitis attack, but then I saw he was gripping the upper part of his right leg. As I laid my hands on him, the paroxysms of pain seemed to pass. He shuddered beneath my grip and straightened from his jackknife posture, though still clutching his thigh. I stood helplessly alongside. "You see, this is what they've been telling me is mental," he said in a voice weakened by his ordeal. "Mental. Get that, Jim? They tell me I'm imagining this thing." "What thing?" "This pain. This hideous something in my leg." "In heaven's name, man, tell me what you mean." Edward turned a look of horror and hopelessness toward me. He prodded his thigh. "There's something in there, Jim. Something alive. Something that means to kill me." We saw Dr. Jeffries at 10 o'clock the next morning. The psychiatrist, for that is what he turned out to be, was an elderly man whose forceful personality could be felt the minute one stepped into his consultation room. Edward immediately launched into a minute description concerning his attack of the previous night. He turned to me for corroboration. I nodded slowly. "Yes, I saw it, Doctor. Obviously my brother was in great pain." Dr. Jeffries smiled kindly. Of course. He is in great pain, Mr. Alice. But the cause of that pain," he tapped his forehead significantly, "is here." Edward's reaction to this announcement was immediate. "It's impossible. Impossible, I tell you. I know what I feel. It is there. There's something there in my leg. I'll go elsewhere. I'll try another doctor." Dr. Jeffries shook his head. "Do as you wish." He looked directly at Edward. "Now, I wonder if you'd mind if I had a few words with your brother." Edward went ungracefully out of the room. After the door was shut again, the physician turned to me. "It's good that you're here to take care of him, Mr. Alice. Your brother is a very sick man. Won't you tell me the situation, Doctor? I know so little. I saw him last night for the first time in 2.5 years. He's been away, out of the country for a great deal of that time, I believe. I knew he travelled, but we never kept in touch. Then I probably know more about him, Mr. Alice, than you do. It's an interesting case. He doesn't make things easy for us. He should be under constant treatment." I leaned forward. "I don't question your judgment on the case, Dr. Jeffries. However, as I said before, I saw this attack last night. I will swear that my brother was suffering hellish torture, actual physical pain. He clutched his leg in agony and told me that there was something, that's what he said, something there that would destroy him." "Precisely. That has been his story all along, Mr. Alice. Originally he went to general practitioners and made a fool of himself, demanding x-rays and undergoing other clinical procedures. You know, the mind does many strange things. It can deceive us into believing that one part or another of our anatomy is the site of excruciating pain." "You mean, then, that he really is insane?" Dr. Jeffries tut-tutted. "Insane? What does that word mean? That is a loose, ineffectual term at best. Perhaps all of us are a bit what the layman calls insane. Let's say simply that your brother is in desperate need of care. He is distinctly a mental case." "Well, what do we do, Doctor?" Jeffries fiddled with the blotter on his desk. "Simple. He must be sent away somewhere where he can be under supervision. I recommend that you get Edward's consent so that we can send him to Harwood Home. He'll get excellent care there. If there is any hope of bringing him out of this condition, it lies in following such a course." I considered a few moments. "What you say seems to make good sense. Of course, I feel in fairness to my brother that I should get another opinion." Jeffrey smiled. "By all means, Mr. Alice. Edward has been to several other psychiatrists here in town. I am sure you will find they concur in my diagnosis. I have discussed his problem with them." "Well, I guess that's good enough," I said after a moment's thought. "Tell me something else. Edward's phraseology was so strange last night. I was tired, and the shock of being startled by his cries was terrific. But I found myself morbidly fascinated by his insistence that there was something in his leg. Doctor, he used the term something alive." "Oh, that's very simple, Mr. Alice. As a matter of fact, I found the key to that when I psychoanalyzed your brother some time ago. Under a sedative, hypnosis revealed a rather grisly little episode that took place during his travels abroad. I say grisly advisedly, for frankly it is not complimentary to Edward's character. He's never even hinted at this story except, as I say, when under hypnotic influence." "Go on," I urged eagerly. "Well," started Dr. Jeffries, "you know that your brother liked to move around a lot. He was an adventurous, greedy man, fond of collecting valuable curios and women's hearts, if he could. This is nothing new to you?" I shook my head. "Edward has done many things I have disapproved of, Doctor. I know his shortcomings." "You knew he went to Serbia?" "Well, I knew vaguely he was going to that part of Europe." "Well, in Serbia, Edward, pursuing his usual selfish objectives, had a most unfortunate experience with a Eurasian household of some standing and power in the community. Moreover, the episode must have made an abnormally powerful impression on his mind, for the details he revealed to me were minute. It seems that he became enamored with the woman of a Eurasian. He courted her, and apparently quite won her. One time, though, despite her cautions, he followed her home." Dr. Jeffries shuffled some papers on his desk. "I took a very complete record of this impression. I have it here with Edward's case history." He looked down. "Yes. Aside from beauty, this woman represented wealth. Edward, a little the worse for wear, I believe, trailed her home one evening and broke into the Eurasian's house. Once inside, he stated to the ancient Eurasian master of the house that the woman must be his. Further, he began to help himself to any objects around the house that struck his fancy. The aged man, although a cripple, defied him, and Edward struck him brutally. At this, The Eurasian began to pronounce certain unintelligible syllables that infuriated Edward even more. But Edward refused to retreat, and instead laughed and poked fun at the old Eurasian, calling him crazy, and finally striking him again. At this point, Edward became aware of a small animal. From his description, I would say a tiny marmot. This creature was crouched at the ancient Eurasian's side. The Eurasian called to Edward that he would never have his woman or his valuables, and that he, Edward, would be the one to go crazy. And of all he had, he was giving only his marmot to stay with Edward until he should lose his reason. At this, according to Edward's story, the marmot sprang at him and bit him severely in the thigh, and then magically disappeared before Edward could kill the little creature. The pain of this knifed through Edward's drunkenness, and he lurched out of the house, with the Eurasian cackling in glee behind. He never returned to this place again. Apparently the whole episode filled him with a morbid superstitious dread, so that he immediately left the country. Jeffries raised his eyes from the case history papers. "Sounds like a good fiction story," I offered. "A man of your brother's caliber could easily get into a scrape like that. He has fastened on that experience. He has a sense of guilt and superstitious fear about it." "Well," I pushed, "what about this thing in his leg?" "Don't you see?" said Dr. Jeffries. "He thinks the marmot's in his leg." I gasped. "It's strange," I mused after a minute. "The Eurasian's curse, or whatever you want to call it, seems to have come true. Edward has gone crazy." Jeffries pursed his lips. "All that's nonsense. Your brother, because of the sort of life he's lived, and probably because of certain inherent qualities, is susceptible to the sort of nagging ill-suggestion that this constituted. You know, it's often been said and proved that the power of the voodoo curse lies in the morbid beliefs of the victims." I saw his point. Jeffries went on. "That's why he keeps insisting on physical examinations and x-rays. He even has suggested to me that we do an exploratory operation on his leg. Although he hasn't admitted it consciously, he's looking for the marmot." "All right, Doctor. I guess I must agree with you. We've got to put him somewhere he'll be cared for, wherever you think." 3 of the hardest days of my life I spent trying to convince Edward of the necessity of going to Harwood Home. Finally, I succeeded, but only because Dr. Jeffries and I conceived the brilliant idea of suggesting that it might very well be advisable to open up the leg for an investigation, and this, of course, would require hospitalization. Edward signed the necessary papers then without much difficulty. I saw him to the home and satisfied myself that he would receive every care. Dr. Jeffries was still in charge and was to visit him several times a week. I intended to come over once in a while from my home. It was 3 weeks later that I received Dr. Jeffries' summons. It was cryptic, bidding me come to Harwood Home as soon as possible. When I arrived, Jeffries sent for me and explained at once the reason for his wire. "It's not for a moment that I doubt our original diagnosis, Mr. Alice, but I thought you ought to know. Your brother is a very sick man physically now as well as mentally. These paroxysms of pain occur more often. He hardly ever eats. We keep him under sedatives as much as is possible. I thought I ought to explain to you before you see him. His appearance may be something of a shock to you." I was glad he warned me, for I was braced lest I reveal to my brother any inkling of my surprise at his appearance, for he had wasted away to almost nothingness. His face had a pointed, hunted look. His nose seemed to have lengthened and sharpened. His ears and lips had a pinched, bluish tinge. His eyes were bright with fever or eagerness to see me. I did not know which. "Well, old man," I said, with an attempt at heartiness, "Dr. Jeffries tells me you're not being such a good patient." "Jim," he said, "it's been hell. Every day it's been worse." He frowned at the nurse fixing his water decanter until she left the room. Look at this." And with a convulsive movement, he pulled the blankets and sheet from his legs. I looked at his right thigh beneath the rolled-up pajama leg. This time, with all my control, I could not contain myself from starting. For his leg was swollen. It was purplish in color and swollen at the top. "Don't you see?" he cried. "They're neglecting me. There's something horrible, I tell you. It's crawling right up my leg, and they won't do anything about it. It's eating me from within." His voice rose in hysteria, and a nurse bustled in from outside. I patted his shoulder and went out into the hall. Indignantly, I demanded to see Dr. Jeffries, and finally cornered him on a downstairs floor. "What's the meaning of his leg?" I demanded. "Doctor, it's swollen. It looks wrong to me." Jeffries frowned. "So you saw it. We're all aware of that, Mr. Alice. You know, the mind does strange—" "Mind be damned," I said. "That's not imagination. He has a swelling there, and that leg looks like there's poison in it. Hear me out, Mr. Alice. I must stick to my original diagnosis. Do you know, sir, that your brother spends almost the entire day prodding and kneading and poking that leg? He's obsessed with the idea that his leg is being eaten away. We have even allowed him the concession of another series of X-ray pictures here at the home. They show no pathology, yet he insists there's something in his thigh. It's the Marmot he's looking for, of course." I was silent. Jeffrey spoke again. "Can you arrange to stay for a few days? It might be beneficial for Edward." I agreed. But it wasn't to be for a few days. For that night, my brother died. I was at his bedside, as was Dr. Jeffries, when he passed away. So frenzied had been his convulsions, so fanatic his obsession, that with his own hands he had torn cruelly at his already swollen leg, drawing blood. In his weakened, near-starved state, the anguish and agony of those last few moments were too much for him. I remember my disgust as I sat at his bedside. The loosely hanging bedclothes were wet with blood from his final throes. My brother had been a stark madman the last few minutes of his life. I got up finally, with Dr. Jeffries, to leave the room. We were alone then for a minute, and we walked toward the door, his hand on my shoulder. "Maybe it's better this way, Mr. Alice." I opened my mouth to speak, when my eye caught a slight movement in the dark far corner of the room. I moved closer, Geoffrey still at my side. I looked, and a feeling of chill, liquid horror stole through me, until my scalp crawled with an unearthly dampness. For there, crouched in the corner, was a tiny, yet stout-bodied, short-legged little creature, its coarse fur matted with blood from small ears to short, bushy tail. It just sat there, silently observing us. I gasped then, and reeled into the hall. I felt, rather than saw, Geoffrey still beside me. Outside, I turned and looked at him. His face was green-grey with pallor, but neither of us spoke. Thinking it over afterward, that fact doesn't seem strange. For God knows I value my sanity above everything else in the world. Guard in the dark. Proudly little Ronald Frost showed the new tutor his row on row of shiny lead soldiers. Soldiers in the painted khaki of the army, in the navy dark blue, and in the blue with red trimming of the Marines. Some were standing, some were marching, some lying on their stomachs, guns pointed forward. "Look at my machine gunners," said the 12-year-old boy to Geoffrey Wilberts as he pointed to another part of the shelf, whereon lay squad after squad of tiny toy figures, each with a machine gun, submachine guns, and light and heavy ones. Geoffrey nodded interestedly and took some of the pieces off the shelf to look at them more closely. "Be very careful," the little boy cautioned, as Wilberts minutely examined a soldier holding the miniature replica of an automatic rifle. "Sure I will. Tell me, Ronald, why do you have so many? You must have several hundred soldiers here." "Need 'em," said the youngster, his mouth setting in a tight line. "Do you like to recreate battles? I mean, fight out some of the campaigns of the war?" It had occurred to Wilberts that perhaps his pupil's mania for toy soldiers had such a significance. "Nope." "Well, what then?" "I have to have them." Ronald Frost turned away from his toy closet with a fist full of Marines. Geoffrey watched him as he meticulously replaced the tin soldiers that had been clustered in groups on the tables and floor of his bedroom. Geoffrey Wilbert smiled to himself. "Ah, changing the guard, eh?" "Yes." "No more than that. Not very communicative." Wilberts noticed that Ronald placed the soldiers in a careful pattern. They formed a circle of toy soldier protection around the center of the room, the center where Ronald Frost's bed was. When Geoffrey Wilberts, fresh from a teacher's college course, had interviewed Mr. and Mrs. Frost for the job, this had been the main thing they had told him that day in the Frosts' pleasant suburban home. "He's not at all a dull boy," said Mrs. Frost with a sort of a perplexed pride. "But he has this fixation about soldiers." "I'd have to tell you what our bill is supplying the boy with these lead soldiers," snorted Mr. Frost. "And besides, I think Ronald is getting about old enough to give up playing with toy things like that." The Frosts had liked young Wilberts and he them. He had taken up residence there as companion and tutor to Ronald. He soon realized that the young Frost lad was no ordinary 12-year-old. The boy was bright when he wanted to be. He had imagination. But with all of this, Geoffrey detected a certain listlessness that was most unbecoming a chap of Ronald's years. He shunned the company of other children of his age in the neighborhood, and although he did passably well in school, his teacher told Wilberts that he would be an honor roll pupil if he would only try. His social adjustments were not at all normal. He detested the games that went on in the schoolyard, and was in the habit of sneaking home after class was out, instead of mixing with his peers in a raid on the local ice cream parlor. "We need somebody to bring him out," said Mrs. Frost to Wilberts. "Heaven knows Mr. Frost and I have tried to do all we can for him." "You might be able to help my son, if I had one, but you can't help your own," quoted Wilberts brightly from something he remembered in a child psychology class. "It seems you're right," sighed Mrs. Frost. "We can't help him, apparently. I still think a lot of this has to do with those stupid soldiers he's so preoccupied with." "High time the boy got over these ideas," said Mr. Frost, with an angry rustle of the paper. "But don't try to just take the soldiers away from him. It's an impossible task." Mr. Frost elaborately rolled his eyes ceilingward. "I tried it once, and he got so excited. Well, we had to call Dr. Brown." Properly warned and initiated on the way things stood, Wilbert started to apply his great knowledge of child psychology, learned from dusty library tomes and aged professors who were much nearer their second childhood than their first. Geoffrey quietly decided that he would closely observe the boy. It was preposterous to try and bully the lad. You never got anywhere that way, and it was most old-fashioned. In the corner of the room, Almost behind a screen that hid a wash basin was an easy chair. Geoffrey made it his in the evenings, ostensibly to chat with Ronald, but really to watch the ritual that went on, commencing when the light sneaked slowly from the room across the sky into the west. Out of his play closet, Ronald would bring scores more soldiers to supplement the ones that, all day, had been grouped in small clusters around the room. Geoffrey watched this procedure for several nights before he felt that it was time to pop a few questions. This evening, Wilberts watched as the 12-year-old arranged his miniature troops. The tutor was once more taken with the precise and scientific way the lad covered the room with his knots of soldiers. "Ronald, why do you do this every night?" "'Cause I need to, that's why." "You like to have them around you, eh?" The little boy's face was tight-lipped and grim for one so young. He said nothing for a moment. "I have to have them around me." He placed 6 blue-clad soldiers on the edge of the washstand beside Geoffrey. Wilberts found himself staring at the soldiers fascinatedly. Their uniforms were such exact replicas of the real thing, their equipment so cleverly copied, their little figures stalwart in rigid posture, only their little grey-white lead faces completely unlifelike, expressionless like putty wax dolls. Wilberts looked from one to the other of the 6 little figurines. All their faces wore a blank, mysterious nothingness expression, an ageless passiveness that could only be achieved in lead. Geoffrey Wilberts counted 45 soldiers around the room. Some were on the bed table. Others, numbering among them several machine gunners, were on the floor at the 4 corners of the bed. Wilbert shook his head, and after good nights were said, went off to his room down the hall. The situation was an intriguing one. Here was a lad who was logical on all subjects as far as he, Geoffrey Wilberts, could make out. And he could make out very well, and yet he had an obsession on soldiers. Wilberts comforted himself to sleep with the thought that the Frosts could not have gotten in a better man for the job of handling the boy. In the morning, violating his usual custom of dressing and going right down to breakfast, Wilberts went in Ronald's room still in slippers and bathrobe. The boy was bending over something on the floor and didn't hear Geoffrey. "Morning," said Wilberts lustily. Young Frost turned quickly, putting his hand behind his back. He glowered at the tutor. Wilbert started forward slowly. Here was something interesting. He was determined to see what Ronald was hiding. The boy backed away from him as he came on. "Ronald, what is it you have there?" The boy said nothing, but merely stepped backward until he came against the closet door. He was fumbling for the knob, his eyes hatefully on Geoffrey, when the companion stepped forward quickly and pinned Ronald's arms to his sides. "Now, let me see," gritted Wilberts, surprised at the strength in the youngster's body. The two swayed together for a minute, Ronald's face white with strain, and then the man's strength forced the boy's hands outward and forward, and then finally the small, tight fingers opened and objects dropped to the floor. Wilbert stepped back, one hand still holding the boy's wrist, and bent over. With his other hand he explored downward. The objects were toy soldiers, or at least parts of them. Heads and torsos, legs and arms, little guns broken loose from the solder that held them to tiny lead bodies, like real soldiers who have been in battle. A score of soldiers, broken and bent, dead soldiers. Ronald stood back now, breathing rapidly. He looked at the floor, and then at Wilberts. Geoffrey hardly knew what to do. His first impulse was to grin the whole matter off. "Say, you've busted up a lot of those soldiers, Ronald." To cover his own lack of assurance, he put a note of reprimand in his voice as he talked. The boy said nothing. He simply knelt down and began to gather up the pieces of the broken soldiers. He turned and walked slowly into the closet, and Geoffrey heard the noise as they were dropped into a receptacle there. Not knowing what else to do, Wilberts walked back to his own room, and after dressing quickly, went downstairs. Before Ronald arrived, he had poured out his story to Mr. and Mrs. Frost. If his soul needed absolution, he got it from the two. "That's just it," said Mr. Frost. "He demands these soldiers for birthday and Christmas, and God knows any other time that I can be wheedled out of $1 or so, but the boy is so destructive with them, it's endless. We can't keep up with him." "Don't worry about it, Mr. Wilberts." Mrs. Frost also put in her oar. "I just wish you could get him away from those soldiers permanently. I sometimes think they mean more to him than his father and I do." Thus, his conscience surfeited, Wilberts attacked his wheat cakes with vigour, and did not even look up when Ronald stole in a few minutes later with a small good morning to his parents. Despite his smugness and the disadvantage of theoretical training, Geoffrey Wilberts was not entirely lacking in sense. He realized that Ronald, who before had merely tolerated him without question or enthusiasm, now attempted to avoid him as much as possible. This would never do. The first goal for the companion or tutor is to win and hold the youngster's confidence and friendship, both from the standpoint of his future as a teacher and tutor, and for the sake of his immediate pocketbook. It would never do to alienate Ronald to the degree where the Frosts, despite their obvious liking for him, would have to look for somebody else. Obviously, his campaign to win back Ronald's tolerance would have to be centered around the soldiers. On his day off in town, Wilberts paid a visit to the toy department of a large department store, where, after not a little thought, he discovered a set of khaki-clad troops, each with a submachine gun, and led by a nattily dressed officer with holstered revolver. $3. On his way out to the suburbs, Wilberts took the set from its wrappings and eyed the soldiers with satisfaction. $3 meant a good deal to Geoffrey Wilberts. But after all, he philosophized, you have to spend money in this world if you're going to get ahead. He looked closely at the soldiers and marveled casually at the care with which they were made, the uniforms and guns so precisely duplicating the real thing. The same deadpan faces, though. A faint spot of color on the cheeks, and then a lifeless, putty white lead face. Geoffrey picked up the officer and scrutinized him closely. He grinned at the expressionless tiny face, and then suddenly realized that the passenger sitting opposite was eyeing him amusedly. He put his package away carefully and settled back in the day coach with a copy of Approach to Education. Geoffrey Wilbert's scheme worked. "For me?" said Ronald with brightening interest as Geoffrey took the cover off the box, revealing the contents. "Golly!" And the youngster made a grab at the precious package. The lad took the soldiers out one by one, examining them closely. His face was bright, and the look he turned on Wilberts was worth $3 and more. "Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Wilberts. I need them so." And Ronald ran off toward his room. It seemed that Geoffrey had scored with his ward, but not with the Frosts. "Now what the dickens did you go and do that for?" said Mr. Frost in an annoyed voice. Wilberts realized that some explaining was in order. It wouldn't do to win back the boy at the cost of the parents' regard. "I'm trying to work this problem out, Mr. Frost. This is my line of work, and you've got to let me handle it in my own way. I don't want the boy to think I'm against him." Mrs. Frost took Geoffrey's side. "I think he's right, dear. If Mr. Wilberts can get Ronald's confidence, he'll be able to do more with him." Mr. Frost harumphed. "I think the best thing to do would be to take all those damn soldiers and chuck 'em out." He went back to his paper with an angry rustle. "You know what Dr. Brown said, dear," Mrs. Frost reminded. "The child is emotional." Days passed, and with the gift, Ronald and Geoffrey Wilberts came somewhat closer. Whatever his peculiarities, little Frost was a clever lad, and Wilbert began to see visions of himself receiving accolades as his young pupil went on to take high honours in school. Ronald seemed to resent less Geoffrey's more frequent visits to his room, and the longer time spent there. It was interesting to Wilberts that the new soldiers that he had brought to the boy weren't immediately used. Ronald put them away in the closet. "Aren't they all right?" the tutor queried anxiously. "Oh, sure, but they aren't quite ready yet." "Ready for what, Ronald? I don't understand." The young boy got an impatient tilt to his head. "You don't put troops into real battle without training, do you?" And he levelled a most scathing look at Wilberts that seemed to say any fool should know that. "Oh, of course," said the companion hastily. It was a week afterward that Mr. Frost met Wilberts outside and called him over to the side of the house where the waste receptacle stood. "Look," Frost said, pointing. Wilberts followed the direction of the pointing, and there, in among the throw-outs, was a pile of broken tin soldiers, easily 100 of them. "It's a disgraceful waste. I will not allow my son to grow up with such a streak of wanton destruction in him," stormed Frost. Wilberts tactfully agreed with him and said he would speak to Ronald that evening. It was dark outside when the two, tutor and young boy, retired to the latter's room. Automatically, the lad went about his job of placing out the soldier patrols. Geoffrey noticed idly that by now Ronald was using the machine gunners he had given him. Wilberts broke the silence. "I saw a whole lot of your broken soldiers outside in the waste receptacle." The boy showed little interest. Wilberts went on. "That's pretty costly, you breaking them that way, Ronald. I hope you're not going to do that to the ones I gave you." "I don't break them." Ronald turned to the tutor. "I don't break them." "It's an expensive thing to do," went on Wilberts, ignoring the boy's denial. "Why not conserve the ones you have? Just between us, young fella, I don't think your father liked my giving you those soldiers the other day." Ronald paled and came over toward Wilberts. "I've got to have soldiers, Mr. Wilberts. I've just got to. I need more now. Every night some get killed." "You mean you break them?" corrected Geoffrey with a smile. "I don't break them," Ronald cried. "I've told Mommy and Dad that too." "Well, every morning there are a few more all broken. How come?" "They're dead." "Ronald, I don't break them." "You're talking foolishness, young fella. If you don't break them, who does? And it happens at night when you're in here alone. Surely you don't think I or your parents come in here and break your soldiers, do you?" "No." "Well, what then?" Ronald hung silent, then said finally, "I don't exactly know." Geoffrey Wilberts persisted. "Now, you're adding one bad habit to another. You're telling an untruth. We're not thinking of punishing you because you break your soldiers. They're yours, but we're trying to make you see that it's a dreadful waste. It makes your father very angry. You want more and more soldiers. My mother says she bought $25 worth of lead soldiers for your last birthday. That's a lot, and then you go and break them." Ronald was nearly on the point of tears. "But I don't break them, I tell you." "Oh, Ronald." Wilberts turned away with a feigned attitude of disgust. "They protect me." "The soldiers?" "Yes, and they get killed protecting me." "Oh, so the lad wanted to carry this fantasy further, eh? And just what is it that kills them? Germans and Japanese, I suppose, right here." "No," cried Ronald. "I tell you, I don't know exactly. It's something I can feel at night. It comes in here, into this room." "And you need the soldiers to protect you, like a bodyguard?" "Yes." The youngster turned beseeching eyes toward the older man. "I have to have more soldiers. Please help me get them. I don't know what will happen if I can't." That night, after Ronald had gone to bed, Wilberts had a long talk with the Frosts. "It's my opinion," said Wilberts pompously, "that you ought to have your doctor look over this chap." "Oh dear, You don't think he's coming down with anything, do you? There's been a lot of scarlet—" Wilberts interrupted. No, I don't mean anything like that. I mean, I think this soldier complex has gone a bit too far. I think we ought to have a doctor." And Geoffrey tapped his head. "Oh," said Mrs. Frost. "We'll get Dr. Brown," boomed Mr. Frost. "I'll call him before I leave for town tomorrow, and we'll have him stop by. I think it's a good idea, Wilberts." On his way to his room, Geoffrey silently opened the door of Ronald's room and peered inside. The room was dark, and from the bed came the sound of the boy's breathing, deep and irregular. Certainly nothing going on now. At least sleep kept him from playing his games. As he turned softly to go, his foot almost struck a lone soldier on the floor near the door. He stooped and saw it was one of the machine gunners he had given Ronald, gun at the ready in a lifelike pose. Wilbert smiled and tiptoed into the hall. Dr. Brown, prototype of the solid, jolly, optimistic country doctor, was in the next day in the late afternoon. He examined Ronald thoroughly, and came downstairs with the opinion that the young chap was high-strung with a nervous constitution, but physically he's sound, nothing to worry about. After Brown had huffed and grunted his way into his great coat and departed, Wilberts thought seriously about telling Mrs. Frost that the country practitioner wasn't exactly the kind of doctor he had had in mind when he'd suggested that somebody look at Ronald. But Mrs. Frost seemed so carefree since the physician's visit and verdict that he decided to put it off for a while. And when Mr. Frost came in at night and received the news, he snorted and said, "Just what I thought. There's nothing the matter with the young scalawag. He just needs to be taught some good common sense," and looked meaningfully at Geoffrey Wilberts, who thereupon decided to put off delivering his opinion of Brown for good. Time passed, and Ronald's pleadings for new soldiers became incessant and frenzied. "But it's not nearly Christmas yet, Ronald. We can't be buying you things every time you have the wish," Mrs. Frost reasoned. "And for Christmas it's time you wanted something like boxing gloves or a fishing rod," roared Mr. Frost to his son. "No more of these soldiers, my boy. That's for children. You don't want to be like a child now you're 12. It was increasingly evident that night by night Ronald's troops were being thinned out by some contrary or destructive process, reasoned Wilberts. Late one fall evening, Ronald did something unprecedented. He crept into Geoffrey Wilbert's room. The tutor was moved by this visit from the boy, and adopted his most friendly attitude. "Well, hello there. Are you still walking around at this hour?" "Mr. Wilberts, I want to talk to you, please." His eyes were downcast. "Sure, Ronald. Go ahead." And Wilberts dropped the book he was reading and smiled in friendly fashion at the youngster. The boy stood for a moment unsurely in the center of the floor, and then looked up from his slipper toes and at Geoffrey. "It's about the soldiers," he breathed out. Wilberts didn't say anything. "You see how my mummy and daddy are about it. But I thought maybe you would get me some more. I need them, Mr. Wilberts." Wilberts frowned and shook his head. "You know what your family thinks about this, Ronald. You wouldn't want me to do anything behind their backs, would you?" "It's that I don't have much more," pleaded Ronald. "After a few more nights, I don't know what'll happen." "Nonsense," expostulated Wilberts, not understanding what the boy could be going on about so. "Just stop breaking them and you'll have enough." "I don't break them," Ronald stamped obstinately. "All right then, whoever does, see they don't." "No, I can't get you any more, Ronald. Most likely you'll be breaking mine soon." This last petulantly with thought of his own cash outlay. "Now you'd better make tracks back off to bed." Without another word, the little boy turned and went off to bed. The next day, with Ronald off at school, Geoffrey took the opportunity to investigate the closet where the boy kept his precious soldiers. He noted that stock of lead soldiers was truly low, and in a metal basket at the corner of the room were the broken parts of several dozen soldiers. It was wrong the way the boy kept breaking them. Why couldn't they be fixed up? That night, when Ronald was setting up his soldiers, all that were left unbroken, Wilbert sprightly said, "The thing to do is to solder the broken parts together. Don't just chuck them out that way. How about it, Ronald?" The boy turned toward him. "Don't you see? That doesn't do any good. When a soldier is dead, he's dead. You can't stick him together and make him a soldier again. He's just a statue." "I give up," thought Wilberts. The next morning, Geoffrey found the boy picking up the usual broken and twisted soldiers. More than ever, the lad's bedroom looked like the scene of a horrendous battle. The thought appealed to Wilberts. World campaigns fought on a small scale with toy soldiers. It was intriguing. All through the day, the boy moped, showing little interest in anything. Dark circles under his eyes testified to the fact that he had not slept too well. He answered solicitous queries from his mother asking how he felt with short replies. As night approached, he excused himself and went upstairs early. Mr. Frost harumphed the whole business off. Mrs. Frost thought maybe he was coming down with something. Geoffrey Wilberts, after saying good night himself, decided to go upstairs and see what was going on. With greater care than ever before, Ronald was arranging his blank-faced little soldiers at his bed table and on the floor around his bed. Geoffrey sat in the chair by the washstand and watched, ignored by young Frost. "You haven't very many left," accused Wilberts. "Not enough tonight?" "Not nearly enough," replied the boy, half to himself. The preparations went on for some time, and then Ronald undressed himself and got into bed. "Good night, Mr. Wilberts." Somewhat taken aback at the lad's perfunctory attitude, the tutor mumbled good night and left the room. Several hours later, in his own chamber, it sleepily occurred to the half-awake Wilberts that it might be a good idea to watch the youngster for a while. And when he got up in the night to step on his soldiers in some perversion of fantasy, why, Geoffrey would catch him red-handed. Grabbing a large, loose-leaf notebook in which to jot down anything of worth and sticking a pencil in his pocket, he stole down the corridor, opened Ronald's door ever so softly, and crept into the darkened room. Ah, the chair by the washstand. That would be a fine vantage spot. The man seated himself and settled into the most comfortable position. As his eyes became accustomed to the gloom, the room began to assume shape. The bed table and the bed loomed up slowly out of the blackness. The softly breathing bundle on the bed was Ronald. His pupils enlarging to compensate for the gloom, Geoffrey began to make out the little knots of soldiers, some of them his gift to Ronald, around the room. He smiled to himself. Now just wait for that little imp to get up and start to break his soldiers, just as an excuse to get some new ones. Time, at night and in the dark, barely exists. It is the hand of a watch slowly creeping around a luminous dial, the slow breathing of a human, the strange night sound of soundlessness. How long Geoffrey sat there before he began to nod, he did not guess or try to guess. He drifted out of nothingness to awareness for no immediately appreciable reason. The room took a vague, unreal form before him. The window was a quartered square of faint lightness to his left. The curtains moved sluggishly in the night air. But there was something else. There was some other movement in the room. Geoffrey's hands felt numb in his lap. The white there was his open notebook. Was Ronald astir? No, he could see. Yes, that must be Ronald's head there on the pillow. Suddenly, Wilberts felt his eyes drawn inexorably to something moving on the floor near him. He looked. He could move his eyes, but the rest of him was seemingly paralyzed. That movement was a soldier. Soldiers. The toy soldiers were moving. All the while, Wilberts clearly registered these thoughts. His mind was anesthetized with a numbness of shock or sleep or death. It was quite impossible. All around in the dark corners, small things were deploying, small lead figures running and crouching, holding their tiny guns in readiness. But the mind-shocking fantasy was not over. This hallucination, for that it must be, reasoned one small hindmost part of Geoffrey Wilbert's brain, was not passing. What had awakened him, he realized now, was the breathing. Not from the bed, not from little Ronald, but from somewhere, someone else. A breathing that was like the exhalations from the lungs of a dozen dying men, like the mournful wash of sea on an open coast, like 1,000 things, all unpleasant, all inhuman, or soon to be. Then the breathing was a shadow that was dark and made the rest of the room seem light in comparison. A blotch of preposterously shaped blackness that had no reason and no reality except that it was. Slowly, it was coming. From the window and the door and the ceiling and the walls, all at once. Wilberts could barely move. His fingers twitched in his lap, on the sides of the notebook that lay in his lap. For the paralysis of his body, his eyes tried to make up, for they were darting everywhere. Geoffrey looked at the bed, and there was Ronald sitting up, his eyes white discs of blank, stark fear. Great activity was taking place on the floor around the bed. Suddenly, a tiny flash, followed by others in rapid succession from different sections of the room, attracted the tutor's eye. The soldiers were fighting back. But whatever it was they were fighting was still coming. A breathing, panting noise of a thing, nameless, descriptionless except for the grotesque shadow it threw. The soldiers were scattering as the shadow darkened and grew in intensity around the bed. Geoffrey saw that, one after another, the toy guards were going down. The flashes of firing were growing less frequent. Still, the noises in the room were the distant, indistinct but recognizable noises of battle heard from afar, and all the time the heavy, slobbery breathing grew in volume until its wheezing inhalations were like a giant bellows half full of unhealthy water. But the crowning blow of terror came to Geoffrey Wilberts when he felt a tug and pulling on his trousers, and suddenly, as he looked down, a tiny figure pulled itself desperately into his lap. That part of Wilbert's mind, still functioning in a semi-irrational manner, dimly recognized the tin soldier as the officer of the ones he had given to Ronald. But now the officer, standing on Wilbert's open notebook, had his revolver out of his holster and was shooting toward the center of the room, shooting upward, where something black was hovering over the bed, upon which a little boy sat and stared with the gaze of one who could not see beyond the inside of his eyes. The breathing sound was deafening and suffocating. The air was filled with a dampness, a vibration that was maddening. The armed resistance from the floor and bed table had ceased. The monster, whatever it was, had won. Geoffrey wished himself awake, and with a terrific effort of will forced his hands upward. He pushed his notebook shut and drove himself up and toward the door. He had no memory of opening it and stepping out into the hall, or of getting into his own bed, throwing the notebook into his bag. The next morning, Ronald didn't come down to breakfast. Wilberts, although he had a memory of a very bad dream, attached no significance to this. That was until Mrs. Frost went upstairs and let out a scream for the others. Geoffrey and Mr. Frost ran up the stairs. Ronald was sitting up in bed, grinning at them strangely. Briefly, Wilbert's attention went to the floor. Everywhere were the soldiers, every one broken. Another pitiful cry came from Mrs. Frost as the two men rushed closer. It was frightfully obvious. The boy was utterly mad. He had turned into a complete raving idiot in the night. As he rode toward the city, Geoffrey Wilberts thought unpleasantly of that last day at the Frosts. He remembered the strange cawing noises the boy had made, the drooling from the mouth, Dr. Brown's visit, and the call for specialists. He shuddered. It was most unpleasant, and most of all the remembrance of his own terrifying dream. But he did remember planning to go down to Ronald's room and sit there for a while to see what would go on. Yes, of course. He'd even taken a notebook to report anything of significance. On inspiration, Geoffrey reached into his bag and brought forth the large loose-leaf book. As he pulled it onto his lap, he noticed the bulge. He flipped open the pages and caught the object as it fell out. It was the toy soldier officer. Wilberts wet his lips, and his head pounded. The one that had come with the soldiers he had given Ronald not so many weeks ago. The one that had crawled upon his lap and onto the notebook in his dreadful dream last night. Wilbert's mind worked slowly over the details, chewing each fact slowly, while his face tingled and dampened. He brought the soldier closer, much closer to his face. Wilbert's fingers trembled. It was all quite impossible. The tiny lead face should be a blob of expressionless putty and paint. But it wasn't. Instead, the toy soldier's countenance was frozen in a grimace of unspeakable horror, rivaled only by the face of the man so near its own. The 7 Seas are one. Dr. John Ogleby opened his front door in answer to the insistent ringing. Outside stood an aged, agitated little woman. "Why, Mrs. Ives," said the doctor in surprise. "It's rather late to see you abroad." "It's the captain, doctor," fluttered the woman, wringing her hands. "Please come with me. He's not right again." "What do you mean, not right?" "He's talking queer, doctor, and he's sitting up in his room with a loaded pistol on his lap, rolling his eyes and carrying on to scare the saints. I get so worried." The little old woman looked as though she was about to burst into tears. "Sometimes I tell myself I should stop housekeeping, but Captain Tyler needs me. At any rate, he needs somebody." Her hands waved helplessly in accompaniment to the oft-repeated tale. Dr. Ogleby put on his hat and coat and went out the door with her. "Of course you walked, Mrs. Ives?" "Nary a person would stop to give me a lift, doctor." "Well, we'll take my car to go back out. It's getting dark, and a 2-mile walk would keep us away from him just that much longer. How is his rheumatism, Mrs. Ives?" Her brow puckered as she followed him into his little coupe. "Praise us! That is the least of my worries with all this queer talk he's doing." As they started off down a back road of Little Clarksville, the small New England town was even then at 9 o'clock, readying itself for the night. The yellow glow from their headlights probed forward along the desolate lane that led to Captain Tyler's. Mrs. Ives was silent now, fatigued by her walk into town. Dr. Ogleby sorted over in his mind what he knew about the old seafarer. What he knew indeed! It was next to nothing. Precious little. Tyler was an old sailor. He had been master of his own ship and lived 2 miles outside town in a little house, the rent for which was covered by his monthly retirement stipend. Mrs. Ives, a reliable character of the town who, with her kin, had made serving others their profession, kept the old sailor's home for him, cleaning and getting an occasional meal. Dr. Ogleby was necessary because of the attacks of rheumatism that the captain was liable to develop at any time. Dr. Ogleby remembered the first time he had seen Tyler. He was impressed with the bigness of the man, the frank brutality of his weather-beaten face. "I get these pains, Doc," roared the old ship's master. "My legs and my back, they get hurting something awful. You'll fix me up, eh?" And Dr. Ogilby said he'd be glad to do his best. He noted at the first examination that physically the captain was as strong as an ox. Dr. Ogilby pulled the nose of his little car into the driveway and braked to a stop. With Mrs. Ives bustling along ahead, the physician stepped into the house. "He's upstairs," said the housekeeper. Dr. Ogilby nodded silently and started up the flight leading to the top floor. There was a roar from above. "Avast there, you seacock, I hear you coming." Mrs. Ives trotted up the steps back of the doctor. "You see, that's what he was doing all afternoon. He seems to think somebody's after him." Ogilby reached the top of the stairs. The old seamaster's room was directly before him, the door to it open. Seated in an ancient rocker just inside was Captain Tyler, his clothes disarranged, a mad light in his eyes, and a derringer lying on his knee. As the physician stepped toward him, the seafarer made a move to reach for his gun. His hand closed excitedly over the stock of his weapon, and he exploded some curses. "It's only me, Captain Tyler," hurried the doctor. "You're not feeling well, I see. I want to help you. Now, tell me what's the matter." The old man broke at that, and his hands fell slackly at his sides. Dr. Ogilby tactfully removed the small derringer and placed it on the bureau. He noted that Tyler's face was white and bore signs of strain. "Come now, get yourself over here and I'll examine you." Tyler hobbled over to the bed and stretched out, muttering all the while to himself. "It's good you came, Doctor," he gasped. "It's good you came. There's been a bad wind blowing around here lately. Means trouble. I can feel it, you know. I think he's coming. That's what I've been saying to myself all day. I've been saying to myself, Captain, watch out. He'll be back soon now." "Who's he?" asked the doctor curiously. But Tyler's answer was an unintelligible muttering punctuated by some more oaths. After satisfying himself that there was nothing of a physical nature wrong with Tyler, Dr. Ogilby urged a strong sedative on the old man and went softly out of the room. Mrs. Ives was waiting impatiently downstairs. "What do you make out of all this, Doctor?" she said eagerly. "Well, he seems very upset about something. He doesn't complain about his rheumatism, though, and I find nothing else wrong with him. I think he'll sleep it off. Nothing unusual's happened lately, has it?" "No," said the housekeeper thoughtfully. Except what?" said the doctor. "Oh, I don't think there's any connection, but he has 2 closets up in his room. One he keeps locked all the time. I was cleaning in his room yesterday, and I tried the locked door absent-mindedly. He was sitting in the room, and he started to curse. Well, you know how he goes on. After I went downstairs, he locked the door to his room, and I couldn't help hearing that he went to the closet and opened it. He's done this before, and it always seems to upset him. I hear him grumbling and cursing and talking as if actually to somebody." "He probably keeps a bit of rum in there," said Ogilby wryly. "Although I must admit there's no trace tonight that he's been drinking. You don't usually stay here all night, do you, Mrs. Ives?" The elderly woman shook her head. "I think if you could, though, it would be better. He should sleep right through until tomorrow, and I have every anticipation that he'll be all right when he wakes up. But a man of his age shouldn't be completely alone when he's so upset, no matter what the cause. I wouldn't mind telling him that I suggested you stay, and I'm sure he'd pay you for your time." "Oh, it isn't that at all, Doctor," said Mrs. Ives hastily. "I don't mind when a poor soul is sick, but it's kind of lonely out here, and his strange talk today made me feel sort of creepy. There's so much darkness around this little cottage. It's lonely. There's woods all around us except the side where the sea comes in. Oh, I've been here a few nights, you know. One time, you remember, when he was very bad with rheumatism." The doctor nodded. "He's not a very sociable old codger, I guess." "All there is the sound of the sea and the wind," Mrs. Ives shuddered. "Still, if you think I ought—" "I do," said Dr. Ogilby, "and if you can, I'd feel better about it." He took 2 white pellets out of his bag. "If he wakes up in the night and you hear him, give him these." The doctor closed his black bag with a snap and headed toward the car. "I'll drop by sometime tomorrow, Mrs. Ives." Then he was gone, and the sound of his car finally receded into the distance, leaving only sighing wind and the sound of the nearby sea lapping at the sun-baked summer earth. Mrs. Ives made very sure of the windows and doors of the cottage before she lay down on the couch. Almost laughing at herself, she took the heavy poker from the fireplace and placed it on a chair at her side. Then, with the light off, she tried to relax, staring up at the ceiling and wondering about the old man upstairs, who had kept insisting that he was coming. The housekeeper thought with a chill that he was probably not very nice. Else why would an unimaginative and resourceful man like Shipmaster Tyler wait for him with a loaded pistol and a white, haunted face? The next day, when Dr. Ogleby called, Captain Tyler was his old, gruff, blustering self, with seemingly no remembrance of the preceding day. He was hardly civil to Ogleby, and before the physician could say much, the captain had headed off down toward the shore. Mrs. Ives reported nothing unusual, and Ogleby went away thinking that all was well. But it was only a week later when Ogleby received another hurry call to come out to the Tyler cottage on the sea-coast. This time a messenger brought word, Mrs. Ives not wanting to leave the old man. When the physician arrived, he found the housekeeper highly perturbed downstairs. "He's fired that gun off," she expostulated. "Gracious, but I think he's right out of his head." "Long as you're all right, Mrs. Ives," said the doctor, hurrying up the stairs. This time the door to Tyler's room was shut, and locked, the doctor soon found out. He rapped sharply on the panel, and a hoarse guttural sound came from within. "Captain Tyler, it's Dr. Ogleby." There was a curse, and the sound of some furniture knocked over. "Go away," roared the old sailor. Now, Captain," soothed Ogleby from outside. "Please let me in. I'm sorry you're ill. I want to help you." Finally, there was the sound of the lock, and Captain Tyler flung the door open. As the panel slid aside, Ogleby found himself facing a pistol. "Put that thing down, man." Tyler still retained enough of his senses to recognize the doctor, and allowed the pistol to be taken from his hand. Even so, Captain Tyler stepped to the door and called downstairs to Mrs. Ives. "Ahoy below there! Keep a sharp eye out for strangers. Keep things battened down." With that he closed the door, locked it, and turned to Ogleby almost pathetically. "Didn't see nobody around when you came, did you, Doc?" The physician shook his head. "But why, Captain? Tell me, what's it all about? Do you have reason to believe somebody wants to make trouble for you?" The old sailor smiled at that. "Trouble, you say, Doc? Well, now, I wouldn't say quite trouble. He means to kill me." "What?" said Dr. Ogleby, shocked. "Who is this person, and why do you think he's after you?" With that, the bulky figure turned away. "Reckon it's nobody's business but mine." "But, Captain, is it one of the people in Clarksville?" But Tyler shrugged and would say no more. "Think he's a mite touched, Doctor?" said Mrs. Ives later downstairs. Ogleby frowned. "It's hard to pass judgment on a thing like that. He acts perfectly normal most of the time." "Oh, he treats me fine," answered Mrs. Ives hastily. "Pays me well, he does. Treats me kind. Short and irritable sometimes, you understand. But he's a reasonable gentleman, I always say. Of course he swears, but men folks do that, especially sailors." "He's got no people, has he?" mused the physician. "Not so far as I've been able to find out," replied the housekeeper definitely. "Well," the medical man concluded, "at least his rheumatism isn't bothering him much these days. By the way, you haven't been able to find out who this person is he thinks wants to harm him?" "No," said Mrs. Ives. Then, as an afterthought, "Maybe he's possessed." Ogleby smiled. "Well, Mrs. Ives, if the captain needs me, just get in touch any time." The captain needed Dr. Ogleby just 3 days later. "He's dead!" screamed Mrs. Ives over a neighbor's telephone to the physician. "He drowned himself out there on the shore. Lord a mercy, we never would have found him if it hadn't been for the neighbor's boy. Least, I think he's dead. Oh, doctor, hurry. They say he's got some warmth in him yet." Ogleby raced out in his car and found Captain Tyler in unconscious, cold white form. His heart was still beating, though, and the old sailor's iron constitution was staving off the effects of his near drowning. After getting him in bed and giving the proper medications, Ogleby went downstairs, where a tall, gangling lad of about 17 was waiting with Mrs. Ives. "How is he, doctor?" said the housekeeper. "Oh, he'll be all right," said Ogleby. "He's got tremendous strength, you know. How did this business happen?" Mrs. Ives spread her arms wide. "It was Harley here who found him." The medical man turned to the young lad. "What happened?" The boy was still upset by his experience, and his words came haltingly. "You see, I was walking down by the coast. I got some lines set offshore, and I was checking them when I came up to the little beach on the captain's property, and I saw him walking along, waving his hands and talking as though somebody else were there with him. Naturally, I watched. He started walking away from the water toward his cottage. Then all of a sudden his hands came out like somebody was about to wrestle or fight. Honest, it looked as though he was about to fight with somebody. And then he goes staggering down the beach like he was drunk or somebody's pushed him, and in a twink he's in the water up to his shoulders, clothes and all. Then I see him go under, only he doesn't come up again. Naturally, I don't like to interfere in the beginning, but when I see this, I think he's in some trouble, so I run as fast as I can out there and go in after him and pull him up on the beach. He weren't in very long, but long enough to get a lot of water into him, and it's coming out of his mouth and nose. He was unconscious, so I yelled, and finally Mrs. Ives heard me and came down. She took one look and said, 'He's dead,' and I got thinking first maybe he was. He looked so cold and so white, but I did like we were taught in the Scouts." The boy made pushing movements with his 2 hands. "Of course, at first, even if you think the guy's dead, you should work on him." Dr. Ogleby nodded in approval and slapped the boy on the shoulder. "Between us, we dragged him up to the house, and then Mrs. Ives ran over to my place and called you. Then he got to breathing a bit on his own. I'm glad he's all right." "You did fine, Harley," commended the doctor. The boy enjoyed the praise, but then looked worried. "There was something awful funny about the way he carried on, though." Mrs. Ives frowned. "When you're the captain's age, maybe you'll take a couple of drinks sometimes. Better be running along home, Harley. I'm going to tell your mother what a good smart lad you are." The boy winked and grinningly departed. "I don't want it getting around that the captain's a crazy man," said the housekeeper indignantly. "If only for my sake. I don't want anybody to think I work for somebody possessed by demons." "I'm going to go up and have another talk with him," said the doctor. "I think we've got to find out what's preying on his mind." Mrs. Ives shrugged. "Sometimes it's a mistake to look into these things too closely, Doctor. If there's strange forces at work, if the captain hears and sees things that we don't, that's the Almighty's work, and we don't want to butt our way into it." "I'll be very careful, Mrs. Ives, you may be sure," reassured the medical man, heading upstairs. Captain Tyler's eyes followed Dr. Ogleby across the room from door to bedside. Drawing up a chair close by, the physician seated himself, reached over, and patted one of the sailor's huge hairy paws. Some colour had come back into his patient's face, but the man's eyes were feverish and troubled. "Just what happened to you, Captain?" said Ogleby. The ex-seafarer bared his teeth in a ghoulish grin. "Aye, and don't you know it's him, Doc? I knew he'd come back, and he's here. He almost got me today, too, didn't he? Now, man, you've got to stop this talk about him. Who is he? If somebody's bothering you, let us know. There are laws against that sort of thing." "No laws, Doctor." The old man wagged his head. Ogleby shook his head impatiently. "If you don't care to tell me," he started. The captain rolled eyes dilated with fear toward him. "Sure, I'll tell you, Doc. A tale that'll make your hair stand on end. And it's true, bless me, every word of it." Ogleby laid a soothing hand against his patient's shoulder. "Now take it easy, Tyler," he said. "You went through an ordeal this afternoon. Maybe this isn't the time." "Maybe it is," roared the old man, and he cursed vehemently for a few minutes. "Then you can see the sort of weather I'm headed into." Ogleby saw that it would upset his patient more to oppose him than to let him get the yarn off his chest. Anyway, he felt a natural curiosity. All right, let's have it. The ex-skipper dug his elbows into the bed and hitched himself a notch higher. It was on my last trip, Doc. We were coming back from South America with a mixed cargo. My ship was poorly manned that trip, and I had a bad one for my first mate. He didn't like me, and I didn't like him from the first day we sighted each other in Savannah Harbor. That's when he joined up with me. Well, you don't always like the men that serve under you, and they don't always like you. But this time it was more than that. I think the fates meant us to hate each other, sort of a foreshadow of what was going to happen. At Montevideo we picked up a few passengers. 6 of them were women. All went well, until we're about 3/4 of the way up the South American coast, when one of the worst storms I've ever seen in that part of the world blew up. Still, I would have bet on the old Betsy May, that was her name, riding out almost anything, when we had to go and drop a screw. Then the first mate went crazy, and without orders from me, turned the Betsy May toward where the coastline was, 50 or 60 miles away. Before I could countermand his orders, we had taken the full weight of the sea across our beam, and the Betsy May sprang a dozen leaks all at once. Even as I cursed the mate and set the helmsman right, I knew from the way the old girl rowed now that she was doomed. Captain Tyler wrung his giant hands together, as though he was still standing on the bridge that fateful night. I had Sparks send out distress signals, but we found there was no ship within 6 hours of us. I knew that in that heavy sea we stood only a slim chance in open boats and rafts, but the mate on his own hook began to ready the lifeboats. I saw red then, and I almost shot him for insubordination. I could have, too. I warned him to wait until he got his orders from me. By this time, the Betsy May had a list of at least 45 degrees, and the pumps were fighting a losing battle against the water pouring into her hold. Finally, I knew if we waited much longer, we'd be carried down with the vessel, so I had the lifeboats that hadn't been wrecked by the storm lowered and rafts thrown into the sea. Very few of us made it, but I jumped in and found my way to a small raft capable of holding 5 or 6 people. Somehow, several of the women were clustered aboard this raft. I was able to pick another of the women out of the water, although we hardly had space for her. Every now and then we would be completely covered up as waves and spray poured over us. So overcrowded we seemed on the verge of turning over into that boiling sea at any moment. Suddenly I felt our raft dip dangerously, and several of the women screamed. I looked down and saw a pair of hands clutching the side of the boat. One of the women started to moan. The others were crying. It seemed any moment our raft would turn over, and all of us plunged into the sea. The swimmer, whoever he was trying to hoist himself onto the raft, and we could all see he would upset it. I knew the other occupants could never have lasted in that sea again more than a few minutes. Then I saw who he was. It was the mate there in the water, snarling and gripping our raft and raising himself up on it. I yelled at him over the sound of the storm, and he screamed back at me. And then instinctively I hit him. I smashed at his hands on the side of the raft. It was either him or all of us. I knew it, and the other people on the raft knew it. Then he got a fist grip on the front of my jacket. I cursed the strength of that master's coat I'd always been so proud of. Cursed as he held on, his fingers hooked around a button and some of the cloth. One of the women, with frenzied strength, helped me wrench his one hand loose from the side. But it was I who struck him on the head with all my strength. His weight slumped back in the water, almost pulling me overboard. Then there was a wrench and a ripping of cloth, and I was free. The mate's other hand had torn loose from my jacket, and he went under. He sank right straight down, slowly. Straight as a statue he went, as though there were a weight tied to his feet. But all the time his eyes were open, and he stared at me. From under the water he did, I tell you, and even after the rest of his body had gone out of sight, I could see his eyes burning up at me out of the water, his 2 eyes looking up at me, and I knew what he was saying. I knew he was swearing revenge. I don't know how long I kept seeing his eyes way down there burning up through the water, but I swear I did for hours. Finally, the sea calmed and light showed in the east. Not long afterward, we were picked up. Everybody on the raft was very grateful to me, and not one ever said anything about the mate. They all knew it was him or all of us, but I kinda knew he meant to follow me wherever I went." Captain Tyler shrugged in his bed. "That was my last trip. It's hard for a sailor to lose his ship on the last trip like that, but my record had always been very good, and I was over the age limit. So I came here. A landlubber finally, but as close to the sea as I could get. I'd die without the sea, Doc." Tyler looked at Ogleby intently. "There, that's the tale." Ogleby hummed and then reasoned, "But surely you don't really believe that a dead man can come thousands of miles up here to get revenge? I can see that you have that adventure clearly in your mind, and that naturally you feel remorseful about it. Still, as you've described it to me, you could have done nothing else that night. Come now, man, you can't go on brooding about it. The experience, horrible as it was, can't affect you now." At that, Captain Tyler flew into a rage. "Why, you idiot, I saw him, I tell you. I saw him sink right before me. His eyes were looking at me as he went down. He was dead, but he was still looking at me, his eyes shining up out of the water. He was talking to me, he was, and I understood what he said." Dr. Ogleby shook out some white tablets onto the bed table. "Now, Captain," he soothed, "you're going to be all right. If you feel restless, just take one of these. I'm going to ask Mrs. Ives to stay in the house with you a few nights, and if you need me, you can get her to go over to the neighbors and phone. I'm sure you're going to be all right again. You realize how much better your rheumatism's been lately?" the physician added brightly. "Damn the rheumatism, man. I've got me something real to worry about this time." Ogleby started toward the door. "You'll see," roared the captain. "But I'm aiming to fight." "What can you fight, Captain?" said Ogleby, pausing, his hand on the knob. Captain Tyler shook his shaggy head, and worry pushed his face into a grimace. "I don't know," he said. "I guess I brought it on myself, and there's not much I can do. I know he's here. When I first bunked into this place, I thought it could be he wouldn't find me. But then one day I got the feeling. Doc, I got the feeling that he was here. I get it from the sea, you understand. It doesn't make any difference that this place is thousands of miles away from where the Betsy May went down. What's that to a dead man?" And Captain Tyler threw back his head and laughed. "You take a couple of those pills," called Dr. Ogleby as he pulled open the door. "All right, me hearty," said Tyler. Downstairs, the physician spoke to Mrs. Ives. "He's very upset. This thing has been a great shock to him. Did you find out anything more about this person he thinks is after him?" said the curious old woman. "He's not very clear about all that," evaded the doctor. "But he sure believes it awful hard," countered Mrs. Ives. "Let's see. It was the hardware man's son who was kind of crazy here a few years ago. He used to go around with a shotgun. Never did anything bad, but sure scared a lot of folks out of their wits. Them folks are hard to comprehend." Ogleby dismissed this with a wave of his hand. "It's not like that, Mrs. Ives. Captain Tyler has been through a lot of experiences at sea that make him, well, perhaps a little different from us. And then his accident today would be upsetting to anybody. You do the best you can, and I'll come back in a day or so." Typically, Captain Tyler was his old self again within 24 hours, holding off any and all questions regarding the previous episode. Mrs. Ives reported to Dr. Ogleby, however, that the sailor spent much more time down at the seashore looking out at the ocean. "Kind of as though he's waiting for something," she said. "Or somebody." "He's a sailor," replied the medical man. "It follows that he's fond of water. Too bad they take a man like that off a boat and tie him up to the shore. Still, there's a nice pension," he added as an afterthought. The next few weeks of warm summer weather passed quickly, when one night at his office door, Ogleby was called upon by Captain Tyler himself. The old man was greatly perturbed. He had thinned a bit, and his face was drawn and shadowed. "Dr. Ogleby," he started hesitantly after the greetings, "I've got to get out of Clarksville right away. You're the only person I know here, excepting Mrs. Ives. I wondered if you could help me to get rid of my little berth." There was such pleading in the old man's eyes that the doctor at once offered to do all he could to help him dispose of the house. "What's brought you to this decision, though, Captain? I thought you liked our country." "Well, I do and I don't," said Tyler. "Anyway, I thought I'd go someplace else as quick as possible." Dr. Ogilvy decided to speak what was in his mind. "Is it because of that fellow you think is after you?" Fear crowded across the old sailor's face. "Guess it is," he answered in a low voice, studying his hands. "Don't mind speaking up to you that I'm scared, Doc. I lie there at night listening to the sea, and I hear him outside splashing around waiting for me. And then I get so I think I see those eyes looking right through the wall at me. He thinks he's got me now. Maybe I did wrong that time years ago, but I can't stand having him haunting me this way." Ogilvy put a sympathetic arm around his patient. "I'll do all I can to help you," said the doctor. "When do you think we could get this settled?" Tyler pushed. "Well, of course, it does take some time. If I could go away quick. A few days at the least it'll take." "Do the best you can, Doctor," said the old seafarer. The next day, Ogilvy made several inquiries around town. It pleased him to find that it probably would be possible to take over Captain Tyler's little cottage within a reasonably short time. Full of this news, and at the end of his calls early, he decided to head his coupe out toward the skipper's home. Reaching there, he alighted and walked into the house. Mrs. Ives was baking biscuits in the kitchen, and didn't know where the captain was. "He's probably out taking one of his walks," she said. "Most likely you'll find him down near the water." Dr. Ogilvy thanked her and headed outside. He picked his way carefully along a well-defined trail that ran through some pine trees toward the beach. Topping a small rise, he came to a place where the trees were not so numerous. He was able to look down on the water and the beach. Sure enough, there was Captain Tyler. But wait a minute, there was something wrong. Ogilvy's thoughts ran back to the neighbor boy Harley's story of a few weeks ago. The physician's heart pounded, and he broke into a run, coming off the little promontory and starting through the rest of the wooded part for the beach. For Tyler had been in sight all right, but where he had no right to be, in water up to his waist and heading further out, struggling and splashing, as though against some unseen underwater force that was inexorably pulling him out. Just before Ogilvy cleared the last of the trees to run onto the beach, a scream came back to him, and then it was strangely muffled as though from beneath the water. There was also the sound of mad thrashing and splashing, and then Ogilvy was on the beach, rushing toward where he had last seen Captain Tyler. For the captain was no more. He had vanished completely. Ogilvy stormed up and down the beach for several minutes. Then he rushed back, calling at the top of his lungs, "Mrs. Ives! Mrs. Ives!" After several tries, he got a response. "Come down here quickly, and bring anybody else you can get." Ogilvy strode back to the water's edge and peered out over the now rippleless surface. The tide was coming in, but there was no indication of where Tyler had gone. Should he wade out a ways? This question was settled for Dr. Ogilvy, when suddenly, about 200 yards off the beach, something black and log-like and motionless quietly broke the surface of the water. Ogilvy fought the terror that choked his throat. It was a human body floating out there, face down. By now, Mrs. Ives came gasping up, and not far behind, the lanky form of Harley with his father in tow, both panting. Ogilvy motioned out to the water mutely. Mrs. Ives' near-sighted eyes nearly popped trying to make out what it was. Harley said, "Geez," and Harley Sr. gasped. "Well, what's this all about?" said the housekeeper irritably, but the tide was slowly nudging the black rigid form closer. Mrs. Ives gaped then. A few more minutes and the body bobbed and drifted its slow way up near the beach line. The men waded in and tugged at the weight. The body was got up on the dry sand. Dr. Ogilvy felt for pulse, but this time there was not the faintest flicker of life. The face was frozen in a terrible mask of horror. The body was stiff and wooden-like. The arms held rigid, huge fists clenched tightly. "Give me a hand here," muttered Ogleby, and the man and boy helped him tote the big body up to the house in dreary procession. Ogleby hustled the others from the skipper's room, wanting to make a thorough examination in private. Straightened out on his own bed, Captain Tyler's figure was forlorn. There was no question about it. The man had died of drowning. Dr. Ogleby was interested in the rigidity of the body. He tried to bend Tyler's arms from the elbow. The man's features had been sealed as though by concrete and plaster, by a fear so great that it had changed his very appearance. It was then and only then that the physician noticed that there was something in the left clenched fist. For some minutes he worked over the dead sailor, working and forcing the strong fingers apart. Finally, he succeeded in opening them. In the palm of Captain Tyler's hand was a lump of wetness, almost like seaweed. Without looking closely, Ogleby absently dropped it into his own pocket. As he brushed against the body, a jingling noise attracted his attention. Stopping to examine it, methodically he went through the old sailor's pocket, finally finding a huge ring with many jingling keys upon it. A sudden thought occurred to the physician. He crossed to the forbidden closet that was never opened and tried one after another of the keys. At last, one fitted. He slipped back the bolt and pulled at the knob. The inside and contents of the closet were unspectacular. An old chest in the corner which, when the lid was lifted, revealed nothing but some worthless trinkets, probably of only sentimental value. A cutlass on the floor, some coloured blankets, picked up in some exotic port, and some old shipmaster's equipment. Ogleby was about to leave when his eye was caught by something hanging in the corner. He moved closer. There was a skipper's uniform, perhaps of another decade, old but well kept and brushed, the buttons shiny. Then he leaned forward. There was a piece of cloth torn out of the front, and the third button with it. The master's jacket Tyler had worn on the Betsy May. His hands shaking, Ogleby leaned forward and looked at the rent closely for several moments. Ogleby quit the closet then, locking the door carefully behind him. He replaced the keys and covered Captain Tyler. Then he crossed to the window of the little bedroom. He looked out, and below he could see the water. The ways of the sea were strange, he thought, taking no account of time and distance, and even death. He felt into his pocket then, and brought forth what he knew he would find. The wet clump of something that was old cloth serge, with a rusted button in the centre. Strangely preserved it was, and perfectly matching that rip in the old master's uniform hanging in the closet. Fog Country. I am the town recorder here at Elbow Creek. With all that this job is concerned with facts and figures of our community, the assessments and public debts, the levies and rates, the births and deaths, I am not too busy but that I have time to myself, time to think. Elbow Creek, named after the shallow, sickly little stream that bends abruptly through our middle and thence to the sound, is thinly populated. People are born here, to be sure. Some of them live their lives here, if they aren't able to move away, and people die here, or disappear. If you come our way, taking Macadam 14 off the main highway, you'll notice Elbow Creek. It forces itself upon you as though you'd crossed an invisible line in some forsaken land. That little white clapboard town hall is where I work. I'm known as Smith, just Smith. Driving through, you might stop at the peak of the hill, up where the big house is, and look at the silver of the creek running away from you with the blueness of the sound, peeking over the toppermost of the trees, way out beyond us. It's a pretty view, all right, but people don't settle here. Oh, a few times maybe, but they move away quick. There's a blight on this place. Fear's a blight, isn't it? It has to do with a lot of things, but I guess you can go back to the Hobels. The family, as represented mainly by grandfather and his brothers, came rip-roaring in here decades ago. It was a wild, unpopulated country then, and I guess they liked that view down to the coast just the way the tourists do now. Only they didn't shudder when evening came and move on. The Hobels are tough and evil. They took most of the land hereabouts, especially the big hill. They built the huge house on top there. They even tried to call the town after themselves, but the state said it stayed Elbow Creek, and the Hobels didn't care too much. They had just about all the land. A strange crew, these big men and their wild-eyed woman-folk, descendants, undoubtedly, of the buccaneers that plundered the coast, and of the outlaws and guerrillas who pillaged this section of the country in its early history. Strong, cruel, ruthless men who, with no new lands to conquer, turned to debauches and fighting among themselves. The house on the hill in Elbow Creek became famous through the years as a place to avoid, and each new generation of Hobel men wrote new pages of violence in the evolution of the little town. The other folks hereabouts, too weak to fight the Hobels, too poor to move away, simply tolerated the raids on their chicken coops, the thefts in the night, and the beatings perpetrated on any of their number, unlucky enough to get in the way of a Hobel. But there are forces here at Elbow Creek that are eviler than the Hobels, and far more powerful. Forces beyond our understanding, and yet all who live here know of them with an inarticulate realization that brings fear deep to the very soul of a man. I remember not such a great many years ago, Jess Hobel, oldest brother and leader of the present generation of the family, lost his huge mastiff. Peculiar it was, too. Jess came to town the next day and marched through the streets, accosting everybody he met, accusing them of taking the animal and knocking them down if they didn't make a satisfactory retort. The night Jess's dog disappeared, and how could he, the eldest Hobel wanted to know, chained up tight to a post back of the house no dog could have pulled loose from. We had one of those fogs. You don't know what that means unless you've been here. It's not like anything you've ever experienced, or anything you ever will again, except here. The damp, grey, spongy clouds come rolling in from the sound, following Elbow Creek like a marker, and sitting down on the hill and around it. Damp, thick substance that you can almost feel in your hands and on your face. And the chill that goes through you isn't from the temperature, because you'll swear the fog around you makes noises and is alive with a wet, sticky, gurgling life that puts terror in the pit of your stomach. Like I say, Jess's dog was outside when the fog came that night. He barked and growled and muttered a bit as always, and then later he was gone, just like that. Maybe similar things had happened here. Somebody's calf baby or one of the poor folks' youngsters just disappeared. You don't pay much attention to those stories, though. There was a very old man down in the village who told Jess when he came cursing and roaring the day after the fog, told him the place was evil, and especially the hill where the Hobels lived. The old man wouldn't shut up and turn aside the way the rest of us did when any of the family came amongst us. He told Jess to take his people and leave the hill. They whisper that Jess hit him, and we buried the aged fellow 2 days later. But nobody saw the blow. Nobody would say anything, and he was very old. The carrying on up at the place on the hill went on, the fighting and drinking and cursing. It seems that young Tom Hobel, the only one of the brothers who ever had much learning, the youngest and the least bad of the brood, wanted to get out, or so the villagers whispered. There was a girl in the valley he'd met once. He wanted to marry her and leave, but Jess was the strong man of the family, and with the other brothers and sisters persuaded Tom to bring his wife up to Hill House to live. I can see the girl so very well. She's just a figure here in my records under deaths, and even that was several years ago, but I can see her as she was, with her black hair and wide frightened eyes, but loving Tom, so she went up to that hell place. The fights got worse, and one night Tom's wife was killed trying to beat off one of the other carousing brothers. They say Tom always suspected it was Jess, and maybe that's the truth. She was buried in the little cemetery on the slope just below town. Only Tom came to the ceremony, and I guess everybody noticed the way his face and hands were working, and they knew there'd be trouble. The records here say accidental death. That was before I, Smith, took over as clerk. But I know that's wrong, and so does everyone else. Her death was no accident. 2 nights later, I think, some of the braver villagers stole up the hill a ways. Most of the folks were sorry for Tom, and they knew something was going to break up there. Tom was strong and tough, but not more so than Jess, and there were the others against him. After a while, Jess and Tom came out of the house, the elder of the two swearing and cursing. They came down the hill to an open space that cut a little dent out of the side of the slope, and they fought. As they battled, and the drinking and carrying on continued unabated up at the house, the moon went under, and the fog started to come. Then the villagers, feeling the stealthy sound dampness on the backs of their necks, crept away and hurried to their homes, barring their doors and windows. Maybe 1 or 2 were brave enough to stay, I don't know. But the story tells of the blanket of slimy wetness that crept over Elbow Creek, crept over the land up the hill, and settled down around the house. And all the while Tom and Jess went on fighting, battering each other with their huge hard hands. When you're mad enough and fighting furiously enough, you don't notice anything. The men probably were aware of the fog but little, and certainly they weren't listening. So when the sounds from the house suddenly stopped, as though muffled in a wet blanket, it was a time before anybody noticed. The fog went away very quickly that night, and the moon was out again. The village folk climbed back up the hill to find out what had happened. Jess and Tom were lying exhausted within a few yards of each other. The young one's face was battered and smashed beyond recognition, and Jess himself wasn't a pretty sight. But the crowning horror of the night came when the village people looked up toward Hill House. The mansion stood in the moonlight, shockingly shriveled and deformed, its board sides wrinkled as though with age, its frame dislocated. No one went any nearer. The silence was too awful. Finally, Jess staggered to his feet and went up the hill. Everybody knows that what he found in the misshapen hulk of his house was nothing, just nothing. 2 brothers and 2 sisters gone. Glasses and bottles and furniture overturned and smashed, and a wet, reeking slime coating the woodwork, floors, and ceiling. But nothing else. You could hear Jess yelling then, his deep, hoarse voice reverberating through the empty house, and there was something indescribably terrible about it. He called them by name, each of his brothers and sisters, and the people watching downhill looked at each other and back at the house. The first streaks of dawn were showing off to the east. Some time before the villagers left, Tom had reeled off, holding his hands to his smashed face. The story goes that Tom went as far away from Elbow Creek as he could. The people in the village knew he'd never be seen around here again. And Jess went to work repairing the mansion. He got a couple of fierce dogs, and he took to muttering to himself, and the wild-eyed look grew more pronounced. But he didn't leave. He was bound to go on living there. He had extra lights put in the place, and you could see Hill House, a beacon blob of lights up there, shining all night, as though that would help. All of the villagers knew that sometime, some day, the same fate that oozed in from the sound and lisped and slopped its way up the hill gently, gently, would come back for Jess living there on the hill where nobody was supposed to live, and he was a Hobell. And even though the Hobells were evil, there were other things that were immeasurably more evil. Time passed, and what fog came to Elbow Creek was small, wispy, harmless. But I always had a feeling that something was gathering out there in the blue night of the Sound, gathering its bigness and deadliness until the right time. I used to sit in my tiny ramshackle room near the town hall evening and look out the window at the darkening sky. I'd think of Jess up there on the hill with his 2 dogs and all his lights that he faithfully put on at dusk. I'd wonder about him, and I'd wonder about the fog. Then, one evening on the walk down the main street to my room, I felt mist on my face, heavy and sticky. The proprietor of the small inn, where I ate my meal, remarked laconically, "Looks like one of the big fogs." I already had a hard knot of anticipation inside of me. It grew dark very quickly, and when I left my room around 9 o'clock, I noticed the streets were virtually empty, and those persons still abroad hurried past me, as though they wished to be through their business and home safely at the earliest possible moment. I trudged out of town along the road that led past the foot of the hill where the Hobell house was. I had a waterproof flashlight in each pocket, and a long hunting knife sheathed at my hip. I used one of my torches as I walked, throwing puddles of bright light on the road ahead of me. After some minutes, I rounded a bend, and as I headed through the trees, I could see the cluster of lights from Hill House. I edged off the road and pushed through the tall grass at the bottom of the incline. Then I started up, cautious to make as little noise as possible. I didn't want the dogs to hear me. I stopped midway in my climb and settled beneath some bushes. I could see the house clearly. Once I saw the giant shadow of Hobell cross in front of a window. Yes, there he was again, obviously pacing up and down. Nervous. The dogs were nowhere to be seen, but I dared not risk approaching closer just yet. An oath came from the house, and I heard a thud and a yelp. Jess was even taking it out on his mastiffs. I settled myself in a more comfortable position, and then turned on my side to look back down the hill. Somewhere off in the darkness, I could not see, there was a whispering and rustling like the first breath of air on a very hot, still summer night. The atmosphere around me was heavy. I was conscious that the moisture in it was plentiful. My face and the backs of my hands felt damp. I looked at the house, and again Jess crossed the window in front of me. I heard him rattling at the locks on the huge front door, testing them. I saw his face at one of the windows then, the gigantic shoulders of the man taking up the whole space, but his expression etched in light was one of terror. He looked out and upward. Then, as an afterthought, he opened the window and hung out for a moment, sniffing at the air and craning his neck. From behind him in the room I heard the uneasy whine of one of the dogs. Jess pulled his head and shoulders in and shut the window, fumbling carefully with the lock. Then he turned away, out of my sight. The vague rustling, as though of wind, seemed to be moving toward the hill, toward me, toward the house from behind. Uneasiness tugged at my brain, and my scalp tingled. Folks who have been in Elbow Creek know those fogs, and they fear them deeply and unreasonably, but they have lived through them. Lived through them, though behind their barred and bolted doors, huddled in their houses, and I was out here in the open. I had the unmistakable feeling that some force was stalking the hill from the blackness behind me. The air began to move in eccentric little cross-currents, and then, as though withdrawn from a vacuum, I found the atmosphere flat, energyless, moist, and wholly ominous. In my growing fear, I lay as close as I could to the ground, with my fingers dug into the soil that was a part of something I still knew and understood. Back of me and above me, I knew this other was coming. I opened my mouth to relieve the pressure on my ears, and a drop of perspiration or fog moisture, I wasn't sure which, plopped from my face. One of the mastiffs inside the house whined, and the other took up the howl. The mournful sound rose and fell and rose again. Then I heard Jess's screamed order to shut up. The sound of rustling that I had noticed behind me seemed to grow into a sound I could only describe as a low, moistureful hiss. I felt clammy fingers of dampness move over me, much as though someone had drawn a wet sheet across my back and head. Instinctively, I unsheathed the knife at my hip. The heavy atmosphere pressed and weighed down on me until breathing was no longer unconscious and automatic, but a labored effort. The pressure on me increased until it was almost as though some soft, gelatinous presence rested on my body. In unreasoning animal fear, I struck with my knife at the air around me. The absurdity of what I was doing took hold of me for a moment and helped me regain control. But a new horror fingered its way into my brain. I could swear that, as I completed my instinctive, frenzied blows, there was a resistance to the knife and hand. Not, mind you, as though one had struck a solid body, a tree trunk, but as if one had driven knife into something softer, much softer, like jelly. I wiped the back of my right hand and felt the oily slime that coated it, but the sudden imperative barking of the dogs pulled my attention back to Hill House. I looked at the rambling mansion, and it seemed much further away. The visual sensation was as though I were looking through the wrong end of an unclean telescope. The light seemed dimmer. Was the electric power beginning to fail? I realized that this impression came about because of the thick, oily layers of fog that were settling down, one after another, around the house. As I watched, my own fright at the feelings of chill, alien dampness transferred into a sort of objective fascination at what I saw unfolding in front of my eyes. The house was being literally smothered. First its lights, and then the very dark bulk of its whole frame became more and more indistinct. The barking alarm of the dogs grew into a crescendo, and then, more awful than anything, the fog over me and around the house seemed to lisp and hiss. It almost sounded as though it were pronouncing in some inanimate and inarticulate way the name of Hobel. But of course my reason dismissed that as a trick of a overwrought imagination. Then Jess, inside the house, began to scream. There is nothing more terrible in the world than the sound of a strong man screaming in unholy mortal terror. The cries went on, and the house and its lights became merely a dimness, and the dimness finally a darkness, and then the cries sounded only in my head, in throbbing time to my heartbeats, for there was silence, complete. I somehow got to my feet and started down the hill, although each step was like pushing through clamor's mud. I staggered and stumbled several times and nearly fell, but fear gave me both strength and balance, for I knew with a dreadful conviction that if I ever fell here and now, I would never rise again. I gained the road, somehow still running, my breath coming in short, agonized wheezes. All the way along the highway I never dared once break my gait. I never dared turn my head for fear something would be there following me, something monstrous and deadly for all its soft oozing and lack of solidity. I ran and stumbled and staggered until I fell against the door to my room in town. Not once had I seen anybody on the road to or in town. The fog was dispersing slowly, but the villagers preferred to stay indoors. I fell on my bed, and for a long time lay there, the springs creaking with my breathing. When my heart quieted down, I began to shake. First my legs, then my arms, then my entire body, with a chill that seemed to emanate from within, though my room and the night now were warming. I had few doubts about what had happened up on the hill, what had happened to Jess in the house. I knew the stories of the other times when the fog had come, but I realized I had never fully accepted the terrible significance of something that defied explanation, and yet demanded one because it was so very real. It wasn't until the small hours of the morning that I dropped off into fitful sleep. The next morning after breakfast, I headed as usual for the clerk's office in the town hall. The marshal greeted me. "Morning, Smith," he said. "Morning," I answered. "Some fog last night, eh?" "Yes," I replied. Wonder if anything happened. Anything bad?" I shrugged and turned to my desk. The marshal was troubled and wanted to go on speaking. "Some of the folks that live nearest to HorrorBabble swear there was some terrible yelling and screaming from up that way." He paused ominously. "And then all the lights went out. Mighty funny, don't you think?" "I don't know. I suppose so." I turned away so that the marshal wouldn't notice the tremor in my hands. With the sunlight baking Elbow Creek's main street and streaming in the window of the town hall, the memory of my experiences last night were more bearable, and yet when I thought hard enough about them, the fear came back into my joints and soul. "He was an old devil anyway," muttered the marshal. "That Jess HorrorBabble." I nodded in agreement. If anything happened to him, it would be all right. All those HorrorBabbles, they're bad. That place has got a curse on it. Nobody was meant to live up there. As I listened to him talk, I thought of the old man who had warned Jess long, long ago that there was something evil that had a prior claim to the place, something evil that came in from the sound and followed Elbow Creek up the hill, up, settling down mushroom fashion over the land around and killing what it wanted, carrying off in damp, sticky pores of fog. The marshal went on thinking out aloud as I sat at my desk. If anything had happened to Jess, the property would become the state's, the big old house and all the land. No one knew where Tom was or if he ever existed anymore, and nobody hereabouts would take the place over even if they could buy it, and its value was far beyond any local person's reach. After a while, the marshal went out, and I sat at my desk thinking. After all, there must be some reasonable explanation. The old wives' tales of the neighborhood about calves disappearing and children playing in the woods caught unaware by the fog and carried off, those were open to question. The 2 HorrorBabble men and 2 women who disappeared some time ago were, I suddenly became convinced, frightened away, just as Jess, if he'd gone from the hill, had been frightened away last night. Jess and all of them may have sneered at those tales of the fog, but underneath it all, cruel, brutal, superstitious men are the most susceptible to a suggestion of that sort. The fogs that rolled in periodically from the sound, blanketing Elbow Creek, were unusually heavy. A stupid man's imagination and primitive fearfulness would do the rest. Those stories about the house shriveling, aging, were the human desire to attach human conditions to inanimate objects. A tree shriveling in fear from lightning. A house shrinking and aging overnight in a heavy fog. It was absurd. Several days later, What I had suspected came true. It was evident that Jess was no longer at the Hill House. He and his dogs had cleared out, apparently that night. Of course, the villagers called it disappearing, taken by the fog. A week later, Hill House had a new tenant. I was there with my belongings, and it seemed strange at first, very strange, but I grew accustomed to it soon. There'd been some trouble and a great deal of explaining at the town hall, and as I stood in the large downstairs room of the mansion and looked in the full-length mirror at my scarred, misshapen face, I realized that my impatience at the marshal and his surprise was not justified. He'd looked at me when I told him, and his face had gotten white and then pink. "But you can't be Tom Hobell. Why, you don't look like him, man. Your face, it's—" I reminded him of the fight I'd had with Jess years ago, of the beating I'd taken, and then I'd shown him these papers I'd had, my birth certificate issued by that very state, a certificate from the county school. He'd wagged his head in wonder, and then the same reticence had come over him that characterized all of the villagers in their dealings with the Hobells. I roared at him until he brought the town commissioner, and the three of us signed papers legally binding the house to me as last of the Hobells. I didn't care then what had happened to Jess and the others. I had property now, and the house itself made me a man of potential wealth. I'd waited for years for this to get rid of Jess somehow, and the legend had done it for me. That night I had gone to kill him. In the fog I thought I could get him and dispose of the body, and the villagers would think, the fools would think he'd gone the way Hobells do, the way all people who dare to live on the hill do. I could laugh now at the memory of the way the fog had scared even me, for I had believed, a corner of my mind had, in the foolishness that had been talked about for so long here. I carefully went through the house from top to bottom. Plenty of clothes, foodstuffs, liquor enough to last one man a year or more. I even found the strong-box back of the trunks in the cellar where we'd always kept it, but Jess had never let anybody go near it. I thought of the time I'd spent in the miserable little job of town clerk, and I looked at the money in the box greedily. This was one Hobell who was going to enjoy himself. I thought of my wife long dead for a moment, but I could do much better now. I could bring the best woman in the countryside to this place, and I would. One thing bothered that corner of my mind that I'd noticed was still susceptible to the fog legend. The stout old beams and uprights of the house were twisted strangely, and the outside clapboards were warped and swollen in spots. This was what lent authenticity to the villagers' tales of the house that aged in the fog. But I was sure it was some freak result of weather conditions. Perhaps the fog did play a part, and then the blistering sun beating down on the hill's crest. But there was nothing wrong, I told myself. I know little of construction, and the thick, paste-like substance that I found under the shingles like glue and here and there in the cracks on the floor I dismissed as some kind of tar or wax. I think I looked forward to the next fog with an almost eager anticipation, because the very next day I'd enjoy strutting into town, and the villagers who fondly had expected my disappearance would be so disappointed. Several summer weeks passed, and the weather remained clear. A couple of times I went to the village, and the townspeople avoided me assiduously. It made me angry to think I'd been accepted as Smith, but now they knew me to be a Hobell, they hated me and wanted none of me. Well, we'd see to that. I was potentially the most powerful man in the whole neighborhood. I didn't plan to remain a recluse the way Jess had. The carousing and occasional beatings up of villagers perpetrated by my brothers didn't appeal to me. A more methodical system was indicated. I'd put them out of business. I'd squeeze their small, narrow existence even more, and I'd foil their uneducated superstitious awe of the fog by walking in town where all could see me the day after. It was a couple of months later that the fall began to sweep across the country, turning the sound from blue to grey. I knew on the way home from the village that evening with supplies that there would be a big fog this night. I knew it from the way the villagers had looked at me slyly, almost eagerly. I knew it from the first breaths of clammy mist I felt on my face as I climbed the hill to Hobell House. I ate an elaborate and lengthy supper, and paid no attention to the weather as the hour grew late. There was a chill in the air, and I'd fired some wood in the huge fireplace. I was sitting idly in a chair before the flames, with a drink at my side, when the flames hissed and dipped. I frowned. The embers sizzled again, and steam rose. Water was coming down the chimney flue. I thought of the fog then, but resisted going to the window. The big room seemed somehow dimmer, and I lit another light. Despite my efforts, the fire slowly died away. I must remind myself to fix the flue. It probably wasn't drawing right. I thought of going upstairs to my bedroom, but it was still warmer down here. I heard the rustling outside then, just as I had heard it months ago the night I'd lain on the hill and watched. An ember fell on the hearth, and I jumped. The room was silent now, except for the sound of my own breathing. Outside, the wind rustled the trees. Of course it was the wind. There was the sound of something plumping against one of the windows. Rain? It had not been raining earlier that evening. I downed what was left in my glass in one gulp, stood up. A board above me creaked like the crossbeam in an old wooden ship. I imagined I felt a faint motion of the floor. The rustling outside grew, but I stayed away from the windows. I blinked my eyes. The electricity, it was failing. Was this some trick of the villagers to scare me? The lights were yellow with halos of mist around them. The mist was in here. Of course, it comes down the chimney, I thought. Nobody ever said there wouldn't be fog. I passed my hand before my eyes, and noticed in the failing light that the palm shone with dampness. There was a hiss as the last ember in the grate went out, and a hiss that was not from the fire, but a part of the rustling outside. Or was it in here as well? The lights were candle flame size now, smaller, and then blackness. I had a torch on the table. I found it in the dark. The damn thing wouldn't work. In my pocket were some matches. I fumbled with the cover, struck one. It gave a tiny sighing gasp, and died. I opened my mouth to scream, and felt a wet semi-substance fill the aperture. I kept thinking, I must think, tomorrow I will walk in the village street. Something was against my face, against all of me like jelly. Tomorrow I will walk in the village street. The gelatin mass had filled the room now, and was bursting upward. It was me and I. I became it, rising up with the incredibly high note of something twanging in my head. The last shred of life's consciousness, the last thought, tomorrow I will walk in the village street. And then to be drawn upward and around in a swirling vortex of incredible sound that is soundless, and sucked out of life to billow and rustle and whisper with the fog, to return again only as part of the greyness and dampness and secret night. night of impossible shadows. My first reaction to Paul's telegram was one of exasperated annoyance. He had sent me an airmail special a few weeks ago, begging me to come to his country home, that it was a matter of great urgency, and he must see me right away. I wrote back and refused as politely and tactfully as I could, explaining that even a lawyer needs a vacation once a year, which was just what I intended taking. And had he forgotten my bride of less than a year, Elaine? My reply was final, or was meant to be, and then my golden-haired wife brought me the yellow envelope. "One of your paroled clients, Mr. Anderson?" she kidded me. I ripped it open and frowned at the Valley Lake sender's address. "Come immediately. Must see you. Life or death. Bring Elaine." It was signed simply, Paul. I would have dismissed the thing, for after all my 3-week vacation was very precious to me. I wanted every minute of it, and with Elaine. But she, standing on tiptoe looking over my shoulder, intervened. Or was it fate? "Jim," she said, "what an intriguing note. Is he serious? And where is Valley Lake?" Before I could marshal my forces, she had a map out, and her carmine-tipped finger was pointing at a spot in the upper reaches of the state. Even on the map the area looked desolate. "Let's go," she said. "It'll be fun. He's asked me." I had 100 objections, and she 100 answers. Paul Oakenden was hardly my choice of a host for a carefree 21-day vacation. I had known him in college and afterward as a major and experimenter in electronic science. He was cynical, disillusioned, a chronic scoffer, but withal witty, highly intelligent, and at times excellent company. It may seem strange that one who is studying the law and another whose interests were along the lines of science should have found a common meeting ground. That common meeting ground was the occult. All manner of things beyond normal. He had read extensively on the subject, I less extensively, and perhaps my tastes were less highbrow. He was amused that, during my college years, I never missed a horror film that came to our local theatre near the campus. Recollections of our talks floated back to me. He had maintained that we were in the infancy of our knowledge of this thing, life, of all that went on and all around us, that it was merely the ignorant and the cowardly who scoffed at any novel suggestion, however outre or outlandish. Paul Oakenden had a small income of his own. He stoutly maintained that he would work at no repetitious, unspectacular little jobs in construction companies or engineering firms. He had ideas of his own, and was going to indulge both himself and his ideas. We exchanged letters often after graduation, but as the years passed, we saw each other less and less frequently. He grew strangely diffident, it seemed, and I was immersed in my increasing law work. Then he wrote me he was taking a 60-acre place in Valley Lake, several hundred miles upstate. He urged me to come and see him in his new home. I think I might have, but I was so very busy, and then I met Elaine, and soon afterward we were married. He had written me a formal little congratulatory note, but I hadn't heard from him again. That is, until now. Elaine seemed so terribly excited about the idea that I found even my own mental reservations disappearing. After all, why not go up and visit the old fellow? I hadn't seen him in a long while. He probably had highly controversial new theories on occultism he wanted to talk over with me. I dismissed the almost hysterical urgency of his telegram as being typical of Paul, who could command a wide range of sympathy-getting procedures to gain his own ends. That evening, I wired him that we were coming, and the next morning, after an early breakfast, we packed my coupe and started off. I hadn't been out of the city for 3 years, except for very occasional weekends, and I must confess my thoughts were on the glories and attractions of a tree and some green grass rather than on Paul. Elaine chatted at my side with road maps spread out on knees. We followed State Highway 1 faithfully all morning, and at lunchtime, when we pulled up at the side of the road for sandwiches and thermos coffee that we'd brought with us, we figured we were halfway there. Elaine sniffed delightedly at the country air with her exquisite little nose. "It's a treat to be out here, Jim. You and your dusty old law tomes." I agreed with her. We took our time eating and then started off again. As the afternoon wore on, I noticed that the green, lush countryside, although in no way losing its beauty, grew more desolate, more primitive even. What houses there were seemed much fewer and farther between. "How near are we, honey?" I asked Elaine. She crinkled up her blue eyes and squinted at the map. We rumbled over a rude wooden bridge, its planks shaking to the weight of our car. She indicated something on the map. "That must be this, Jimmy, the bridge we just went over. It can't be so very many more miles." The road was narrower now. The concrete had ended back beyond the creek we'd crossed. This highway was dirt. In my rear vision mirror, I could see how clearly the mark of our tire tread stood out, as though other autos had not been along for some time. The trees grew closer to the road here, and the late afternoon sun dropped behind them, leaving the highway crisscrossed with long, sentry-like shadows. Elaine shivered a little and pulled on her coat. "It's chilly up here, Jim." "When the sun goes down," I said. "You're used to the hot pavements, gal." But I felt the chillier air myself and rolled the window up halfway on my side. The gold and light blue seemed to be squeezed out of the sky. Purple took its place, and twilight came on us with the suddenness of an August thunderstorm. Almost involuntarily, I speeded up, and the coupe jounced along the crude road. I fumbled in my suit pocket for Paul's letter. His instructions were explicit. Follow the dirt road until you come to a long hill. You go up to the top and then down about halfway. On the right, you'll see 2 iron gateposts. There's a rusted sign, but I'm sure you'll be able to make out Valley Lake Estate. Elaine frowned at the letter. For the first time, something seemed to strike her. "He seems awfully upset about something, Jim. And that telegram. You don't think he's ill?" "Why send for me, darling?" I replied. "I'm not a doctor." "But you've told me yourself you're probably his closest friend." "Simply because Paul hasn't other friends, to my knowledge. I'm not the closest. Once, perhaps, but you've come between us." Elaine giggled. "You mean those musty old law tomes?" My coupe nosed its way onto the hill road and began to climb. It took second gear to get up to the top, and the car, moving at slow speed, rolled over the brow. In the twilight, we had a wonderful view of the countryside below. It stretched out in front of us in patterns of green and brown, seemingly lush, unbroken wilderness. "Why, it's like a jungle," Elaine gasped. I was thinking myself it looked as though no living creature dwelt here, or could or would want to. My auto picked up speed as we rolled downhill. I braked gently around a corner, and then suddenly coming in sight on the right were the iron gateposts. Even in the increasingly dim light, we could make out the legend on one of the iron plates, Valley Lake Lodge. As we passed through the gates and down an even narrower dirt road, the trees seemed to close more tightly around us. It was dark enough for me to use my headlight. The birch and elm trees gave way to evergreens, I noticed, and then my car lights picked up something ahead. We turned to run parallel to water. "Suppose that's Valley Lake," Elaine suggested in a hushed voice. "Sort of a spooky place, Jim, don't you think?" I felt her soft shoulder pressing closer to me, and I patted her arm reassuringly. "We ought to see Paul's place pretty soon. He's really got a chunk of land here. Needles from the evergreens muted our car tires, and we seemed to steal on silent rubber tiptoes deeper into a strange wilderness. And then the tunnel of trees through which we'd been riding opened out. The road curved sharply to the right, and swept toward a large dark bulge of house that loomed up out of the early evening. "There it is," I said with an attempt at cheerfulness. The place did look gloomy. There was one light high up in a wing, a small pinpoint of yellow. The rest was dark, forbidding. It was a trick of the light, I knew, mixed with fatigue from our long journey. But the structure looked like some huge, loathsome monster waiting to spring as we came out of the forest toward it. "Golly, Jim, it's like one of those silly movies you dragged me to. I don't think any man lives here. We'll probably find a dragon." I laughed appreciatively. If Paul's turned himself into a dragon, he's done more in this line than I ever thought he could. No, I'm afraid it's just his odd, egotistical way. He's probably even forgotten where to arrive. We pulled up in front of the steps that piled one upon another onto the porch. I got out and slammed the car door and came around to Elaine's side. "I hope a big meal's waiting for us," I commented. "It's so dark," she said. "Jim, he isn't, well, crazy or anything, is he? As a lawyer, I can assure you Paul Okerden was never insane in the legal sense of the word. That's all that can be said for a lot of us. Look at me and my musty old tomes." I feigned a jocularity I did not feel. Elaine was clinging to my arm, and we mounted the stairs onto the dark porch. Our eyes, growing accustomed to the gloom, found the door and the black button set at one side. I thumbed it, and inside somewhere a bell sounded sharply. We heard steps, and then a light flooded the porch. We grinned at each other. "Some dragon," I murmured. I could see Elaine was relieved. "Hello, Paul," I called. The door was thrown back, and my erstwhile college companion stood before us. I reached for his hand instinctively, and although he returned my clasp, somehow the coldness of his fingers tempered my enthusiasm. I introduced Elaine, and he led us inside. I could see my wife had recovered from any doubt she'd had about the place, but an edge of uneasiness crept into my mind. As Paul stood before us in the great hall, his face was, well, Paul's, but it was as though a great conflict had raged in the man for some time. I am trained to notice such things in court, and quite obviously to one like myself who had known him for so long, Paul was highly elated about something, and at the same time also in deadly fear. With conventional small talk out of the way, Paul showed us our room, a large, dark-panelled chamber made more depressing by its ancient mahogany furniture, its windows revealing nothing but the rustling blackness of trees at the corner of the house. I felt the driveway should be down there somewhere, but it was too dark to see even the outline of our coupe. Elaine was humming in the background as she unpacked the bags. When we had readied ourselves to go downstairs, we found Paul bustling in the large old-fashioned kitchen like any suburban housewife. "Can't get anybody nowadays, especially to work way out in the country like this, as I wrote Jim in one of my letters," he explained to Elaine. "Now let me do things," Elaine said, her attention already attracted by a sizzling pot on the stove that needed water added. No, please." Paul smiled with a charming diffidence that I remembered from earlier days. "Just because I'm without a staff and entourage is no fair excuse to press my guests into service." But Elaine made herself helpful, and I leaned against the white enamelled table chatting about this and that. With dinner ready, Elaine led the way toward the dining room. Paul followed, and I brought up the rear with a fistful of silver, which made me feel useful, but much to Elaine's amusement. As we pushed out of the kitchen through the planked pantry door into a little serving hall, I noticed that the light from behind threw Paul's and my moving shadow against the wall, and he stopped suddenly, as though surprised or in fear. I know, because I almost rammed into his back with my handful of knives and forks. He didn't answer to the small joke I made, but I thought no more about it at the time. The meal was pleasant. When a man cooks well, and Paul did, he is usually exceptional, and our long trip had made us hungry. We talked of old classmates out of the past, gone from one's life, and the small tragedy of it. Then we adjourned to the living room, a room even larger than the dining chamber, with a high ceiling and a small balcony on two sides. The evening passed quickly, and I found myself stifling yawns. The country air will do that to a man who's been in the city too long. Paul had spoken superficially of his own interest in psychic and occult research. Elaine tied in a reference to me, pointing a finger accusingly. Jim's work has none of the elements of intrigue and adventure that keeps a man young. The law turns you old before your time, Paul. She mocked me pityingly. Look, he's yawning already. But Paul's expression, as he looked at me, was one very hard to describe. I think envy is the nearest I can come to an evaluation. Say, I broke in, I've got to stick my car somewhere, Paul. This castle must have some sort of garage. Even a shed'll do. Of course, replied Paul, rising. How stupid of me to forget. Come on, Jim. Will you excuse us a moment, Elaine? We went through the great hall out onto the porch, and Paul produced a small flashlight. Golly, I said. I didn't know it could get as black as this. I miss those electric signs. Paul played the thin beam of light across the drive to the car. I got in. He followed. Half a turn around the center, he directed. Then there's another gravel drive leading to the right. There's a big shed at the end of that. I started the coupe's motor, and we moved away in gear. The headlights picked up the turn, and then a few yards further a square shed at road's end. You've still got room for a couple of stagecoaches here, I joked with the coupe put away in the big barn. Got your torch? Paul nodded. I switched off the lights. As I did so, I felt his hand suddenly on my shoulder. Did you see that? He hissed, and the thin beam of the pocket flash played around the huge shed, making grotesque and gigantic shadows. What? I demanded. His grip on my arm slackened and fell away. His silence was ominous. The beam caught the painted white inside of the shed door. As we were about to pass outside, I saw Paul's face. It was ashen in the light that reflected back. His skin bloodless, something had shaken him to the innermost of his very being. Outside of the rude structure, the starless darkness settled around us, the torch beam small in the gloom. A pinpoint of light showed ahead, far ahead. I hadn't realized the house was so distant. Paul's steps beside me quickened. What's wrong, Paul? What did you see? I questioned again. His only answer was to turn his head and look back. Although nothing could have been seen in the impenetrable gloom behind us, I followed suit, and cold apprehension needled up and down my back. Paul's steps speeded up almost into a half-run. His breath had the sound of a fleeing animal, and I was caught up in the spirit of fright. We reached the circular driveway, and then finally the porch steps loomed ahead. I slackened speed abruptly. For God's sake, man, what was all that about? I exploded, more than a little ashamed of myself. Paul slowed too, and my eyes, grown more accustomed to the darkness, could make out the dejection of his figure. I'm terribly sorry, Jim. He took my hand and squeezed it. Won't you put it down to a man who's lived too long alone out here? I guess my nerves are jumpy. Silly of me. His laugh was forced, and his fingers in my hand had the same coldness I had noticed before. Fear causes that. We climbed the porch steps and went inside. Soon after, Elaine and I went upstairs to our room. The open windows let in cool, fragrant air as we settled ourselves for bed. The last thing in the world I wanted was to suggest any fear thoughts to Elaine. In fact, the happiest part of our vacation so far was the enjoyment my citified wife seemed to be getting out of this country visit. With the light out, I shut my eyes, but sleep was elusive. Long after I heard my wife's breathing become regular in slumber, I lay on my back, thinking, staring up at the ceiling. Paul's actions this night had been strange, to say the least. I wondered if living alone had affected his mind. The thought of sleeping in the same house with someone unbalanced was not conducive to restfulness. The late moon threw thin, grey light into the room, shadowing bedposts, chairs, and bureau. There was the occasional chirp of a cricket or humming noise of other small insects from outside, and then I heard a faint noise in the corridor outside our bedroom. There was no sound for a second, and then the heavy iron handle turned, and the door began to open, so slowly at first I thought it a trick of my staring eyes. I raised myself higher in bed. Then the opening was large enough for me to see Paul's figure touched by a shaft of moonlight, standing there solemnly. He raised his fingers to his lips, and then motioned me to come. I silently slipped my bare feet into slippers and stole out of the room. Elaine still slept. I followed Paul down the long, gloomy corridor lit by one small bulb, down the stairs that led to his room. It was not until we were inside with the door closed that he spoke. "I had to talk to you, Jim, and right away. I hoped to pass off the earlier events of tonight, but my resolution—" He made a hopeless little gesture. "Well, it didn't work out, did it?" I nodded. "I want you to tell me, Paul. I want to help you." If the man were unbalanced, this would be the only way to handle him. One side of his bedchamber was lined with bookcases, and here and there I spotted a familiar title. Books of pseudoscience, of psychical research. There were many more I did not recognize. We sat down, Paul facing me. He began speaking. "As you know, I have been interested in the unusual, the outre, Jim. I'm not going to bore you with a lot of scientific folderol because a lawyer is even less of a mathematician than I am. But as you may have guessed, knowing me of old, I took this place frankly because I wanted to be undisturbed in my experiments. Now that you've driven here yourself, I think you will believe it when I tell you that this is one of the most out-of-the-way spots in our section of the country." I nodded, wondering what would come next. I had no set idea when I came here, but there were many that I wished to follow up. The creation of some Frankenstein monster is spectacular but thoroughly impractical. My interests were directed toward other fields, yet, as I now have found out, none the less spectacular. He stopped. "Well, go ahead," I urged. "Tell me more about it, Paul." The man's enthusiasm grew as he talked on. "I became interested in light, not as a scientist, for my training is not profound in that direction, but in its relation to the psychic, to the occult. Light simply is a form of imagery which, by its action upon our organs of vision, produces sight. Without taxing your legal mind, Jim, I think you can grasp that light is transmitted by undulations of the ether, a sort of radiant energy." I bobbed my head. "Fine, but what—" Paul raised his hand. "The next step in the study of light, the logical progression, was the study of shadow. Shadow, we know, is a sort of obscurity or shade within defined limits in a space from which rays are thrown off by an interposed body. I think you can visualize shadow easily as the image made by such an obscure space on some intercepting surface, a wall or ceiling. You follow me, Jim?" "To the limits of my legal mind," I grinned, But Paul Oakerden had no time for humour. "I have discovered something that you, with your conventional mind, will not accept. For I, with my willingness to believe almost anything, would not accept. At first. No, not until its truth was forced upon me." I leaned forward in my chair. "What is it?" "A shadow, Jim, is not a detached secondary visual experience. It is something of its own, a living entity in some peculiar way, whose purposes, for reasons not yet apparent to me, have been served best by subordinating itself, by mimicking and imitating man." "You mean?" I started with a frown. "I mean that your shadow, my shadow, is not a meaningless, harmless little patch of darkness and nothingness. It's something far more ordered, more sinister, more progressive than any of us have ever guessed." I settled back in my chair, studying Paul's face. My worst fears were realized. He was obviously unbalanced. I censured myself for bringing my wife hundreds of miles to live under the same roof with a lunatic. "I can see the 5-letter word doubt written across your face, Jim." And Paul's smile was not a pleasant one. "There has always been doubt of those who discovered anything new and revolutionary. You've been out here too long, old man. You need to get away from this place. Come into the city and see people. Forget your dabblings in the occult arts for a while." I realized I'd said the wrong thing as his face clouded. "Dabblings in the occult arts?" he repeated after me. "I pray to God another had discovered what I have uncovered instead of me. Mankind has lived with its shadows for many centuries, Paul. What do you think is going to be different?" "I don't know. I just don't know," he replied miserably. "But this place here, Jim, it's haunted by them." "By what?" "By shadows. Shadows without any rhyme or reason, without the God-created form of human or animal structure that should give them being. Shadows that are independent of us and that have a malign, monstrous power of their own. I feel I'm a prisoner here now with this knowledge." "That's absurd," I burst out. "You're talking like a little boy afraid of a graveyard." My restraint was gone. "I suppose you realize, Paul, that you're giving every indication of having worked much too hard and of having been alone much too long." "You mean you think—" He tapped his own forehead significantly and smiled. "No, Jim, I'm afraid not. Perhaps it was selfish of me to have you come up here. Yes, it was. But I had to have someone I could trust, someone I had known out of the past. I boasted we were friends, you know. I like to think of you as the best one I have. You know about me and my past, and the type of unusual research I've always been interested in. I had thought I could impart some of this discovery to you, before whatever revenge was meant for me was meted out. This would make for some permanent record the means of my death, date, time, in a way to certificate it. But now, Jim, I'm very much afraid that through my eagerness, my selfishness, if you will, I have gotten you and your lovely young wife into almost the same predicament I am in. These shadow forces are more powerful than I thought. I'm afraid, Jim, we're all prisoners here now till some sort of death relieves our vigil." The man was obviously insane. I believed it now with my whole heart. His threats against me and Elaine were typical. I knew I must josh him into a more reasonable mood. "Come on now, Paul." I slapped his knee. "Don't let this thing get you down. You're coming back to the city with us." "Even after what I've told you?" He looked at me penetratingly. "You don't believe me?" "Of course not," I said. "I don't think you really do either, Paul. You're far too sensible, too intelligent to be afraid of shadows." There was silence then between us, a silence that seemed to come from every corner of the huge old house. And then, shattering the silence with soul-shocking suddenness, came a shriek of mortal terror. In an instant I was on my feet and out the door, dashing up the stairs toward the screams. "Elaine!" I cried. "I'm coming!" Paul was at my heels. I burst into our bedroom and rushed over to where my wife was sitting upright in bed. The table lamp beside her was on. I took her in my arms and cushioned her blonde head against my shoulders, soothing her sobs. Paul stood gravely by. "What's the matter, darling?" "Oh, Jim," she gasped. "Something so horrible. It must have been some sort of awful nightmare." "What was it?" whispered Paul. "Something in the room," Elaine replied against my chest. "Something huge and horrible. It was so real, though, darling." She turned her frightened face upward toward me, and I kissed her forehead tenderly. "It seemed to envelop me, to smother me. It was like a huge black distorted shadow." I turned my head and found Paul's eyes boring into my own. There was a smile on his face, not nice to see, and I again squeezed Elaine's head protectively to my shoulder. My mind worked at top speed as I stood there trying to control my own emotions. I looked again at Paul. His face was a mask now as he leaned against the bureau, watching us. "Is there anything I can do?" he asked me. "Thanks, no. Elaine's had a fright. Anyone can have a mean nightmare like that." Paul's acknowledgement was the suggestion of an enigmatic smile. Elaine had regained her composure now. "I'm sorry," she said simply. Paul withdrew then. My wristwatch said 1 o'clock. I came to a quick decision. This was no place for Elaine, for us. I told my wife some of what had happened earlier, omitting the details of Okedon's talk about the shadows. "He's ill mentally," I summed up. "I'm afraid our coming here has been the very worst thing. It's disturbed him and upset him. I'm for slipping out." My wife looked at me wide-eyed. "You mean to leave now? In the middle of the night?" My overwrought nerves gave way a bit then, and I blurted out, "Your experience, Elaine. It may not have been entirely a dream." Her face paled again, but I felt a sense of growing urgency. I was convinced that we were in the greatest peril, only of precisely what sort I was not sure. "You mean someone was in this room? But who, Jim?" I shook my head. Far better to let Elaine think of this in a logical, normal manner than even consider the outre possibilities of the situation. What fiendish forces were at work in this accursed place I did not know. But Paul was a man of tremendous intellect, of resources beyond normal. It was my job to get my wife out of here as soon as possible. "We'd better dress," I said, and Elaine did so without further questioning. It was then I turned to the bureau. My car keys were missing, and Paul had been leaning there not long ago. Elaine had followed the direction of my eyes. I could see her quick mind had grasped the situation as my gaze came back to her face. I walked to the door and was not entirely surprised to find it locked on the outside. Anger welled up in me, and I rattled the heavy fixture in my hand and pounded on the thick panel. "Okedon!" I yelled. "Let us out of here! What's the matter with you, man? Is this some stupid sort of joke?" I knew better, but this was the only way to talk to him. Paul's steps came along the hall and paused outside. "Ah, Jim," he said, "I didn't want you to do anything rash like leaving hurriedly, so I took the precaution of shutting the door. Believe me, you're better off in there. Your quick mind has probably considered the window as an avenue of escape. I dare say you and your pretty wife could make it that way. But there are things outside, Jim, things I fear you would not like. And I, as you have no doubt already noticed, also took the precaution of removing your car keys. It would be quite impossible to walk to the nearest house. There is no nearest house." His laugh punctuated the sentence, confirming my belief that we were in the house of a maniac. I thought back to the previous evening, to our experience in the shed. Certainly Paul seemed compelled by some fear greater than anything of a subjective nature. Elaine was at my side, her finger at her lips. She had her purse, and on her own keyring was a duplicate ignition key for the coupe. My wife often drove, and we both kept a set. I smiled. It was the first card we had held all evening, but my exultation was short-lived. The table light dimmed, dipped twice, and then flickered out. The sudden blackness was stifling. The thin rays from the moon outside shone feebly here and there, but Paul's reaction outside the door was truly horrible. An animal sound in his throat grew to vile curses and entreaties, heathen prayers and threats. I could make out little that was intelligible, but now and then I could understand a phrase. Don't destroy them, take them, let me alone, don't. I heard the sound of a striking match, and a flicker of yellow light came under the door. Okedon had been caught without his flashlight, apparently. I headed quickly to the window, guiding Elaine with me. There was a tree limb barely out of reach. The noise from the hall kept up. I stretched mightily for the limb, and made it. I reached my hand back for Elaine, grasped hers. "Come on," I ordered, and she forced herself away from the windowsill with her other arm. Paul's screams were now accompanied by a tremendous knocking on the door. Almost as an afterthought, I could hear metal scraping. He had inserted the key. I completed our trapeze act, lowering Elaine to the ground and dropping by her side myself. I turned and looked up then. Paul came to the window, his face framed in the yellow flicker of a match. He screamed at us, and I expected any minute he would vault from the window in pursuit. Pushing Elaine behind me, I was fully prepared to fight, but Okedon remained there in the window. "Don't go out there!" he screamed. "For God's sake, don't leave me! Jim, please!" The match flickered and died, and I heard the frenzied scraping as he lit another. The man's face above us was frightening beyond description. Madness is one thing, but lunacy induced by stark raving fear is far more horrible. I heard Elaine give a little cry. She had covered her face up with her hands. I turned away then, and we started along the circular drive. Paul's shrieks and entreaties rose and fell. Some were to us, others to something else, begging them not to take him, not to destroy him. Indistinctly, every now and then he screamed one word over and over again. Elaine heard it and looked up at me. "Shadows," she shuddered. The gravel crunched beneath our feet as we hurried. I knew the direction, but it was a considerable distance to the shed. My straining eyes could barely discern the turnout path from this we were on. Our quick steps took us out from beyond the shadow of the great house. The moon seemed to rise up behind its bulk, and the way was somewhat brighter. The mansion we'd fled from was completely dark, except for the flicker of light that was Paul in the window, calling, crying, cursing. It was Elaine, strangely, who noticed it first. She grabbed my wrist tightly. "Jim!" Close behind, where none should be, was a long, thin shadow. A second appeared. This was a bulky, monstrous one. I turned my head, even though I knew there would be nothing behind to have caused these shadows. "Run!" My voice rose. "Run like hell, Elaine! Don't look back! Get your keys out and give them to me!" We sped over the gravel. Then the shadows behind us, coming closer, taking all shapes and forms, reaching out tenuous, monstrous appendages toward us. And behind, Paul Okedon shrieked and yelled. The dim outline of the shed was ahead. I fairly pushed Elaine before me. The door was only a few yards away. "Jim!" Elaine sobbed and staggered a bit. Oh, God, I had felt it too, something soft as cotton yet with strength, touching, gripping for a moment on my flying legs, shaking me off balance for a second. "Keep on!" I screamed, and we flung ourselves forward. I gave Elaine a last push toward the door and threw myself after her, against the increasing weight of a soft, velvet pressure on my shoulder, another at my thigh, soft yet iron in strength, reaching out, groping, and a third tight-viced at my left wrist. I hurled myself forward, and the resistance slipped away. We leaped into the car. I switched on the lights, cranked the motor, and accelerated madly out of the garage. "Keep the windows up," I yelled, and as we headed toward the great circular drive, soft things plopped and swished at the glass. We were running through patches of dark and light. There was a stripedness on each side of us, and the car bumped and jerked a few times, but I kept the coupe in second gear, the gas to the floor. Only when we reached the drive did I notice the flames climbing out of the window, where we had last seen Paul, shooting up the front of the old house. Before we had gone 100 yards more, the fire had spread, and the old mansion was a flaming pyre. The flames lit up the desolate forest we passed through, and even when we reached the iron gate and headed out on the country road, the flames were still visible behind us in the sky. There was no use turning back, even if we had dared. Paul was by now beyond any human help. We sped through the lonely countryside for miles, and finally it was safe to slacken speed. I put my arm around Elaine and tried to quiet her shaking. "Darling," I said, "it was a terrible experience, but we're through it." "But the shadows," she cried. "Jim, things like that can't be, but we saw them. I felt something." "We were wrought up," I argued. "Paul's collapse was shocking to both of us, poor devil. But as for anything else, that was imagination, darling. You've got to forget it." My own mind had already started to reject the memories of our sprint across the grounds, our race against the shadows. As I squeezed Elaine with my right arm, my left wrist gave a painful twinge. I looked at it in the dashlight. It was bruised severely. The welts were red and angry, raised around my wrist in perfect symmetry, unlike anything I had ever seen before. The House Beyond Midnight. You know how hard it is these days to get rooms, to even get one room. Well, you don't realize exactly how hard it is until you're actually out looking. It didn't help any that I'd lost my coat in the accident, and that Eve's pretty face still bore an ugly mark on the cheekbone from when she'd leaped from the car. When I'd walk into hotels and rooming houses and say, "Name's John Drew, this is my wife. I wonder if you have a room." Anything at all, they'd look me up and down and smile in that superior way that hotel clerks and rooming house people have these days. No dice. Even telling them of our most disastrous experience that morning drew little sympathy, much less a place to lay our weary heads. And so we found ourselves 3,000 miles away from home and friends, in a strange East Coast city, with not too much money and evening coming on. For myself, I could have gotten by, but I certainly couldn't picture my lovely young wife spending the night bumming it on a subway station bench, or riding around in a bus with me. The only hostelry clerk that we'd met who seemed halfway human, though I'll admit these days they're a harassed bunch, suggested confidingly to us that our best bet was to head for the Everglades section of town, that by going from house to house we might, just might, find something So we'd spent the last afternoon hours walking the streets, with the care of a rookie policeman on his first beat. But there was nothing. We sat on a bench in the square and talked over our situation. Although she tried to smile bravely, I could see Eve was fagged out. There was plenty we needed, and all of it seemed awfully far away, sitting on this bench. I had an important business contact to make for my office the next day. In fact, our choice of this section as a trip was a combination of business and honeymoon. That was one of the reasons why we decided not to get involved with the police that morning. A decision, although we didn't know it, that was to shape our next 24 hours in strange and hideous ways. I slapped a mosquito absently on my wrist, hugged Eve tighter. Well, honey, we certainly can't stay here all night. The Traveller's Aid people at the station had said kindly, but with no hope, that if we dropped around later that evening, they would certainly keep their ears open for us. We got up and began to walk. It was twilight. The avenues were gloomy, and the street lamps, already lighted, did little about it. Some of the places we passed in retracing our steps I half recognized or remembered, because here a woman had shrilled, "Go away, we got no room." And there the janitor had laughed at us, and someplace else a little black dog had barked. Suddenly, Eve's petite figure at my side stiffened. We both stopped, and I followed her pointing arm. Diametrically across the street was a house. Old, ramshackle, 4 stories, its brownstone front weather-beaten, and its high stoop sagging. But there, outside a 2nd-story window on a small rusty bar, was a white-painted sign with rude letters, "Room to Let." We fairly ran, and still gasping, I had raised my hand to touch the bell when the door opened before us, as though someone inside had seen our approach. A man stood there with fuzzy, greyish-brown hair that needed cutting, a very white, solemn face. He was dressed nicely. Too nicely for the house, I thought fleetingly, but I remembered my tongue. "The room to let, is it?" He nodded. I noticed then the newspaper under his arm. He glanced at it, and then at us, and there was a mournful widening of his lips as though he were trying to smile. I burbled on about how desperately we were in need of finding a place. It was Eve's nudge that shut me up, for our landlord, if that he was paying little attention. I held out a $20 bill and said, "It's worth this to me." He took it almost absently, and then turned, motioning that we were to follow. The heavy door swung shut behind us, shutting out the city and its noises. The interior of the old house was even more gloomy than its outside. The panelling was wood, yellow with age. There was one ceiling light gleaming weakly in the hall, and by its light we followed the men to the stairs, and up them. We climbed 3 flights. On the 4th floor he stopped and motioned to a door. "We're very full just now." Eve nodded, and murmured something about how nice it was of him. The room wasn't much. It had 2 rude twin cots, a chair, and a table boxed in by faded strips of wallpaper. "My name is Mr. Melkin," our guide introduced himself. We nodded, and I replied, "I'm John Drew, and this is my wife." "Of course," said Melkin. "And now, if you'll excuse me, I must go downstairs to join the others." Alone in our 2x4, the first thing we both did after congratulating ourselves was to sit down on the edge of our beds and take off our shoes. "Better than the park bench, honey," I philosophized, as I noticed my wife's rather critical looks around the room. "I suppose so, Johnny, but for $20. We stretched out and enjoyed the luxury of relaxing for a while. "There are things to be found out," I said. "For instance, what about meals? Certainly we're entitled to them for my one night's rate of payment." My mouth watered at the thought of a well-laid boarding-house table. I left Eve and went down the creaking stairs. On the 2nd floor, there was a large back room taking the width of the building. From it, I heard people sounds. My first feeling upon going in was one of embarrassment at my untidy appearance, for these people were neat, well-dressed in some cases, richly so. But Mr. Melkin seemed in no way ashamed of me. He came over from where he'd been talking to a group of men. It was on the tip of my tongue to ask him about supper when he said, "You're looking surprisingly well, you know." I thanked him. I was about to return the compliment, as convention dictates, but in all honesty I couldn't. Mr. Melkin did not look surprisingly well. He looked surprisingly poor. You don't say those things, of course. Then he said that he wanted to introduce me to some of the others. I said that was Jake, but I knew I looked so terrible. You see, I lost my coat in an accident early this morning. Of course, said Mr. Melkin, interrupting me almost impatiently. You're like him, he said, absently pointing into a corner. I looked. There was a man there I hadn't seen at first, also without a coat but horribly disfigured, his scars looking almost open in the dim light. I looked away. Melkin's voice droned monotonously now, making introductions. I smiled politely. The main thought in my mind was, when do we eat? The people, too, had a sameness that made it hard for me, even if I'd been sincerely trying, to remember their names. I wondered again why such rather well-dressed clientele should be in such a ramshackle, broken-down old house. The times, I supposed. They certainly weren't a very lively bunch. They weren't any three I'd like to get to join me in a midnight's poker session, and the women, too, were on the rather subdued, glassy-eyed side. Finally, Melkin had finished, and I saw an opportunity to nudge him and ask him about supper. Will there be anything to eat? He almost glared at me, reared his white sepulchral head back, and said firmly, Drew, we don't go in much for jokes around here. Jokes, I thought to myself. That's the brush-off. I guess the joke's on me. $20 a night for that lousy little room, and no food thrown in. I was mad, so I didn't push the point. I'd take Eve out, and we'd go to a restaurant somewhere. I still had a few dollars left. Somebody else said, You're looking surprisingly well. Corny compliments these people handed out. I went up the stairs to find Eve. She was pacing the floor nervously. Guess we'll have to go out to get some food, honey. Listen, Johnny, the funniest thing happened while you were downstairs. The words catapulted out of her. I could see Eve was upset. 2 women came in. At least I looked up suddenly and found them standing inside the door. All dressed up, Johnny, and such stern grey faces. One of them said, This is Mrs. Drew, and I nodded, and the other said, You're looking surprisingly well. Johnny, there was something sort of scary about them. They seemed to know who I was, and they told me who they were, and they just stood there and looked. It was creepy the way they looked at me. I put my arms around Eve. She was an imaginative little thing anyway. Just trying to be neighborly, I offered. But that wasn't all. When they turned around to go, one of them... Eve made a sick face. Really, Johnny, one of them had a hole in the back of her head you could put your fist into. I smiled in superior male fashion. Probably the way the shadows fell, honey. No, I tell you I saw it. It was like someone had dug out the whole back of her head. Oh, well, I laughed. Some injury or something. Forget it. Look, we'll go out somewhere and get a bite to eat. She said that was even worth putting her shoes on again for. We traipsed down the stairs. In the front hall we met Melkin. Just stepping out to get something to eat, I explained. We'll be back in a moment. He looked at me steadily, his pallid face expressionless. Finally, he spoke. Surely you're joking. I shook my head. What kind of double talk was this? I explained again painstakingly and added, as though I needed further justification for our trip, I want to pick up an evening paper, too. He stood there staring at me appraisingly. "Doubtless you have reasons, Mr. Drew, for your frivolity, but I can only say that this house is now closed. As for an evening paper, I believe we have one." He stepped to a side boy and offered me the paper I'd seen under his arm earlier. I was for making an argument out of it, but Eve tugged at me and pulled me up the stairs. "Darling, it's better than spending the night out on that park bench. What of it if he's a little eccentric? Certainly he's no more of a dragon than some of the other hotel people we've met." I sighed. I didn't like backing down to old Cheeseface, but I knew Eve's words were of wisdom, and I went with her back up to our room. Anyway, it was nice to take our shoes off again. My wife curled up at the window, and after looking out into the dim street for a moment over her shoulder, I sat down on one of the cots with the evening paper. Eve chattered away as she does, and I answered monosyllabically, all the time absorbing the details of the box score on the day's ball game. "Valley Street. This is Valley Street and Everglades Avenue, Johnny. I could swear we passed by here before. Certainly there was no sign then for a room to let. I wonder who left." Said I, reading about a great catch Hoskins had made in centre field for the Blue Sox. "Fact, I don't even remember this old house." Eve was silent for a moment, and I got finished with the story of the ball game. My eyes drifted downward idly over the page. They stopped. Something slugged me in the stomach. My jaw fell open. The heading said, "2 die in auto crash. August 9. Mr. and Mrs. John Drew of Briarville, California, died today in Westville River when their car skidded off Gormley Highway," police reported. The type before my eyes swam a bit. Eve said, "What is it, dear?" and pattered over to my side. I had enough presence of mind to start to flip the paper shut, but she was too quick for me. She read and sank down beside me. "Johnny," she said. "Johnny." I took her hand. I wanted to say all sorts of things about the ghastly mistake, about how we'd have to get down to police headquarters in a hurry the next morning and explain everything. And Eve, don't look so white. But strangely nothing came out. Then the tapping came at the door, and I sprang to my feet like an overwound spring. It was Melkin. He stood in the doorway regarding me with those sober, colourless eyes, and said, "Drew, you're new here, and there are 1 or 2 things I have to explain to you about this place. You see, Drew, it's not an ordinary house." As our host advanced into the room towards us, the garish light of the ceiling fixture accentuated the pallor of the man, gave it an almost blue quality that was unearthly. I decided to seize the opportunity to speak before Melkin could. "See here," I said with what I meant to be a disarming smile. "I certainly respect the rules of this boarding house, but something has come up that requires our attention immediately. Mr. Melkin, I am sorry, but we'll have to go out just for a few minutes." The gathering storm of displeasure showed on my host's face, and I hurried on. Certainly, under the circumstances, my request was reasonable. "You see, there's been a rather grisly mistake that needs correcting." I flipped the paper over, pointing to the article about our accident and demise. I thought that this would surely cinch my argument. But instead of showing any interest, Melkin glanced casually at the item and then looked once again at me, his dark, expressionless eyes unblinking. Most of the anger had left his face, and there was instead a look of almost scorn. I pushed on, almost embarrassed by the sound of my own voice in that small, echoing chamber. I tried the smile again. "It says John Drew and wife are dead, and being John Drew, I gave Eve's wrist an affectionate pinch, and wife, I feel this has got to be corrected at police headquarters. We haven't any friends in this section of the country, but if the word got back to the coast, it would be kind of a mean trick." Melkin gazed at me as though my words had had no meaning. I stood up, took Eve's hand in one of mine, and stepped towards the door. I'm big enough to be able to see over other people's heads at parades, and I didn't anticipate having any trouble with our host, and knew I looked rather menacing. However, Melkin merely grimaced a bit and admonished, "You can't hurt a dead man, you know. I am sorry, you can't go out." I gulped and stopped short. "Now wait a minute. You can't go out." I reached for the paper again and thumped the item. "I tell you, this has to be corrected. A thing like that can make a lot of trouble." The boarding house proprietor's lips curled almost into a sneer. Then he sighed. "So many of you act this way," he said almost to himself, "but in time you'll get used to it. They all do." His lips came back from yellowed teeth in what was supposed to be a smile. He turned and headed for the door, and I was too amazed to do anything, until finally I shouted, "Melkin, my wife and I are leaving this place. If you don't want us to come back, well, that's too bad, but we must speak to the police and have this business corrected." He turned at the door, looked back at us. "You can't go out. Some of the others take time to get used to this idea, but one and all we have to reconcile ourselves to it. After all, Mr. Drew, you two are dead, you know." He left, shutting the door behind him. Eve was the colour of the departed Melkin when I turned to look at her. I sat her on the bed and gripped her shaking hands, although mine were none too steady. "Honey," I said, "the guy's loco. We'll get out of here." "Johnny, he's so terribly white. You know, when I first saw him downstairs I thought that. White like a dead person. And those women who came in to see me." She hid her head in her hands, and her square little shoulders shook. "Don't be silly," I blustered, spilling words of reassurance out as fast as I could, but all the time thinking, what is this? Those people I'd blundered into downstairs. People? Creatures, strange, and all with that peculiar pallor. I comforted Eve for a moment more, and then I sprang to the door. Perhaps I expected it to be locked. It was not. It flew open. I leaped out into the hall. The corridor to the stairs was dim, and along its sides were lounging a score or more of figures. I took a step towards the stairs, and the figures, men they were, if you could call them that, tensed. Obviously, I was their business. I felt a sickness in my stomach. Even in the dim light I could see that they were monstrous, misshapen, and disfigured in one way or another. Here was a man, or what had once been one, with a half-crushed skull, someone else with a twisted back, a third with no leg, and so on. As I stood uncertainly, one of the creatures started towards me. I stepped hurriedly back inside our room and threw the bolt. I dreaded that Eve would discover what I had seen, that we were no longer free to leave the house, but were guarded by an odd assortment of inhumans. Somehow, I now knew we had stumbled on some fantastic sort of insane asylum. I turned away from the door and tried to smile for Eve. It was a poor attempt. I knew it. She knew it, but her smiling back bravely at me helped. It was a courageous, pathetic little gesture on her part, and my heart thumped as I thought of her exquisite young beauty, and outside those profane, godless travesties of humanity. I sat by her side and said softly, "Don't worry, honey. I'll think of something." She looked as if she were going to cry. "What sort of place is this, Johnny?" "Not the kind of joint I'd pick for you ordinarily, my sweet," I tried to joke. "Is it some sort of private insane asylum or something?" So she'd thought of it too. I don't know. And why does everyone look so strange? That whiteness. The thought had persisted in my mind too. "Not enough sunlight and vitamins," I quipped. Whatever else we might have said was interrupted. A voice came from outside. It was Melkin. "Drew," he called. Yes, I answered. You can see by now that it would be quite wrong for you to attempt to leave this house. I said nothing. I think in time you'll understand that all this is for your own good. You see, we of the older ones know that sudden death has its shocking qualities, that after one has crossed into the beyond, one still continues to try to live, psychically at least, in the dimensions and traditions of the living. You'll get used to being dead, Drew, you and your wife, and then you will be just like any of us. I wonder if you would open the aperture of this door a minute. I looked, and discovered the peep slide that one finds on many apartment front doors. I peered through, and saw with distaste the pallid face and shoulders of Milkin. I am placing outside your room, he went on as soon as he saw my eye at the aperture, a trusted helper of mine, to keep you from doing anything which, shall we say, you might regret. At that he gestured, and from one side came a heavy step. Suddenly, into my view loomed up a huge monster of a man. It was, I saw, surely one of the figures I'd seen lounging along the hall earlier. A monster of a man with a brutal face, and one side of his head bashed in. It was an incredible, revolting sight, highlighted by the absurdity of the gay, red-flowered tie he wore around his bull neck. "This is Jacob," said Milkin. "He's going to stay outside your door, and I would suggest you and Mrs. Drew get used to the idea of being in the beyond. You will pardon, I'm sure, Drew, our little house joke, but you see, one is dead such a long time that the sooner one becomes accustomed to it, the better." The monstrous Jacob grimaced at this appreciatively, and I slammed the 1-inch peep shut. I put my fingers to my lips, and Eve and I sat together on the bed, silently listening to the mute, unintelligible sounds of the house grow small and finally cease, until there was nothing but the soft rustle of the wind outside the window. My clock showed 2:30. It was then that I started a minute examination of the room in stocking feet. There was nothing of interest, no furniture even heavy enough to act as a formidable weapon. Finally, I turned to the window and eased it up inch by inch. I looked out. There was a narrow ledge running the width of the house. The dingy, poorly lit street below was, of course, completely empty at this hour. Eve was off the bed and after me as she sensed what was in my mind. Her tiny feet, likewise shoeless to keep from making a sound, pattered toward me. "No, Johnny," she clung to me. "We can't go out that way. I'm going to take a look in the rooms on either side of us." She pleaded with me. "Nothing to it, Eve," I reassured. "Now just sit tight, and I'll be right back." She pulled at my arm desperately as though she could hold me back by main force, but finally I convinced her, and with a kiss I edged carefully out the window. If I were seen from the street and a call put into the police, so much the better, but I knew the chances of anyone passing by in this section of the city and at this hour were infinitesimal. The window to the right of ours was tightly locked, but with my eyes growing accustomed to the gloom, I could see that it opened into nothing more productive than a utility closet. There were brooms and odds and ends and shelves piled high with ill-arranged boxes and bric-a-brac. Retracing my steps gingerly, I went in the other direction, and on the left was rewarded by an open window. I eased myself through, and found I was in a room very similar to ours, but with 2 doors. One, I figured, opened onto the stairs. The other was smaller, I found on closer examination, not reaching quite to the floor. I opened it cautiously, and found a small shaft before me disappearing into blackness. A stout rope hung in the center, and suddenly it came to me that these old houses were often equipped with rope-pulley dumbwaiters to serve the different floors. As I was about to shut the dumbwaiter door, voices came to me from some room adjacent to the shaft in the evil old house. Milkin's tones were unmistakable. He was talking with several other people, and I could tell that there was excitement between them, and then my ears caught my own name. I leaned way over the coping of the door, and the voices came clearer. "You fool," said one voice which carried with its sepulchral tones a note of authority. "Their reported death was one of those imbecile mistakes that the authorities make." "But," whined Melkin defensively, "I'd seen the item in the paper, and naturally I thought—" "You thought?" went on the other voice, and the strains had an oddly metallic, reverberating character. "You know now, of course, what we must do, and immediately." A third voice joined in agreeing. "Yes," said Melkin. "People in this house beyond life must obviously be dead. If they are not, well, I shall attend to it." "Do," snapped the authoritative voice. "At once," replied Melkin, cowed. I shut the door as quickly as I could and hurried toward the window. I still couldn't figure quite what the pitch was here, but that we were dealing with a deadly bunch of characters who now intended to murder us, I did not doubt. I gained our window and beckoned to Eve just as Melkin's rap came at the door. I hurried her over the ledge and pushed her into the next room. Melkin called again, and the rapping became louder. Then I heard his quick order to someone, probably Jacob, and as I slithered sideways along the ledge, one arm around Eve's waist, I heard the sudden splintering crash of wood panel, and I pictured those pallid, loathsome faces and forms hurtling into the room we just left. I hurried my wife into the next chamber, got in after her, shut and locked the window, and then bolted the door. But I knew, my mind working now with the rapidity of desperation, that it would only be a matter of moments before these creatures of the devil were upon us again. Already I heard steps outside in the corridor, heavy, lumbering steps. Jacob, of course, and others. A few steps more, and they would be splintering this door. I whirled suddenly, opened the dumbwaiter shaft and jiggled the rope. It was a heavy rope, and there was a weight at the end. Like a madman, I heaved on the pulley, and groaning and creaking, finally the little two-shelved lift came up out of the darkness and drew level with us. There was no time for talk now. I swept Eve's soft round figure into my arms and stowed her into the dumbwaiter. I loved her more then than I think I ever had. No hysterics, no tears, just her white-strained face turned toward mine. She said, grasping quickly what was going on, "Please come with me, Johnny, or let me stay with you." I shook my head, and that was that. With a prayer for her safety, I began to lower the waiter and Eve feverishly. This would at least throw them off for a while. And then, even before the thundering knocks came at the door of the room, I saw Melkin's diabolically evil face leering at me from the window. While slow-witted Jacob had lumbered down the corridor, searching aimlessly, Melkin had anticipated my moves and come along the ledge in pursuit. Like a football player, I dove at the window, carrying the sash and glass with me, counting on catching myself against the bottom with my thighs. My arms were outstretched in frenzied action. He must not surmise which way Eve's trail led. I felt my hands hit the solidity of his knees, and then he pitched out from the ledge. It was so easy, and I felt a little sick. I didn't look down, but there was the unmistakable sound of a human body landing 4 floors below, on the cobblestones. There was no time to be weak-kneed now, though. The door of the room was being attacked from the outside, and I heard Jacob slobbering curses. Another idea came to me, and again I opened the shaft. I crawled in myself this time, gripping the rope with one hand and letting the dumbwaiter door shut behind me. Then, hand over hand, I lowered myself into that black pit, unmindful of the rope splinters digging into my fingers. Above, and always farther away as I let myself down, came the sound of those creatures pouring into the room Eve and I had left. Finally, My feet thumped against wood, and Eve's hushed voice came. "Johnny?" "Darling," I said. "Where are we?" "I think it's some sort of sub-basement," she whispered. I crawled between the top of the dumbwaiter and the opening of the shaft. It was a tight squeeze for a big man, and I had no buttons left on my vest when I finally stood beside her in the darkness. "Now let's be getting out of here." We explored and bumped our way in the darkness, and from what we ran into, I decided there were boxes and furnace fixtures and what not. I tripped over one such something, and then found to my joy that it was a heavy poker. I claimed it, and we went on. "At least, honey," I said, "we won't be bothered with that Melkin any more. I took care of him." Eve didn't press me for details, but the thought of what I'd done to our murderous, sinister host no longer nauseated me. Luckily, we were standing behind some packing cases when the cellar door up ahead was thrown open abruptly. I pulled Eve down as light streaked the sub-basement. I couldn't see, but we were not yet out of the woods. People were coming. One of them was Jacob. Although there was no talk among them now, I could tell by the ponderous, lumbering footsteps. They had flashlights, and the wavering beams passed a few feet from where we crouched. My heart thumped and turned over in my throat as someone leaned against our packing case. The others went on, and I could see Jacob and 2 or 3 more. Then, as though the sound of our breathing had drawn him, the man leaning against our packing case turned slowly, inexorably before us. I rose up and hit him with the poker with all my strength, even before he turned fully toward us, even before I saw who it was. For had I seen, I never could have struck that mighty blow. It was Melkin. How shall I say it? Disfigured as a man is who falls 4 flights onto cobblestone, but Melkin, alive as he had been before. Alive, did I say? His words to me earlier that fateful night came back now. You can't hurt a dead man. The force of my blow at his head shattered the bone and sent him reeling backward, but the injury was as nothing to him. "Run, Eve!" I screamed. "Run for the door!" She did my bidding, and I charged after Melkin, who leered at me, his soulless, empty eyes looking like Satan himself in that battered head. It was Eve's scream that brought me whirling about. She had run fully into the huge Jacob, who stood half a body above her, as he raised his massive arms around her, and I could see over her head that grotesquely humorous red-flowered tie of his. I charged toward my wife and the monster who sought to crush the life out of her body. Other limping, stumbling creatures were behind me, thumping along in pursuit, but my eyes were fixed only on Jacob and Eve. I hit him with the crowbar, and he let go of Eve to come at me, his hands spread apart. I sidestepped his elephant charge and shoved Eve toward the basement door that beckoned to us. She ran, and I followed, but at the steps Jacob, with surprising speed, caught us. He took the poker from my hands as though it were a slim reed of wood. One thick forearm snaked around Eve's legs, and she, who had refused to dash up the steps to safety until I was beside her, fell gasping to the stairs. I dove at Jacob, and knew immediately that my strength, considerable though it was, would be no match for his. Others, led by Melkin, were coming up. I knew I had a few more seconds, and then we would be prisoners again, and for good, in that evil house of monstrous horrors. I let myself go completely slack, and my assailant, taken unawares, relaxed his efforts against me. Eve, poor dear, doubtless thinking that I had been overcome, redoubled her own efforts, and Jacob turned his attentions to her. It was then that I sprang from out of my relaxed position. I caught Jacob off his balance with my shoulder, and at the same time swept Eve clear with one arm. He clawed at me desperately, and I rammed my fingers into his bull-like neck. In the melee, that gaudy red-flowered tie ripped off in my grasp, but Jacob, thank God, lost his balance and stumbled backward down the stairs, knocking off those led by Melkin like so many tenpins. In an instant more, Eve and I had scampered on up the stairs and somehow found ourselves outside in the night. We stumbled and staggered through dark, deserted, twisting streets. I drove Eve to frantic haste because behind, for a while I could hear the clumping, sinister sounds of those creatures in pursuit. After a while, we reached a brighter section of the city, and Eve fell against me. "I can't go any further," she gasped. I supported her the rest of the way to the nearest police station. We stopped outside to tidy up a bit, and looking into each other's face, we both realized at the same time that our preposterous story would never be believed. We decided to say nothing about our recent experience, but only to mention and set right the report of our death in the automobile accident. I made the overtures to the usual blasé desk sergeant. He seemed considerably bored, but allowed us how those mistakes sometimes happen, and after all, when a car skids into the river and is raised from under water with both doors sprung open and suitcases found, it's presumed that the parties have drowned and will, as he said in jolly fashion, turn up later somewhere floating in the river. Sergeant Truckett, for so his name proved to be, was, though, interested in the tie that peeked out of my right-hand pocket. It was Jacob's, torn off him in the melee, and I had stuffed it there absently. "Yours?" said the sergeant. I evaded a direct answer, and he went on. "Funny, you know, there's only one guy around here who wore ties like that. Was quite a character, he was. Loved those loud, red-flowered ties. Just like that one, mister. Would have thought it was one of his." The good sergeant laughed. "Who was this?" "Jacob, his name was. He was a wrestler in these parts. Great, big fellow. Died, about a year ago in an accident. He and his manager." Eve put the question that flashed into my mind, too. "Was his manager's name Melkin?" The sergeant nodded. "Guess you know about him, eh? They say wrestling's crooked. Maybe so, but they put on some great shows. I remember once this Jacob." We went out into the street, Eve and I, my arm around her waist, and we walked. Dawn was streaking the sky above the city, and without a word to each other but by apparent mutual consent, we turned our steps in the direction of that sinister 4-story house. We wended our way down Everglades Avenue, 6 blocks, 5 blocks, then 3, 2, and we were suddenly there across the street from where we'd spent the most harrowing night of our lives. I think, looking back now, that I wasn't surprised, and I saw that Eve was not. We have not discussed it since, naturally. Of course, you have guessed it. There was no 4-story, rambling house on the corner in the morning light. There was nothing, no sign of a house, just an open lot with its incidental collection of rubbish. I have the clipping from the paper. You don't often see the notice of your own death. The gaudy, red-flowered tie? No, I didn't keep that, for it belongs to Jacob, wherever he may be. The Underbody. There was a soft summer rain, which meant stay inside. But with Mother away visiting, Jamie had run out the back door. Father was in the library reading, and Cook was in the kitchen baking, across the lawn and down the path that ran into the meadow. Dr. Holland sat in his favourite leather easy-chair in the library, half reading, but more interested in looking out the window. It was warm enough to be in shirt sleeves. He was glad that there seemed to be no patients who would need his attention that afternoon, for like the sparrows outside, he felt a reluctance to move in the heat and humidity. There was no sound, except the soft hiss of the rain as it touched the griddle-hot earth still overheated from the morning's blazing sun. No other sound except the occasional happy noise of Amanda in the kitchen whipping up cake batter. Amanda was one of those country prizes found in small towns. She filled in when needed and did just what had to be done, as on this occasion, for instance, when Albert Holland's wife had gone across the state for a 2-week visit with her own folks. It was nice to sit here like this, not doing anything. The medical journal in his hand had an interesting article, but he didn't have to read it this afternoon. He wondered idly what kind of cake Amanda was whipping up, hoped it would be one of those thick white ones with chocolate icing and jelly fill. And it was just then that he heard Jamie yipping and hollering, the sound of his small boy voice coming from outside, getting louder as the little legs drove him closer. Jamie had a secret. It was the biggest secret he'd ever had. Too big for its excitement to be contained in his small body, dressed garishly in last Christmas's cowboy suit. After looking and looking to be sure, he ran away from it through the field and up the meadow hill, over the stone wall and across the lawn, his little feet splattering through puddles. He started to call before he reached the house, and his father met him at the back door. "Young man, come in here directly and wipe your feet." "Daddy!" gasped Jamie, all out of breath. His father marched him into the library. "You know perfectly well, Jamie, you wouldn't have been out playing cowboy and Indian in this rain if your mother hadn't just gone away." "Daddy!" "Young man, it won't look good for either of us if when Mother gets back you're sniffling around with a head cold. I think you'd better go upstairs and change. Let me feel those shoes and socks." "But Daddy! Daddy!" "Yep, they're wet. Now march yourself upstairs." "But there's a man out there in the field, Daddy, lying all in the ground, looking up at me." "Now don't you try and get me in on your Indian games, Jamie." "Really, Daddy, honest and truly, come and see." The little boy's voice rose to a crescendo, and he pulled at his father's hand. "You take yourself upstairs, young man, and change out of that costume. If you want to put on rubbers and a slicker, I'll walk out there with you. What did you say this was? An Indian chief?" "It's no Indian chief, Daddy. Just a man lying there in a hole in the ground." "If you want me to go outside with you and help you hunt Buffalo Bill, you go upstairs and do as I told you." The little boy clattered away. A few moments later, father and son walked across the lawn over the stone fence and into the fields beyond. The drizzle was over, but mist had taken its place and clung with grey fingers to the meadow. "Don't tug so, Jamie. Anyway, we want to sneak up kind of careful-like. I don't want an arrow through me, partner." Jamie's excitement increased as they reached the far side of the meadow. There, between a boulder and a tree stump, he stopped. He looked at the ground, and then he looked up at his father, crestfallen. "Mr. Mole was there, Daddy. Right there." He pointed. There was some newly turned earth here, the top of it muddy from the rain, as though Jamie himself or someone else had used a spade. Dr. Holland poked at it with the tip of his boot. There was nothing. "Guess the Injuns got to him before we could, Jamie. Or maybe a mountain lion got him." "He was right there, Daddy." The physician laughed and put an arm around his son. "Back to the house with you, youngster." He liked the boy being imaginative. To him it signaled brains, and that in one's progeny never displeases a parent. That evening at supper, Jamie seemed unusually quiet, and Dr. Holland wondered if he'd made enough of the episode. To please his son, he brought it up again. "Why did you call that varmint Mr. Mole, Jamie?" "Because he was in the ground. Stuck in the ground, kind of, Daddy." In the mornings, the physician contrived to get their breakfast. "I'm not much of a cook, Helen," he had confided to his wife, but she laughed and said, Well, you men can't starve with Amanda getting 2 meals. Later this particular morning, the schedule called for him to pick up cook, and she would spin her magic in the kitchen. Dr. Holland was having a poor time with the breakfast dishes when Jamie came tearing into the kitchen. "It's Mr. Mole again," in one great gush of air. "Jamie, now look, you've tracked dirt in here." "I don't mind, but you know your mother's told you not to do that, and it means Amanda will have to clear it up. Maybe we'd better." "Quick, Daddy!" The little boy was already pulling at Dr. Holland's apron. "Quick, before Mr. Mole goes away." The doctor went, something less than willingly, but forced along by his little son's urgency, out the back door again, and across the lawn. And much nearer the house this time, just over the stone wall, was a hole. Funny, he'd not noticed that before. His son was getting to be quite the boy with the shovel, and in it. Dr. Holland stopped so abruptly that his hand in Jamie's pulled the little boy off balance backward. "See, Daddy! See, it's Mr. Mole like I told you." There were 2 steps to be taken to the hole in the ground, and Dr. Holland took them, instinctively pushing his son back a bit, as he did. The thing in the hole was a man, or had been. He was dressed in nondescript brown jacket, shirt and trousers, shoes, and his skin had something of the colour of earth too, and there was earth coming from his nostrils and his ears, and at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were opened, staring upward, for he was lying on his back. As Holland knelt beside the thing, he noticed the quirk of the lips. The man, whoever he was, could not have been very pretty in life, and the leer turned the face into a distasteful grimace. The doctor reached for the wrist. As he lifted it to feel at the pulse, earth fell away from between the fingers. It was as he expected, no beat. He slipped a hand in under the man's jacket and felt over the heart region. There was not the slightest vibration. He rose, and herding his son before him, hurried back to the house. "You see, Daddy, I told you about Mr. Mole. He comes out of the earth." "Now, son, I've got some things to do, and I want you to stay here." So there had been someone yesterday. Jamie must have become confused and led his father in the wrong direction. Holland was due soon for a call on Mrs. Foster, whose nagging arthritis and irritable temperament demanded punctilious attendance by her physician. He thought of calling Ed Quinlan the next house away. Quinlan, aside from being town clerk, was also deputy sheriff of the district. But instead, professional curiosity made Holland first reach for his small medical bag and head out again to that grave across the lawn, unravelling his stethoscope as he went. He was quite sure, well, positively sure, that the man was dead. The shock of the whole thing. His son, of course, didn't realize the dreadful significance of this gruesome business. He walked briskly. He figured afterward he could not have been in the house more than 5 minutes, and yet when he returned and stood there where the spot was, the thing, Mr. Mole, was gone. "Impossible," Holland murmured half to himself. This was the place, no mistake about that. The loose earth. He sifted it with his fingers. There was nothing. Nothing. He stood from kneeling and looked around, half fearful that he would find this man he had thought, no, he was sure, was dead, walking somewhere away from his earthy grave. There was no one, and he could see a good ways in every direction. He folded his stethoscope thoughtfully and returned to the house. It came to him that this might be some sort of outrageous joke played by persons unknown, like the time some of the high schoolers had monkeyed with a pipe on his bird bath and a fire hose stream of water had come out instead of the usual graceful spray the birds welcomed. But still it had been a body, and it had been dead. That would mean either grave robbing or a corpse from some morgue or hospital laboratory. He instructed Jamie to stay indoors, positively, and don't you dare disobey me, until he got back. He made his call to Mrs. Foster as short as possible, picked up Amanda, and drove back at a great rate to find his son unconcernedly playing with his toy soldiers on the library floor. Once, twice during the day, the doctor walked out to the plot of loose earth beyond the wall. Once he went out into the fields where Jamie had taken him the previous day. There was nothing to be seen except what looked like an area of spaded earth. No more was said until that evening when Jamie brought the subject up just before being ordered to bed. "Where does Mr. Mole go, Daddy?" That was a stickler. If you presumed Mr. Mole existed, he couldn't just vanish without reason and to places unknown. If you presumed Mr. Mole didn't exist, then Dr. Holland should instantly fetch his son to an eye doctor and get himself to a psychiatrist. For several days Dr. Holland thought a lot, as he went about his doctor's tasks, and as he puttered around the house being a father, and he found more than a few excuses to walk around the lawn, and across the stone fence, and into the meadows beyond. In a few days the holes where Mr. Mole had appeared lost their freshness, lost their appearance of having been newly turned, and again were reclaimed by the broad bosom of the earth. It was one evening, just before bedtime, that Jamie said, "Mr. Mole invited me to go for a walk today, Daddy." Holland almost dropped his pipe cleaner. He tried to keep his voice steady, for in the silence that had surrounded this subject for several days, it was as though that ugly dream had been swallowed up. The physician kept his voice even with an effort. "Where was he, Jamie? Where was Mr. Mole?" The little boy indicated with a vague sweep of his arm, and repeated again, "He asked me to take a walk with him. Down below, he said, Daddy." "Jamie!" This thing had gone far enough. "I want you to tell me, when did you first see Mr. Mole?" "The time I told you, that rainy day." "And Jamie, honest Injun now, he talks to you?" "Sure, Daddy." Holland rose to his feet. Something now would have to be done. This could not be set upon or dismissed with the hopeful conclusion that it was, after all, only a figment of the imagination. "Let's go see Mr. Mole, son, right now." "But you can't. He's gone. He went right while I looked." "Which way? We'll follow him." The boy crinkled up his brow, as though even to his young and credulous mind the event was unusual. "He just kind of went, down into the earth like. He said he'd be back." The physician got his son to tell him the whereabouts of Mr. Mole's latest appearance, and then bustled the 6-year-old off to bed. He looked for himself later, and there about where his son had described it were the markings of freshly troubled and tossed earth. Precisely what to do was perplexing. His ordered, scientific mind made Dr. Holland seek some definite, logical action, and yet there was none. The thing, whatever it was, and it appeared to be a man, should be examined by the authorities. The first step in that program, though, was to find Mr. Mole and constrain him from any more of his vanishings. Albert Holland spent 24 hours thinking over a course of action, and then the thought came to him that he should talk to his neighbour, Ed Quinlan, the deputy sheriff who lived across the long meadow that ran out back and down the hill a piece. Quinlan, a widower with a son about Jamie's age, was a nice fellow. He'd always appreciated that Holland had treated him without mention of a bill when things had been tough for the Quinlans a while back, and he showed his appreciation. But more, he was a bluff, realistic individual, whose long suit was not imagination, though he was not stupid by any means, and would, therefore, bring a good slant to bear on this proposition, plus the weight of his official office in the county. Holland was going to stroll over there this very evening, and now, with Jamie bedded down, he was about to start, when the knocker of his own front door sounded. It was, coincidentally, Quinlan. "Hello, Ed," the physician greeted warmly. "Evening, Doc. Sorry to bother you." "Not at all. Come on in. Holland saw immediately that the man was agitated. His broad, ruddy face looked worried, and his big, thick-fingered hands gripped at the somewhat worn Panama he was never without. "Missus still away, Doc?" "Yup, another week, Ed." They talked of things like this and that for some moments, and then Ed got around to the point. "Doc, if your youngster's safe in bed, I wonder if he could walk down toward my place a piece. Something, funny has happened." Holland waited, his own feeling of uncomfortableness increasing. "My son, Eddie, Doc. Damnedest thing you ever know. He came across a body lying out there in the meadow back of our place. I thought the youngster was pulling my leg. You know the way these kids carry on. Kept after me all afternoon, he did. I went out with him just now, Doc. Seen him for myself, I did. All stained from the earth, kind of grinning like. Was the spookiest looking fellow you ever saw, Doc. I felt of him myself. Didn't have no more warmth any more than a tree. Sure, he looked dead, although I can't really say if there's been some crime committed." Quinlan stopped and took a deep breath, fiddled with his hat, and then fixed his troubled eyes on the doctor again. "Would you come along with me?" "Why, sure, Ed." Quinlan hurried on. "I think I saw the fellow move. It was getting kind of to twilight out there. I'd sent Eddie back to the house for a flashlight. To be honest, I couldn't see so good. But, Doc, he'd been lying on his back with the earth and all coming out of his mouth like, and when I looked again I could swear he'd kind of rolled over. But there was still this grin on his face like he'd died smiling, only it wasn't a nice smile. Or if he wasn't all dead, he was enjoying this." The man rattled on, following the physician out into the hall, as Holland went to the coat closet to get his own flashlight. "I'll go with you, Ed. But here's the thing, Doc." Ed's hand held him just inside the front door, as they were about to step out into the darkness of the summer evening. "I lost him. I must have been watching through the gloom for Eddie to come back with the light and all, but I turned around and he was gone, just like that, as though he'd never been there, except that I knew he had, 'cause the earth was all turned up, new grave-like." The two walked then, the bobbing flashlight held in Holland's hand showing the way across the lush July countryside, the night with them and silence now between them, this lawman and the man of science, each with his thoughts and his puzzlement, until they stood together, close together, brought there by Quinlan's sense of direction and the bobbing shaft of light that followed to its goal. Ed's voice sounded small under the black archway of night as he breathed out and said, "There's where he was. Right there, Doc." And Albert Holland stood and looked at the ground, the familiar look to it, stood with flashlight beam steady, for there was nothing to do. They both were thinking what to do next, and there was no need to say it. Finally, Quinlan spoke. "Guess you think I'm crazy, Doc." And at that, the physician put his hand on the other's arm. "No, I don't, Ed. You're not crazy. You saw something." And he was going to say, "I saw it too, Ed. Out here in the meadow and then back nearer my house. Jamie called me just as Eddie called you. We've seen something all right. In God's heaven, just what I don't know. And I'm a doctor and supposed to know what life and death look like." But he didn't say it, because Quinlan was talking some more. Claims he talked to him. Imagine this, Doc, a corpse speaking to him, and invited Eddie to take a walk with him, although he couldn't be a corpse moving over onto his side, could he? People can't do things like that if they're really dead, Doc, can they? The deputy sheriff was plaintive. "Ed, you say you shooed Eddie home before you came up to my place?" "Why, sure. Then the two almost automatically started walking towards Quinlan's small cottage just over the brow of the hill, and as they walked, though nothing more was said, their steps speeded. It was the night that did it, Holland told himself, the night that puts fear into even the most unsuperstitious man, the most prosaic, the most unimaginative, But by rights they should feel that way, for this experience the two fathers shared with their two small sons was, poor weak word, extraordinary. There was a light on the ground floor of the Quinlan house, and they could see it through the gloom, and it grew bigger as they walked hurriedly towards it. Quinlan, a tightness in his voice now, called as they went forward. "Eddie, Eddie, lad, are you there? It's your dad." And from the bigger bulk of house ahead of them, through the night, the small boy's voice came back. "Gee, Pop, is that you? You been out there in the meadow talking to him?" There was no need to answer. Almost simultaneously, their hurrying steps slowed. The crisis, not declared between the two men, but appreciated by both of them, was over. Quinlan turned to face the physician. "Thanks, Doc. Thanks a lot for coming over." In the dark, the two men shook hands, fervently it seemed, and then they parted to go their separate ways in the darkness, Quinlan to his home, and Dr. Holland back across the night-grown meadow. Holland sat up till very late that night, thinking of the chain of events which were now more than the imaginings of one person or two. Quinlan was his antithesis, his opposite and antidote, and yet the plain, good-hearted man had seen. The possibility of this being some ill-mannered joke was quite implausible. Aside from any other objections, people don't play that kind of joke on a deputy sheriff, even if the town physician is less immune. No, there was something out there. Somebody. He was a man, or had been once, for he looked it and he wore clothes. There were, Holland was well aware, cases of improper diagnosis. Persons have been declared dead who were not dead. There are diseases and conditions and states which resemble death and yet are not. The catatonic is one, for instance, and yet beneath his reasoning, beyond his speculating and his attempts to lay out at least in his own mind each possibility, and then rationally to plug these loopholes, he was certain as a physician that the man he had seen, the one Jamie had, so aptly, wasn't it, called Mr. Mole, was not of the living. He wished Helen were here, for she was not only a good listener, and he needed such to parade his facts and suppositions before, but she had good suggestions. The night insects were quiet, and there was a hint of light in the east when the physician retired to his room. To explain to Jamie that he was not supposed to run small boy-like far and wide across the meadows necessitated the thinking up of a story about Indians on the move outside. The little boy looked at his father closely, more wisely, the physician thought, than a child of his years should. Holland went about his business, glad that the days were 6, 5, 4, then 3 until wife Helen would return. He could not in all conscience restrict his son to the house, for there had to be a reason more than make-believe Indians, and the danger to the small tow-headed boy was not proven, dwelling perhaps more in a father's mind than anywhere else. As the days passed, the physician chided himself a bit. He became annoyed at the feeling of uncomfortableness that he experienced when he needs be got the coupe with the physician's emblem over the back license plate out of the garage to go on some necessary call or errand, and yet still felt uneasiness at leaving Jamie. But the very passing of time gave strength to the hope that grew almost to conviction that whoever it was, whatever it was out there in the ground, moving like a mole from place to place, had gone back to whatever place from whence it had come, or had been stilled forever in some dark crevice beneath the earth's surface, away from men's eyes. Holland met Quinlan one day down in the village, and both men's spirits were good. They didn't say so, but the meaning was clear. I haven't seen him, nor have you, or we would have spoken of it. The knowledge was between the two men, and then they parted cheerfully. The night before the good day Helen was to return, Holland's phone rang. Jamie was already upstairs, presumably asleep in his cheerful, wallpapered east room, and Holland had long since given Amanda a lift home, explaining to her carefully that they'd want her later on the morrow because Helen would be coming back in time for supper, and it would be nice to have something extra special for her homecoming. "Hello, Doc." It was Quinlan when Holland picked up the receiver. "Eddie's seen him again." The doctor's hand tightened on the instrument. "Out back in the woods a piece. Swears he moves around and talks to him. Wanted Eddie to take a walk with him." Holland tried to keep his voice even. "What's to do about it, Ed?" "Tomorrow," Quinlan added, just as though he'd thought it out. "I'll get a bunch of us together, and we'll find out who or what this is. Maybe it's some kind of queer drunk." This last, hopefully. "I think we ought to do something, Ed," the physician said resolutely. "Can't let this go on, you know." On that note, the two men hung up, Holland to re-enter the library where he sat, the uneasiness with him again. In the last few days he had found the time and opportunity to peruse both the county clerks and newspaper records. There had been no unaccounted-for disappearances or other incidents in this area which would explain this peripatetic thing which haunted the summer countryside. And in present-day society, the hardest thing in the world to do is to disappear or get oneself killed or destroyed in any way without attracting considerable attention. Yes, who ever heard of an unclaimed body or corpse? Try as he would, Holland could not dissuade himself from the nagging thought that here was something that did not fit in with the commonplace, and therefore did not follow everyday laws of the workaday world. Actually, it was a few minutes past 7 the next morning when Holland heard his front door knocker clattering. It seemed much earlier. The rain and mist across the land had held up the day. Jamie was just stirring in his room as his father clumped down the stairs, muttering under his breath. And then, before he put his hand on the great knob that would turn the door to open it, a feeling of presentiment took hold of him, stiffened his arm, and touched his back with damp, cold fingers. He pulled the portal open, and out of the early morning greyness stepped Quinlan, in his arms a bundle, his mute face wide-eyed, storm-streaked. He seemed to offer the thing cradled in his arms to Holland, and Holland, seeing, suddenly became the physician. He said gently, "Here, Ed, let me take him," though he knew at first look it was no good. There was dirt all over little Eddie, dirt turned to mud by the rain in his eyes and mouth and ears. The youngster had died, it was apparent, of suffocation, not from hands wrapped around his throat, but from going down deep, deep into the earth and being buried there. The thought came back to Holland of what Quinlan had said over the phone the previous night, what his own son had said the last time the thing had visited over here. What was it? Mr. Mole had invited him to take a walk below. As the physician was thinking, Quinlan was talking brokenly, trying to hold on to himself with the will of a strong man, twisted and bending under the cruelest tragedy of his life. "I'm sure the youngster was to bed when I talked to you last night, Doc, but sometime in the night or early this morning he must have gone out. God knows why, except that devil has a power, a kind of fascination. I'm up early, you know, and Eddie was nowhere around the house this morning. I went out to look, and there was one of those holes not far from the house, you know, like we'd seen before. Seen little Eddie's footprints, I did, around this place like they went into the hole. I got me a spade then, Doc, and I dug faster than a man's ever dug before, and after I got down a ways in that hole I found him like this. But there weren't a hello, Daddy, or a breath left in him at all." Quinlan sank down on a chair, sobbing now, his head between his great, strong hands, shaking like a terrified child. "Ed," said Holland quietly and sympathetically, "Ed, follow me into the medical room." The physician led the way, carrying Eddie's body in his arms, and Quinlan dutifully lurched along behind. Jamie was a sensitive boy. Holland could find no use for having him look down the stairs through the banisters and see the scene in the front hall. Also, Quinlan himself needed some medication. The doctor laid Eddie's body carefully on the examining table, made sure with his stethoscope what he already knew, that there was not the slightest flicker of life left in the earth-choked body, and then mixed the unfortunate boy's father a potent sedative. "He's gone, isn't he, Doc?" "I'm afraid he is, Ed. It's a terrible thing. Terrible. And I know any words of sympathy now from me seem poor and inadequate." Quinlan sat for a time, not saying anything, turning the glass that contained the sedative around and around in his strong fingers. He drained the medicine, and after a while stood up. "Well, thanks, Doc. I'll take my son, if you please. Take him home and then down to the undertaker's. I want to go quick, Doc, 'cause I'm going to get after the devil out there in the ground. I'm going to get the men together. You'll join us, Doc?" "You know I will, Ed. I'll come over to your place a little later in the morning." "You've got an axe, Doc? Bring it." The deputy's teeth bared in a snarl. "We're gonna get this fellow." "Ed, don't you want me to go with you, or take little Eddie down to town myself?" Quinlan shook his head determinedly. "What's done's done, Doc. Now we gotta get after the one who did this." He went out with Eddie again cradled in his arms, and the growing morning, as the light of it touched his face, showed it set in hard lines, the terrible sadness, shock, and despair replaced with something else that was healthier in man. Holland went for Jamie then, and was steeled when the boy asked, "Daddy, what was Mr. Quinlan doing here?" "He had a very great problem, son," the physician replied carefully. "He came to ask me about it. How about driving into town with me, Jamie, to pick up Amanda?" As they drove, the clouds scurried away before them, and the sun came out to dry and heat up the wet, early morning world. Holland drove numbly and instinctively. He returned Amanda's greetings automatically. There was nothing to be said, but already his son was looking at him curiously. That was one of the curses of imagination. Amanda was old, good to bake cakes and make apple pie dumplings, and filled with the desire to serve them and affection for them as a family, but she was too old to understand if he said, "Now look, Amanda, something terrible has happened in this neighborhood. There's a man loose, a dead man, and he's just killed a little boy. We have to be careful. We don't know from what direction danger may come. Maybe it won't come, but there's the situation." He couldn't talk like that to her, or even if he could, not in front of his son. They arrived back at the Holland house, and Amanda noticed at once that the physician had not gotten any breakfast. She insisted on getting something together. Holland ate poorly. Afterward, he must get over to Quinlan's as he had promised. The men would be gathering there for their grim task. Jamie, from behind his glass of milk, said to his father behind his coffee cup, "I'm going over to play with Eddie this morning. We're going to fly the new kite, Daddy." Albert Holland swallowed with difficulty. "No, Jamie. Not this morning." "But, Daddy—" What could he say? What could he say? Not, "Jamie, I have something to tell you. Amanda's too old and you're really too young to understand the why of this, but the facts are, Eddie is dead. He was pulled into a hole by a corpse and suffocated out there in the meadow where you and he have played so many times, where you were going to play this morning with your kite. He's dead, Jamie. No use looking for him out there." How could he say that? What could he say? And all the time Jamie sitting there, tow-headed and wondering why. "Daddy, we're going to—" The boy's quick mind kept searching around his father's silence. "Is he sick? That's a doctor's son for you." "That's what it is," said the little boy, gathering momentum and sureness. "He's got measles." "No, Jamie, that happened last winter, and you don't get them twice. But you still remember how Helen and I wouldn't let you go over because Eddie had measles. This time, Jamie, it's something worse. Oh, so much worse than measles. It's something catching, Daddy? Measles? No. No, Jamie, not measles. Not something catching, not really. Or maybe it is. Maybe that's why I'm more frightened than I'd ever dare let you know. That's why in a moment I'm going to get the axe out of the woodshed and go over and join Quinlan and the rest of the men. Instead, he said, "No, Jamie, you can't go over this morning. Find something to do around here, and don't you disobey me. I'm going to tell Amanda to keep her eye on you. Hear?" Albert Holland walked towards Quinlan's, the axe in one hand, across the low stone wall into the meadow and towards the hillside. The sun was out now, accentuating the softness and the peace of midsummer. The fertile greenness soothed his eyes and made the unpleasant thoughts in the physician's mind seem incredible and implausible. That these things could have happened under the blueness of the sky, the brightness of the sun here in the softness of the land was surely not possible. And yet, as he walked farther, he saw the knots of men standing around Quinlan's house. From a distance, they were short men and tall men, fat and lean. Here and there, the sun touched a gun barrel. He recognized faces as he came closer. A drugstore clerk, several boys from the volunteer fire department, the assistant postmaster, others. They nodded to him, and he nodded back. And there was one thing they all had in common, and that one thing was grim and unsmiling. Men made suggestions and barked orders at one another, and finally they walked out onto the broad bosom of the meadow, taking their shovels and axes and clubs and guns with them, prodding at the earth, poking at it as though it itself had committed this awful crime. Quinlan was everywhere, filled with a terrible rage that was the worse because it was silent, except as it came out in the man's unquenchable energy. The hours passed, and the men plodded across the fields, sloshed through brooks and tramped through underbrush. They had long since poked and spaded into the holes Quinlan and Dr. Holland knew of. Midday passed, and afternoon. The sun slid towards the rim of the westerly hills, and Holland, consulting his watch, knew he should be getting back to get things all ready for Helen. With the fatigue of walking, searching, there came a feeling of futility. What had they done? What could they do? What did they know, tapping their boots and steel instruments against the ground here and there for something that would not stand up fairly and say, "Here I am"? In relays, some of the men came back to Quinlan's cottage, where womenfolk were keeping coffee pots on the stove. Holland left his axe at Quinlan's and turned his steps towards home. He told himself that sooner or later they'd have to uncover this creature, whatever he was or it was. It was good, he thought, with a physician's analysis, that Quinlan had the direction of this posse on his hands at this moment of his so great sorrow. He made the house, went inside, the screen door slamming behind him. The noise of Amanda in the kitchen drew him there. She was making something special for the supper when Helen would be with them again. "Where's Jamie?" he asked loudly. Amanda was a little on the deaf side and had to be bellowed at. "He's around, playing in his cowboy costume, he is." She waved an old arm in a semicircle. "Dr. Albert," she always called him that. "Dr. Albert, you look a fright. Whatever have you been doing?" Holland looked down at himself. 5 or 6 hours of walking through thickets and looking at dirt holes in the fields had left him rather bedraggled. He'd have to clean up. The physician looked out the kitchen window. "Where did you say Jamie was?" "Round somewhere," she repeated again. "Saw him not very long ago. Well, now maybe it was an hour. Had a friend he did. Mr. somebody or other come to see him." Holland froze. Mr. Mole?" His voice was much louder than necessary. "That's it. Knew it sounded like an animal. Peculiar handle, isn't it, Dr. Albert? Said his friend invited him, this Mr. Mole, to take a walk down below. Must mean out towards the meadow, Dr. Albert. But Holland was gone, flinging himself out the door, running and trying to look in all directions, the inner hand clamped over his heart, tightening, agonizing. The house was behind, and the lawn and the stone wall, and then in the woods in the other direction from the meadow he found it, a new hole like all those others. Holland went at it with his boots and hands, wishing he had something else, but there was no time to run back for a tool. He scooped and kicked the earth away as fast as he could, and by a corner of material showed, and then he had it in his earth-coated shaking hands. It was a hat, a small boy's cowboy hat, from Jamie's outfit. The doctor redoubled his efforts then, frantically, clawing, getting down on all fours, and finally he found what he knew was there, and shaking away the earth covering and clinging, he laid it on the rim of the hole he had excavated with his hands, the same size bundle as Quinlan had brought to him the night before, equally lifeless and useless now. Holland made a noise like an animal, and like that animal he dug on, hollowing and scooping, for it was for him to do this thing. He would have to stop it. The old who had forgotten how to dream, and who don't want to believe like Amanda, and the very young who still believe in everything like Jamie, they had caused this, unknowing. He went on and on, a man in an earthen hole in the green countryside. And it must have been hours later that Amanda, wondering, came looking, and heard the noises from that place in the woods. She got men from the posse over at Quinlan's, and they found him like that, in an unbelievably deep hole of his own making, with the small earth-caked body of his son lying guard above. It was Quinlan himself who pulled Albert Holland out, and later, with Helen, who had arrived home again, tried to reassure and quiet the physician. Helen, whose shock at finding this terrible tragedy in her own family was only slightly more than the frightening condition of her husband. For Dr. Holland was not a man of science any more, not a physician, but a squealing, screaming, crying creature stuffed with earth that came out of him when he talked. They sent for another doctor up at the county seat to come quickly, but there were miles in between, and meanwhile Holland had the time to tell over and over again how they shouldn't have pulled him out of the hole in the earth, for twice, 3 times, more he had caught up with Mr. Mole down there. He had felt a trousered leg, an arm, a torso, and it had wriggled and twisted away from him like a worm in the earth. Yes, and it had leered at him. "It speaks, and it moves," Holland ranted this over and over. Sometimes in his horror he screamed so loudly that he frightened the birds outside in the twilight of the July evening, and even poor old half-deaf Amanda far away in other parts of the house staying, with her kindly tear-streaked face because maybe there's something I can do, would clap her withered hands to her ears to keep the awful sounds from them. But Albert Holland's screams did not carry far enough, for later, not too much later, across the green land, cooling in evening, a blonde child named Janice ran across the spongy green ground, a child who believed in fairy stories, in everything, running and calling through the evening, filled to bursting with the secret as she ran. "Mummy! Daddy! Guess what? Guess what I've found?" Take the Z-Train. The seer had said, all things of certain wisdom and uncertain origin would derive so well from seers. At the end, the old look back to relive and see again the pattern of their lives. But the young, peculiarly favoured by a destiny which otherwise seems to have neglected them, look searchingly forward, and for this brief instant of eternity see truly what would have been ahead, before the light snuffs out. It was a few minutes past 5 when Henry Abernathy left the office. It was always a few minutes past 5 when Henry Abernathy left the office. By that time, he had taken care of the overflow of work which somehow always found its way to his desk toward the end of the working day, and had put away his seersucker coat in the general employee's locker. Longer ago than it would do to remember, Henry had been pleased by the title of Junior Assistant Supervisor of Transportation. He was assistant, all right, to everybody in the office, supervisor of nothing, and junior. That was a laugh, with the grey in his hair and the stooped shoulders. As usual, Henry walked 3 blocks directly south from the office to the subway station, stopping only for the evening paper at the corner stand. It was all quite as usual, but he had been telling himself all day that this was an important day. He was going to break clean from the old life. From the earliest, a phrase had been running through his head. It ran in well-worn channels, for he had thought this thought before, he knew, though its authorship was obscure. The seer had said, and the quotation, for that it must be, fascinated him, he knew not why. He'd never known why. Henry Abernathy had believed before in the clean break from his meaningless routine, from the same old faces at the office, the same stupid tasks, the same fear that lashed him with its thongs of insecurity to his humble position. Thinking this way took him down the metal-tipped subway stairs, through the turnstile and onto the lower level, where he waited for his train, as he had, it seemed, thousands of times before. He was suddenly struck with this dim, twinkle-lit cavern way beneath the perimeter of the earth's surface. The people around him, the steel girders holding the rest of the world from tumbling in upon him, the gum machines, the penny scales, all these seemed to go out of focus with his concentration on his inner thinkings. Through instinct, he watched the black hole to his left at the end of the platform. He watched more closely, narrowly, as first the noise and then the flickering something away in the tunnel came closer, still closer. He looked up. He knew not why, for it was a completely irrelevant act, at the ceiling of the underground station. It seemed, in the subterranean gloom, as far away as the top of the universe. He was tired, he supposed. Supposed? He knew. Life does that to you, doesn't it? To everyone. Abernathy wondered if those around him were as miserable as he was, or if their misery was an unrecognized, locked-up something deep inside. For this underground tomb was a place for reflection, although, conversely, in its bustle and noisome urgency, humans could take holiday from their consciences, and pushing, wriggling, hurrying off and on these mechanized moles that bore them to and from their tasks, forget, and in the forgetting be complacent. Times before beyond counting, when Henry Abernathy had waited here like this for his A or B train, he thought that people must age faster in such an alien environment. The so hard, yieldless platform, the dank air, the farness away from things that counted like sky and sun and wind. He wondered if people like himself didn't surely age more rapidly in a subway tomb like this, where neither hope nor anything else could grow or flourish. The dull, metal thing slid into the station, its caterpillar length bucking with shrill, rasping protests, its garish-lit cars beckoning. The doors slid open, and Henry Abernathy walked automatically forward, glancing as he always did, for he was a meticulous man, at the square in the window that gave the alphabetical letter of the train. There were only 2 that came to this platform, the A, which was an express, and the B, a local. Both would get him home. He was aboard with the doors slid silently closed behind him, and the train jerking, jumping to life again. He was sitting on the uncomfortable cane seats when what he had just automatically glanced at in the identification square on the outside window took form in his mind. So strongly that he got up and walked over to the window and looked at the letter in reverse. It glowed smallly against the moving black background of tunnel, for they were out of the station now. It said plainly, so there could be no mistake, Z train. The subway shook with its gathering speed, and Henry went back to his seat. It was most peculiar. Never before had any but an A or a B train run on this track. He'd never heard of a Z train. Why, he didn't even know where he was going. He sat with his hands clasped in his lap and felt on the other side of the wonder a relief that maybe this was the beginning of his adventure. The train lurched and zoomed on, and as the moments ticked away ominously, he realized that the underground monster fled headless and heedless without the reprieve of those occasional lighted oases in the dreadful night of the subway. Surely they would have come to another station by now. Then, wait a moment more. Certainly by now. This, then, was his adventure. This was the difference that would, despite himself and his own weakness to effect the change, any change, alter the course for him. That part he gloated over. No more boss, no more regular hours. The train was going faster. It has been a monotonous life, Henry Abernathy, he told himself. Monotonous and quite terrible. He could confess to himself now something that he would never do in the sunshine or on the street that was somewhere miles above him and this rushing thing that bore him on. He would confess that he had thought of self-destruction. A clamminess came over him. The air from the tunnel was dank as it whistled in an open window at the other end of the car. It was a very long way between stations, and at this speed that wasn't right. He sought out other faces for reassurance. Somehow, quite suddenly, there seemed to be so few of them, and with those the eyes were averted or hidden behind bundles or papers. Abernathy cleared his throat to test his voice. He would say to someone, the nearest person, "Beg pardon, but what train am I on?" Now, wasn't that a silly question? He was sitting nearly directly across from the window whereon the identification plate was set, and that plate said so clearly, Z train. He sat more stiffly against the seat back, tension taking hold of him and ramrodding his body. It was his imagination that said that the train plunged forward eagerly into the ever greater darkness of the unfolding tunnel, for a train doesn't plunge eagerly, not even a Z train. A poetic liberty, a figment of the imagination. Henry fixed his eyes on the nearest person to him. A very young man with books and sweater, obviously just from school. An eager young man, so eager. With dreams, Henry Abernathy thought, with a kind of sadness. The young man was looking at nothing particularly, and Abernathy thought, soon he will look at me. I shall catch his eye and say, leaning forward so I don't have to advertise it to the whole rest of the car, "Young man, I seem to have gotten on the wrong train." A small smile at my own stupidity. But just where are we going? But the young man in the sweater would not look this way. He tapped his books with his fingertips, tapped his foot on the floor, whistled through his teeth, and looked out the window or up and down the car, casually, swiftly. Abernathy got up to speak to him directly, then thought better of it. He passed by close enough to see that the youngster was cleaner than most. He rather imagined he had looked something like that on his way home from school years ago, but that was far from here in both time and space. There was a girl, a pretty girl, he noticed, for he was not too old to miss those things. Wide-set eyes, a good chin, nice mouth, well-dressed. He would ask her, but of course one didn't do that. With other men in the car it would look, forward if he directed his inquiries to a pretty young girl. There were several other men, heavy-set, semi-successful or better, watch chains over their paunches, briefcases, the business type, bosses. They reminded him so. Then, nearly at the door that opened between the cars, there was another man, youngish, in an ill-fitting tuxedo, probably going to a party. It was a rented tuxedo, Henry Abernathy thought to himself with some satisfaction. He knew what that was, all right. Why, when he'd been just about that age, he'd once rented a tuxedo, and it probably had looked no better on him than it did on this fellow. Abernathy reached the door and clutched at the reddish-yellow brass knob. It had the reassuring feel of all of life, of reality, with the stickiness from scores of hands, people opening and closing it, walking forward, walking back, touching it with their hands. He went forward then, adding his steps to the speed of the train in that direction. Was it 1, 2, or 3 cars? He wasn't sure, nor was he of the other passengers. He staggered a little to the rocking of the subway beneath him. He yearned suddenly to be rid of this thing, this scene, this place. All those figures, those persons he'd sat with in the first car took on a strange, nightmarish familiarity in his mind. It was the drudgery, the overwork, and the hopelessness of his life that made him this way, he excused, like other people say, something I ate. That was what made him know that the young boy with the sweater was Henry Abernathy, and so too perhaps was the slightly older man in the rented tuxedo. The girl was the she who had said no. That was long ago too. And those men, those out-of-shape, pudgy, expensive, cigar-smoking men, were the bosses he'd worked for, and others he hadn't worked for, who had given him a glance and dismissal with a look as being beneath them and unworthy of their attention. The fullness of horror overtook Henry Abernathy as he reached the front of the first car. He leaned against the motorman's compartment and looked ahead at the tunnel rushing onto them and around them. The tunnel curved away, always turning, it seemed, as though they were going in a circle. Henry stood and watched, fascinated. He could go no further. He could not go back. He looked curiously into the motorman's cubicle. That place was dark, the shade drawn nearly to the bottom of the window. But there was a man in there with a motorman's cap, and a gloved hand rested on the throttle pulled full open. A man who swayed with the motion of the train he drove. A motorman. The years came back to Henry like leaves falling in sequence, and those people back there behind him were all parts of it, of himself and of others he had known. This train, then, was what? His life from beginning to end, and his destiny? He stood hypnotized by his thoughts, drawn by the dark fascination of the tunnel ahead, the little yellow lights that flashed by, marking with their feebleness both space and speed. It was an eternity that Henry Abernathy stood there, or it was 1 second. It mattered neither. But ahead, finally, he saw something. It was not exactly a station, but there was a light, a small flickering light set in the side of the tunnel, and they seemed now, instead of rushing towards it, to float towards it. The screeching, groaning, complaining shrieks of the subway at high speed died away, so they must be slowing down. The light came nearer. There was a sign, a very big sign. He'd seen them before on the occasion when a crowded train at rush hour stops between stations in the darkness of the tunnel and the sign, perhaps pointing or indicating a nearby stairway that leads to the above. The sign says, "Exit." There was a sign here under the light, but look, there was more. Across the tracks there was something. He watched intently during the hours it seemed that it took their train to roll closer. It mattered not which he saw first, in what order he perceived these things. The sign, the thing on the tracks, the thing on the tracks, the sign. It was a body on the tracks, lying face upward, fully across them like a sack of something. The face was strangely luminous in the tunnel's darkness, and that face was as terribly familiar as those others behind him in the train. And it was so right and so of course that the sign under the flickering yellow light simply read Z. They were close now, within a couple of rapid pulse beats. The body nearly under the metal monster, the sign, the Z of it growing larger and larger. And then there was a blinding flash, all the brightness of all the world, of all time exploding in the tunnel, across the so familiar face and body and Z-sign into the train, into him and his head, touching chords and notes that came out like music. That's what it was, music, easy to hear as it played around and around. It was the sound of the carousel, the calliope, and as the little series of whistles, played by keys like an organ, popped and hooted, Henry Abernathy went around and around in the sea of remembering on the gaily painted horse, a horse that fed and brightened itself on his tears of joy and pleasure. This was an important train day for Henry. He was going to break clean from the old life, and perhaps the old life started, or the only part of it that counted started, on the floor at home with the cream-coloured walls that seemed so tall at the age of 7. And though he was much beyond it, there were blocks on the floor. He was to spell something out with them. And Mother was persistent. It was a word, a meaningless word that matters not among the thousands in our language. He was perverse, and there was one letter he would not add, but Mother was so persistent. "Think," she said. "Think." And he remembered the deepening colour of her face, remembered it as he remembered now all these other things, past and future. "Think," she repeated. "Think." One letter he had to add to make the word perfect, to fill it out for her adult mind to correctness. "Think," she said again. "It's an unusual letter." He knew the letter so well, he had but to push it into place with his foot or his hand. But revolt stayed him. And then Mother said darkly, "Think, Henry. Do it or you don't go to the fair." And with that, the roulette wheel completed its final spin and stopped, marking its choice. And he, petulantly and still unwilling but broken down by the knowledge that he would lose something greater, kicked the letter into place. And she smiled with the victory and said, "Of course, Z, you knew it all the time, Henry." It was later, then, that he had gone to the carnival, almost exploding with his small-child excitement. Was there enough time for all the things that had to be done and seen, touched and played with? Was there enough of him to smell and eat all the things to be smelled and eaten? And at the end, the best of all, the merry-go-round, on the horses that went up, and down, round and round, with the strange, strange, wonderful music of the calliope. He would travel miles on his green and yellow horse, even as Mother stood outside the world of his racetrack and gestured and seemed to stamp her foot, wanting him to stop and making motioning noises. It was then, sometime during his umpteenth ride on the bucking green and yellow merry-go-round horse, then so that his 7-year-old mind knew well the whistling sounds of the calliope organ, then that something had come out of another world, it seemed, a thing of crashing noise and blinding light, a thing prefaced only by a little wetness, and Mother's anger as she stood, no longer controlling him, already completely outside of his world, under a hastily raised umbrella, stamping her foot and calling to him. Henry was caught up then in that instant by his friend, who took him in this time of greatest joy, bursting like the nod of a flower. It was for that moment that the seer had spoken, that the calliope played, that Z was remembered. It was that moment that showed him how it would have been in times yet unborn, to be forgotten forever, in time never to be. If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive new content notifications. If you'd like to support our work and receive exclusive perks, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button below. To support us in other ways, see the video description for links to our Bandcamp and Patreon pages, our merch store over at Teespring, and further information relating to our releases on Audible, iTunes, and Spotify. And until next time,